Oh, there we go. Well, okay, it was like I'm behind. Hey, good morning, good afternoon. Welcome, everybody. My name is NEETfull. Sorry for a little bit of the scuffed opening. And we're here with another weekly, of course, brought to you by Serene Productions. And I'm joined with a guest this time. You may know him. A couple of small feats in the Grand Archive world. Maybe second place world champion. Couple of top eights here and there. Not much, but
Just a
I'll let
couple.
him do a lot of the introduction himself. Terry, how are you today?
I'm great, man. I'm great. Super happy to be here. So excited to be getting to cast here on Serene Balance Productions, getting to hang out, watch some Grand Archive. Hopefully, we get to see some cool decks. I'm really excited. This meta has been pretty crazy. There's a few front runners that obviously are kind of taking everything over. We've seen a lot of Water Diana. We've seen a lot of Oblation CL. We're never going to get away from my boy Siryu, who's above me. If you guys see, he's up there. But there has been lately a lot of innovation that I've been seeing. We had our first top of a Terra Dao, well, not Dao Chan, Kongming. I think it was like top 16 at one of these regionals, which is so cool on the East Coast. I'm hoping to see some more exciting stuff like that.
Yeah. Oh, I'm in the same boat, and it's crazy looking at the watching because I think we've been at the very end of the regional season of like every kind of busting out the list, starting to test what they're wanting to bring into Ascent LA, and it is crazy the kind of the shift in meta that I would have seen 2 weeks ago, and just what
Sure.
we're seeing now. Like, and you said, we're seeing the big hitters. We have a lot of people already running the list, but I'm also seeing like fire aggro slight sneaking its way back into these top cuts, kind of
Oh,
just saying, "I'm not dead yet. I'm not dead.
I,
I'm
I
I'm
love it.
still in it."
I love fire aggro. All I want is to see some more fire aggro making its way to the top. Uh, a little less. I mean, we haven't seen as much fire assassin as I'd like to see, but there's definitely been some tools in the set that make fire assassin have a much harder time than it ever had before. But you can't get away from the fire Aether Ring Diana. I believe Diana this season is the number 2 most played champion across all elements. But fire Diana is definitely a terrifying deck. If you haven't played against it, it has more turn 2 kills than any deck I've ever seen, and it consistently kills you on turn 3. So very solid. But why don't you walk us into the matchup we're going to have for round 1 today, Needful?
Yeah, so speaking of speaking of kind of some like tried and true lists that we're actually seeing, is we're actually going to see kind of a callback to some lists we've seen for a very long time in Grand
Ooh.
Archive. We're going to see a well-known player here in the community with Perfy piloting Fire Merlin, one of his tried and true signature deck lists, kind of one of the lists that really got him into the game. And then going up against something that we've seen before, more in the fire package in this idea of this win Luxem. As we've seen fire, but we've seen a very big shift of people now playing more of the win package, being able to do with things like deal with the Shinjus, be able to do a little
Hmm.
bit more defensive tools early game. And it's something that is as well into a lot of these matchups is KB Destro knows how to pilot this list, piloted it before. So this is going to be two masterminds of these lists going against each other. So I'm incredibly excited to see
Oh
these
yeah,
lists
these
go
are
head to
these
head.
are two these are two very solid players. Obviously, Perfy. When you think Merlin in the United States, you think Perfy. Very solid player. And then KB Destro, that's a household name as well. So these players are gonna show us what it's all about.
For sure, for sure. And it's nothing too crazy out of each of these lists. Kind of the Merlin
No.
package, very standard. A lot of playing the Ghost, playing the Incarnate, but as well, we've seen a lot of these lists start mainboarding the Nimue. It's kind of the,
Hmm.
in a sense, it's kind of a hail mary into the into the Sirio,
Yeah.
into the Shinju. You really have to set up to be able to do it, but when you're trying to survive a dragon swinging at you for 40, 50 damage, sometimes you're just like, this is my only shot. I got to
No,
do it.
no, for sure. I mean, I like that we're seeing like 3 of Hearts in this deck still. I know that it's still seen in a lot of lists, but this one is less on the flared iridescence. All 4 of them playing. I know those lists are kind of far in between now. We're seeing a lot more straightforward lists that kind of mirror some of the lists we've seen in the past, a little more aggressive. They can still beat down. This one's not quite as aggressive. It doesn't have like the Cheshire Cats and things along those lines, but it does have the Nimue. It can deal with some really annoying targets. And then Wind Xander, this list was an absolute titan national season of last year, and it just does everything, right? Wind mid range assassin is one of the best archetypes in this game, and having access to some of the best allies in Ace and Protector, in Sadi, and I mean, and then on top of that, you get all of the late game engine in Lightweaver's Assaults. Hopefully, we are just going to be able to chip down Perfy and then finish them off with like a slice and dice or an easy light weavers, not some big 28 damage turn. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, 100%. And this is actually something that in like anytime that we're testing locals and kind of training up new players, something we teach them about this list is very much a knowledge check kind of deck into their opponent, that you have to really pay attention to those prep counters, because if you don't, there's a chance that your opponent could just be, oh, your defenses are down. Yeah, slice and dice on like turn 4. Cool.
Man, look at
Good
these
game.
decks, dude. They are looking pretty. And we had the turn 1 Unmake Duality. That is an absolute dream for this Wind player.
That is probably one of the most busted starts right now that in the game. There's a reason why we're watching Unmake very closely going into this next season.
If there's one thing I know, it's that Perfy's list is very, very pretty. So he's going to have a lot of really cool cards. We got the Creative Shock into the Liminal. Another ideal start. This is right where both of these guys want to be. Hitting the Dungeon Guide down there. I've never seen a bigger tell that there are multiple Dungeon Guides in that man's hand.
That is if you hit a Dungeon Guide on the first turn, you know you're in for a really, really bad round going into this.
Yeah, definitely. A little bit of glare there, but we're leveling up. We're bringing in Inert, bringing in that Liminal Guide. That's that card if you guys can't see it here. It's crazy just how fast, with the cards that have come out in these last sets, your influence as these mid-range, these level 3 decks level up. We're no longer seeing people get to level 3 with 3, 4 cards in hand. We're starting to see some of these lists with 7, 8, 9 cards in hand, like if they take one turn off the backup charger or things along those lines. And this is how you start off like that. This is how you start off with a great influence game. And I think that is going to be one of the big points that we are looking for in this match, is who can win the influence advantage, the fight there.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where Merlin is scary with influence, but I think if anything, Wind Assassin is way more terrifying than I think any list out there. If they get above that 8 card count, they're both in range of being able to play multiple incaps against you, and just at any point be like, hey, here's a Light Weavers. Good luck.
Yeah. And just like any Luxem deck, that magic number 10, once they're sitting there at any time, you cannot put your defensives down or you're going to take 16 out of nowhere, right? So always have to be prepared for that. Here we go. We're leveling up. Nice. We had that reclaim for that Windmill Engineer, getting so much value here. Unmake into Windmill into Reclaim. You couldn't write it up better. Get a quick glimpse. And I mean, that influence, look at those cards. That grip, it's huge.
Doesn't even looks like we haven't even
Oh, and we're keeping both.
We take 3 turns we missed. Is that what happened?
Yeah. No, they just been going, here you go, here you go. Taking it slow. He kept both on top, if you saw there. So that is not something you want to see in your assassin opponent. Keeping both cards here. And now both of those cards are in their own hand because they drew from the glimpse. And now the second one has been drawn into memory from the Windmill Engineer here. Going to swing and put Perfy down to or up to 2 damage here and pass it on over, holding up that giant grip. And it looks like Perfy is on. I think here he is going to use the floating. Okay. His opponent doesn't have a floating, but he maybe isn't planning on, or he isn't valuing that level unless he has a way to get another floating in the yard after this level up. He ate the Gentle Respite here. Let's see, because I'm assuming he's got a Dungeon Guide. I'm not sure if he's interested in, actually using it here, because it is an influence game. Like I said, this is all about tempo. It's about taking your time, having as many cards in your grip, and being able to fight your opponent's interaction best you can. It looks like last turn, Perfy forgot to swing with the Liminal Guide, but now he's cremating it away. Got the 1 damage in at least. Oh, into the Windmill, into the Reclaim. Yep. Perfect.
And it would be shocking to see Perfy here want to keep the Merlin up without maybe loving this turn, just to hold in case we're going to go level 2 Xander. Just kind of deny that activation.
Yeah. Here we go.
Taking it slow. No like rush here.
This is it. I think we're going to see a lot of this.
Also, I think I've seen more money played on these two boards than I've seen in a long time.
Yeah, those are some good looking cards. Those surveils are so pretty. Here we go. Draw another card into memory. Here we go.
I think we're 11 influence right now is what we're sitting at?
Yeah, I want to say it's 11 here, which is a great place to be as the Wind Assassin player. And there it is. We're just gonna keep
And a
plussing.
turbo?
Yeah,
Let's go.
we're just playing mono plus our influence here. That's every +1 we can get. That's what we're trying to hit.
I mean, we've seen this with a lot of decks more recently as well, where if you have the time, take your play some patience, get the influence up, and then go to level 3 when you have your I won't say combo necessarily trying to compare to
Sure,
Serio,
sure.
but you have your whatever your end game is going to be. Have it in
Yeah.
hand early so you can kind of pick and choose how you're going to level.
Yeah, so we're getting to see Sirocco here as well, which in these decks, Sirocco Operative is typically Windmill Engineer 5 and 6. It used to be 5, 6, and 7, but it's definitely come down a little bit. And look at that. Exactly what we've said. They're following it literally by word here. On the way out, he's just eating there a wind card. Might as well. There's no reason not to. Backup charger. Here we go. Drawn some cards, moving our way up. Purpy's got to keep up with these pluses. I mean, he's been liminal into cremation ritual. I mean, he's plussing as well, right? So, man,
Makes me wonder if Purpy hasn't seen the ghost necessarily yet,
yeah,
and kind of
yeah.
maybe
I mean,
waiting on him.
I think that this is an interesting match because both decks have a very powerful late game. There's no deck that has the kind of inevitability that Merlin has, right? It just gets to this point where it's just absolutely out of control. Fireballs are one-hit kills if the game goes long enough. But the problem is that a lot of that can be interacted with from this Luxem deck. And the later the game gets there, you're going to see I think, like you said earlier, I think you hit it nail on the head, is that Luxem, the later the game gets, the more terrifying it gets, right? Just all of the interaction they can have access to. They can kill you out of nowhere, pressure you multiple ways. But there it is, the dungeon guide up. We hit it. It looks like, gosh, I'm going to be honest with you, all these alt arts, all these promos, it's hard to know exactly what cards got banished. Is that a reprogram?
Yep. It
Yeah.
looks like that is the Path of Silver reprogram, and I could not catch what the card underneath was.
Yeah.
Is it a shieldmate? Looking over.
Yeah,
I think it might be our store championship shieldmates.
yeah,
I think is what it
gotta
is.
have those promos, man. Gotta have, everything's gotta look nice. Leveling up.
Is
Up
that the
into
highest
Merlin
rarity
3.
shieldmate right now? I think is the store champ promos.
Yeah. As far as I know, I don't believe there's another one. So that one is pretty solid. Yeah, I think there's some new arts that we're going to see in this next set as well. With a lot of the new reprints and things, and with Pantheon and everything else. Stalwart Shieldmate is definitely going to get a version that is going to make its way into this deck. Let's just say that.
I am happy to hear that.
So here we go. We're leveling up to 2. Easy peasy. We're going to get back that Surveil. Couldn't write this up better. Draw another card, get another prep.
Already 5 prep, so
Yeah, as
you have
Xander.
a lot of options with that prep to use now.
Are we sure this isn't Tristan?
It might be.
This really is feeling like a Tristan game to me.
What is our? I think Slice and Dice are only. I don't see the Assassin. Well, nope, the Assassin's Ripper is in the list, so we're already in perfect range for both Ripper and for
Baby, here we go. A
and
Heavenly
Heavenly
Guide.
Guide. Just fool.
Why not? Why not? Let's just +3. Might as well. +2. Easy.
I think if I am correct, that will already put where we were talking about earlier. If Luxem is at 10 cards, your shields always have to be up now, and I think we're already there. I think we're already past.
I think we're over it. Yeah, I think we're at like 12 influence here, which is terrifying. We're at 11 or 12, and that is representing a lot of damage. Obviously, Merlin has a lot of life, so there's a lot to get through before he's, Perfy is actually going to just die. But it's not that hard once he starts showing Luxem cards and forcing him to put his hand down. It's hard to defend yourself, and then you're in range of getting Assassin Ripper slice and diced into a Lightweaver's Assault, right? So pushing a little extra damage, the Dream Fairy. That's a card I want to see a sick promo of, let me tell you. It's been around, and it has been a problem forever.
I'm shocked that we haven't seen a promo of this card. I think maybe because it's been on the watch list so long, they don't. They're maybe just kind of being careful with it. But yeah, I think it's a card I think we've only ever seen the foil of. Nothing higher than that.
All right. What do we got? What is he bringing out here? We've got, my assumption is it's some way to draw.
Sword of Seeking.
Oh, just a Sword of Seeking. Okay, so maybe he's got a ghost turn coming up, or he's not going to his even counters this turn because we didn't have a float to eat. So he's just trying to get as much chip damage in as he can here.
Oh,
Yeah,
Creative Shock was used to kill the Dream Fairy there, so.
yeah, got it. So that's why he got his Ghost of Pendragon back. I keep seeing the card that's a little glary. I thought that was still there.
Oh, that is the beautiful Warrior of Light card.
Yes, love that. And look, it's Warrior of Light number 2, everybody's favorite. There. Perfect.
Oh, there we go. Perfect.
Oh, the Warrior of Light. One of my favorite arts here. They really went above and beyond with this one.
I think the minimalistic approach they went with the signature on the card really sells it. I'll be honest.
100%. If you don't have one of these in your collection, I don't know what you're doing.
Are you even playing Grand Archive at that point? Like, real.
So we got another cremation here. Is that what happened? Yeah. To get rid of that Warrior of Light.
It looks like we're currently going the dig route, just hopefully to find.
I mean, this
probably
is
either get the fireballs and
all of these early turns, we are going to see them continuously getting that influence up so they can fight each other into the late game. I mean, these two Titans getting to their advanced elements here. I'm very interested to see this Xander trigger. Ooh, baby. That is 12 cards down. Xander trigger. Is he utilizing it here or is he just passing it over?
We went Thurible and we put everything down to activate it. So
here we go.
We're showing everything.
Now we get to see dungeon guides. They always love to be in your hand after your 3.
Is that one Luxem in that entire set?
One Luxem and a bunch of almost dead cards. There's one in cap there, which is something we definitely want to keep in our minds.
I think there was one Veiling in there as well, I believe.
Yes. I think that's what that's. And you can't, the Cloaked Executioner is a classic tech. Pretty cool, get you. It's not as exciting in this match.
Right for the board as well.
Yeah. Here we go. And there's the Aeson we talked about. Let's see here. Anything from Perfy? He could do something to potentially get rid of the Heavenly Guide with the activation on the stack, but he's not here. He just lets the 3/4 beater hit. Ghost of Pendragon, great value version. Oh, baby.
So reprogram?
Yeah. He's minusing the attack of that Aeson Protector by 1 to make that Ghost of Pendragon live, is what I'm assuming.
Yeah, I believe so, because Ghost is still standing, so. Yeah, because we did 1 with the Heavenly, we attempted for 3 with the Aeson, so now we're going to do 1 with the Operative.
Yep, and then lastly, Siroko's back. Here we go. Draw 1 into memory. Doing its best Windmill Engineer cosplay. And then boom, there it is. That's a dead ghost.
I would not be shocked here if we start seeing him with only 1 King Cap in hand, that Perfy kind of just puts his foot on the gas.
Oh, 100%.
Let's just pressure here.
I think that's basically where he's at, because right here, he knows what's in his hand. So if he can deal with the board on his turn here, where he's got his even counters on Merlin, gets to draw an additional card, gets that attack bonus here. If he can deal with this Aeson, there's not a lot of pressure that's coming from KB's hand. So if he can take care of that Aeson Protector, although he could just push face, which is probably another option depending on what's his hand. Because he's got 20 life left here. We saw Veiling Breeze, I believe. We had talked about that. So that is something that I know Perfy is thinking about here. So he's probably not going to put his foot on the gas unless he can force that Veiling out early so that he can hopefully not have to overextend into it later. But yeah, now we're seeing a good old picture of that influence. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Uh-oh. He put his cards right in front. 11, 12, 13, 14, I think. 14 cards.
Normally, I'd be terrified, but when my opponent only showed me one site? One Luxem site was the only reveal? Like, I'd be like, all right.
Oh, okay. He got the
slapping the end cap down. It wasn't even like a polite. That was like, no.
Man, respect. No. Slam it down. That was kind of an interesting end cap, in my opinion. He must have drawn something good. That's my only thought process, because if my hand looked like that hand did, if I was afraid of dying, sure, maybe I pop off that Veiling, but He's pushing it. Oh, he's leaving the board. Okay. Perfy is looking to put the pressure on here now. He is deciding to go face. He's got another one.
We're going to see. If I don't see a Lightweavers here, I'm going to be with you. I'll be shocked if we hit the first in cap if I don't see a Lightweavers here.
Because honestly, I'm like, yeah, please. Perfy, get rid of my cards. Let's see. Okay. Another Sirocco. Ooh, another in cap.
Well,
okay, so I can tell you the reason he did it was because he drew the second in cap. He wanted to bait Perfy into feeling safe about an in cap hitting the bin and having another one for a later turn. But unfortunately, Regal number 2, game 1 Regals. You hate to see it. Okay, there's a slice and dice. We're not that scared of slice and dice at this point. It's going to take a slice and dice plus something else to really put the fear into Perfy. But I guess it is representing 15 damage. Then we've got 8, 19. That is quite a bit of damage you can push it. I mean, that plus Lightweaver's backup here actually just wins the game. So it's a little scarier than I initially thought, which I know Perfy's thinking about at this point. And he saw
even off a double flared, we're still 5 damage short at the moment. So
yes. Okay, what do we got? 2 to the top? 2 to the top, 1 to the bottom? Okay. Another ASIN. And this is the whole like draw, right? To Wind Assassin is you have this other option in your deck to win the game. You're not just stuck on like the classic Serene Luxem, right? We're getting into our late game. We're putting a bunch of Luxem cards down, forcing our opponent's hand down, and then killing them with, double Lightweaver's Salt. Or if we're in a really advantageous situation, like striking Illuminance into double Lightweavers or single Lightweavers White. So those are how we're killing in a traditional Fire Serene Luxem. But this Wind mid-range-esque list that has much more built into drawing cards, getting your influence up, it beats down incredibly well and efficiently. And now we're about to see the Sirocco was already out there, already drew a card. We get this ASIN out, potentially pick it back up, and continue to dig for that Lightweavers.
And not to mention, we just saw the materialization of the Poison Dagger, of all things here. So that means even now, the board is even more threatening, where getting into double hit off Slice and Dice and possibly having to deal with 2 ASINs onto next turn, because not many ways without using the Flared are we going to clear both of those.
Yeah, okay, another reprogram. I think this is basically all the reprograms. And the cool thing about reprogram in this situation is it actually just kills Sirocco Operative because it's an automaton. And because of that, it gets 2 debuff counters if it does hit. We know there's another reclaim. This is forcing a reclaim out of the hand to put more cards down, which is what Perfy kind of wants right here. He wants to force a awkward turn that is more value-based and setting up for that Poison Dagger. I would be very surprised if Perfy doesn't go for the kill on this next turn. Yeah, I mean, he's keeping up a lot of interaction potentially. We know he doesn't have all that much. He just passes, but here we go. Over to Perfy.
We did see keep 1 card off the Fairy Whisperer, so there's a chance either that was another incapped or something else to save us.
Sure. Here we go. We're using that reprogram to bring out this Tome of Sorcery. Really, really cool card in Mage decks that we are starting to see a little uptick of this season, which is super cool.
Listen, we're in Dallas. We see this card every week. We got Hayuka running this thing.
Oh, fair. Yeah, sure. Yeah. When you've got Hayuka there, it is you're gonna see some cards that you didn't think you were gonna see.
You're gonna forget that Mage is even a class besides Merlin until then.
Okay, let's see here. Verucan Acolyte, I think is what that is. I can't see it for sure, but I'm pretty sure. Although it does look like the Warrior of Light, I believe it was a Verucan because that Poison Dagger is now gone.
Yeah, if you squint real hard, you can see it. So if you're squinting out your screen, you should be able to see the card through.
Yeah, easy. And I mean, this is the coolest thing about this card is later on, it becomes a pretty solid beat stick, right? It gets that +3 attack, level 3+, which currently we are level 6 on Merlin here, I believe.
Yeah, if you're a fire deck and you can find a slot for Verucan Acolyte, highly recommend it, especially if you're level 3, because this deals not only with situations like this, great card in Diana. being able to blow up the bow, just say, hey, I'm done with it. It's
Yeah,
pretty
no,
good.
seriously. Okay, this is huge. Um, I believe we saw an ensnaring, and I don't think that was one of the ones that got rid of to that regal, but we're gonna see here. Let's see another reclaim, utilizing all of the floating memory here. Double ace into hand. Let's see if he decides to get rid of the Sirocco here, because I think that would be a very smart play, even though you're missing out on some damage, but you might just want to go really aggressive here. Let's see what happens. Perfy, I've played a lot of games with Perfy as we were teammates for a long time. The correct play there was definitely getting rid of that. The asins in his hand are rotting when they don't have a easy target to pick up. So it makes the turn go much, much deeper into the influence getting put down into memory if there is nothing for an asin to grab.
Are you
Got
telling me
it.
the asin for 7 is worse than asin for 4?
Yeah, it turns out. Turns out 3/4s for 7 aren't as good as you'd think. Blinding Orb here. We're going to get a Resolute Stand out of Perfy's hand, which that's going to protect him from a scary Slice and Dice here. I mean, Slice and Dice isn't that scary in this part, but it still is going to. It basically just bought him another turn.
If we have the Light Weavers, though, we could potentially pressure pretty heavy. There's one of them.
There's one. So here we go. This is going to take up the 7. Oh no, he's going to just kill some board, which is probably. Oh, he went into the. Oh, he went to the Majestic Spirit, I think, or did he go face? Because it is choose, it can get around the Spell Shroud.
Went to face. We did one to face.
Okay, cool. Perfect. I love the word choose. You know what I'm saying? Choose is quite the word.
I think it's also, is Light Weavers a spell or a skill?
It is a skill. So I guess
So
it doesn't matter anyway, right? But regardless, it just gets to choose. Targeting's not a thing. Yep, there's that ensnaring that we know about, right? Let's get rid of that Majestic Spirit. But yeah, here we go.
Yeah, there's double Light Weavers.
And he has a good chunk of cards down. There it is. I'm pretty sure that is enough to close it out. Nice. KB Destro.
No questions there. Just like, all right, Hammy got 10. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, that was awesome. That was beautiful. It wasn't the classic 16 damage, but it turns out when you've got 14 plus influence, you can hit them for 20 plus in one turn. Pretty terrifying. You love to see a double Lightweavers in the recollection or in response to the materialization, either way, of your opponent on their turn. Pretty cool. That's some mad aura points there for KB Destro.
That was now we know what one of those Fairy Whisper triggers likely was with them keeping on top. Likely the Lightweavers, and then probably very quickly during the other one. Gosh. Great way to close out that game. Like,
no,
cool.
Seriously. I mean, the most terrifying card as a Luxem player is that Regal Inquisition, and there was 2 of them that game. The first one he incapped, the second one hit, but didn't get anything really of value, and then was able to he did have the Fairy Whisters, but draw right into those Lightweavers and finish the game in style. Get rid of that Majestic Spirit so the half damage debuff that he had goes away, and he just gets to pump 20 plus damage, 22 damage plus, because I believe Perfy was at 6 there.
Yeah. So yeah, Perfy was at 6 because we did the 1 off of the Lightweavers trigger from reveal. So
let's take a look at these sideboards. I'm going to look at Perfy's list here. He's got a couple of things that could potentially be good here. I don't think something like Crystallized Destiny, Nimue, maybe a Protector at all costs, but that's pretty. I don't know. That seems pretty tight. I like Cheshire Cat here. I like Regal Inquisition. I like Cruxites, and obviously a classic Blanche, right? We love a Blanche. So, those all look pretty good. But what would we take out in here? You know, Topsy Decree can still be incredibly powerful tempo early. Setting your opponent back if they are on that floating memory plan, getting them to basically -2 potentially is very good. Even just ripping a card out of Luxem's hand and getting that influence down. Unfortunately, Wind Luxem has a lot of cards, so you probably won't see that as much. In this matchup, as the Merlin player, you want to have as much late game power as you can. So those are the cards that are looking good to me.
Dropping the Nimue is probably a pretty easy call here as well, because I don't think you're
Yeah.
really doing much in this matchup with the Nimue.
Yeah. I don't think I like that. I'm not a big fan of that. The fluffies, honestly, I'd probably, depending on how much we actually want to bring in. The Nimues are easy ones. Resolute is okay. Obviously, it has some play against specifically Windluxem because they can beat down decently well. But overall, the list is pretty positioned to fight this right out the gates. And with that in mind, it's got 2 Regals in the main, right? It's got all of this turbocharges, unmake dualities, cremation rituals, everything that you need to plus on your way up. And it's got a decent amount of late game too. So maybe there's not as many regalia that you're trying to kill with a Varuk and Acolyte, and something a little more defensive might just be better. Another Regal, bringing in Cruxites to get that Ghost of Pendragon pack. If you would have been able to dig for that last game when that Ghost died, instantly get it back and play it again, that could have been a big tempo swing.
100% agree.
And
yeah,
then
but we're seeing it. Well, back to the game here before we even get
oh my
into the
gosh, yeah,
sideboard
that was
win.
so fast. Yeah.
Just like we already opened up immediately with an unmake, just like last game, and then into Windmill Engineer to draw the cards. So already going up influence very quickly and cycling those cards very, very fast.
I mean, honestly, I shouldn't be surprised. These are 2 veteran players. Sideboarding, they knew exactly what they wanted, what they didn't want in these matchups. These are not decks that they are new to or uncomfortable on, right? They have played these matchups probably 100 plus times each.
Yeah, that was probably, they put the whole sideboard in, shuffled it, took out the cards, and we're like, all right, let's go.
The old smoke screen, easy peasy. So here we go. Lorraine into Sword of Seeking here as well. Nah, didn't have enough influence for that inner Gentle Respite.
Yeah, so both of them did both did unmake. So
he killed his Looking Glass early the turn before. Gosh, I think that's something that a lot of people. I think it's funny because that's a mistake that I've seen a lot. Is forgetting the fact that Inert Sword is in fact
a distortion
weapon.
Listen, don't ever be the person who forgets to put it out at the beginning of the game.
Oh my gosh, please. don't target me like that, bro. It's all right. I still won that one. It's okay. But
you did.
But man, that was tough. That was tough.
Listen, I've already done it in playtesting before where I'm just like, I get it. I'm like, I feel like don't have everything on my board. Why is that? Oh, crap.
Yeah, something feels weird, right? No, I love it. It happens to everybody. And there we go. Swinging in the beat down, baby. Windmill Engineer. 2 damage. It's done its work. Drew, it replaced itself. It's done a little damage. And then it is fodder for the Ace and Protector.
I'm wondering if we're going to see, because that's what, is that 2 floating already in graveyard? I was going to put it, yep. We're not even going to wait. We're just say, yeah, let's get rid of it.
Yep, that's just put everything down. Here we go. Get rid of that. Set the Merlin player back an entire turn.
I think we had General in there and reprogram, so that's,
I think,
honestly, in a weird sense, -2.
He's in a weird situation here because there's a real, he just brings out Tariff. That's what I thought. Just bring out something that he can materialize for free. I guarantee you he was thinking, because he's looking at that Calming Breeze over there, right? Which that is level 1 plus though, correct? When it comes to float. So he still has an opportunity to potentially eat that once he does get into Merlin, if he does it in the next turn cycle before KB is up and able to utilize that for floating. And here we go. Poison Dagger.
And Dagger already coming out.
I didn't know we were watching green FISA. Here it is.
What you didn't see is in the sideboard, actually, we're sitting with a Win Merlin. We actually switched to a Win Merlin Turbo list in the side, so.
All right, Windmill's back. Here we go. Setting up for a big dagger turn, potentially.
Makes me think we have Slice and Dice possibly in hand, but we haven't got any prep yet, so makes me wonder where we're getting it from if we are.
Yep, there's the Tariff. It was popped to this turn, so you got to pay for it. Is he going to pay the other 2? Probably not. It looks like he conveniently is holding up 5+ cards as a Spirit. That'd be crazy if there was an end cap in that hand. So here we go. A creative shock. Did he level up here? What is he doing?
I think we're doing end of turn creative shock and then maybe going for.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. Is that a liminal guide in the yard? I think.
No, I think that was the. I think it's the unmake.
Oh yeah, it's hard to tell. A lot of these cards have similar color schemes now. It is a liminal guide. Okay,
is a liminal guide. All right, cool.
Yeah, I see the little bit purple hat, and I was like, I think it's a liminal guide. Yep, here we go.
Back to Warrior Light.
Yep. Back to Warrior Light. Got to get that health up. It's not much. It's only 2, but it's enough when. Yeah, liminal guide of light. So here we go. Man, I'm telling you what, if Perfy, this would be unfortunate. The game that, if he sided out Resolute Stance here, this beat down Poison Dagger turn. Okay, what do we got here? Is it another creative shock? He's digging. Potentially looking for a dungeon guide or a defensive card here. Here we go. Recollect. Let's see here. Swinging into the windmill. No reclaim, or if there was a reclaim, he just doesn't want to give Merlin the free level right now. Poison Dagger just lurking on the field is one of those cards. As somebody who's played a lot of Poison Dagger, I know that it puts fear in your opponent when it's sitting there. And I know right now Perfy is definitely thinking, okay, how do I survive next turn? Oh, yep. That's how you do it.
Virgin Acolyte's pretty good way to do it.
Yep. Turns out. Nope. Is he gonna?
How do we get out of this situation? Well,
he's eating his own float. Does he have Dungeon Guide here as well? No, he doesn't have Dungeon Guide. Oh, he did get the level 3. He just did that so that he could swing for 3 with the Verucan. Because he got the level 3 bonus once he ate that float, which is great.
Makes sense. Because right now it's like, let them have because like they're not going to be able to use it until next turn anyway, the level. So you're not really getting any value, and there's not much value you're going to get off floating memory in a win deck, right? Without having to go either another level or make a Materializer Regalia.
So we had the glimpse from the on-enter Xander 1, put both to the bottom. And here is a Fairy Whisper. So this already, at the beginning of his turn cycle here, he has dug 5 cards deep, 4 of them to the bottom. What do we see here? A Surveil. 6 cards deep before we draw.
Are we going to see this? Oh.
Going to kill the ace in here, I bet. Yep, get rid of that problem card because he went down to only 2 cards in hand. So he was not able to protect that ace in here. That was a huge defensive play. Never feels good to get rid of a fireball to kill an ally, obviously. But when your life total is dwindling, sometimes you got to do what you got to do.
As well as getting the ace off board means there's a lot of recursion that's not going to be happening from here on out.
Oh, 100%. 3-4 bodies are a real win con in this game. So just having an ace and protector on the field, it puts a clock on you. But he is at 3 prep here too. So I think you were right. I mean, we have to be thinking about this slice and dice here over the next couple turns, yeah?
Oh, for sure. I think with us being probably, I would assume on Perfy's turn, either Dungeon Guide or just hard leveling into 3 is very, very strong possibility for us here. So we'd have the life pool, but still, that's if we can somehow get more prep with the Assassin's Ripper, it's 15 damage we're looking at just in that setup. So we got to assume it's got to be in there.
Yeah, 100%. And we got the Sadi out here. We're not pushing more damage face because we've got that really juicy 3-1 to kill and get our agility 3. Now we're sitting with a full grip on our opponent's turn. I mean, level 1 doesn't have a lot of health, right? 19 health on Xander. And Merlin can level up here and have an even turn. But it looks like we're taking a turn off for backup here. Going to eat the Calming Breeze. Taking the turn off so that he can deal with his opponent's float. I'm not opposed to this. Oopsie. Little new sleeve action right there.
We're drawing it anyways. We're good.
Yeah.
We'll see. We'll see it. We're Merlin. We'll see it.
Oh, for sure. Might as well. Yeah, just let him draw it now. Might as well. It's gonna be there eventually.
We're just shortcutting a turn or two. It's fine. It's
Yeah,
fine.
there's the DG. Man, I love this DG art, by the way. It's a classic. If you are a old head in Grand Archive, this promo goes all the way back to the beginning of the game. Very cool.
I got all 4 of my signed.
Oh, that's awesome. That's so cool.
I picked these up super early in Grand Archive, and then once I met in person, I was like, you know what? I'm getting all these signed. I love these DGs.
Yeah,
They look so good.
I got them when they were like, I don't know, 30, 40 bucks or something like that.
Yeah, they used to be nothing. You could just be
Yeah.
like, people had this promo of like, hey, it's a promo of a game I picked up at a Anime Expo. Like, I don't care. You want them? You're like,
Yeah,
yeah,
please. But anyway, so we're back up here. We're up to 3. We got the ghost.
Drawing the 2.
Pushing the damage face. 5 face. Perfy's moving pretty quick. I think he's got a plan. 6 influence here, which is probably a little lower than you want to be. But let's see here. Is that a Scout the Lands?
Yep, that is the new art from the holiday box.
Very cool. Very cool. Love that. I haven't actually gotten to see one of those yet in person. Very, very, very cool art. I love all the assassin cards that fit into the Tristan theme. We get to bring back that Surveil. I bet you we're going to see it hit. There it is.
Makes me wonder, is Tristan got the most promos?
Ooh, it's got to be Arsana, I think. I think it's got to be Arsana.
Well, yeah, Arsana gets the entire judge set. Never mind. Hold up.
But
wait, Arsana even gets promos that don't even matter to her. She gets sudden steal. Hold on.
Yeah, she gets sudden steal. She's got Peer into mana, right? I think there's an Arsana Peer into mana.
Hold up. There's a pro. I need to talk to somebody. Get Weaves on the line.
Yeah, call him up. Bring him in. Phone a friend. Oh, again, the one of Heavenly Guide doing the Lord's work. That's crazy. You can't, like, the whole reason we play this card, right? Granted, Wind Assassin does dig a lot, right? We saw that one beginning of turn where KB dug literally 6+ cards deep before he drew for turn. So was able to find this Heavenly Guide.
I mean, we see it in Wind Tristan as well. I mean, it's like for Wind, it's like a kind of a staple because you get the option of 1 easy level, and then in some case scenarios like Tristan, or in like the Tristan example, you can kind of do some weird looping with Heavenly Guide, which is pretty nuts.
Sure. So here we go. Passing over with a full grip. We've got the backup charger pop. Is that the Sword of Seeking?
Yep. Sword of Seeking back out.
Sick art. That was the Nats promo for day 2ing last year, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah, very cool. Very cool flex there from Perf.
Turns out this guy plays Grand Archive.
Yeah, he's not just Coach Perfy. This guy also knows how to play the game. Oh, he's pushing.
I mean, part of it is if they have the in-caps, make them use them. Like, you got to play them. Got to play them eventually.
100%. Are we having? He's counting. He's thinking. If he's going to keep up. Yep, he did. Keeping up all of his cards. Definitely some interaction in there. I mean, there's got to be, right?
I would hope so.
Yeah, I know Perfy. He is not a big play incapacitate in your Merlin list type of guy. Because there are a lot of Merlin players, myself included, that likes to include that card. But that doesn't mean that he doesn't have a bunch of kill spells in hand and can push for whatever he may need, right?
Yeah, sometimes it's even the threat of your opponent always has to keep up the in-cap amount for you, just because if you put everything down, why not throw a fireball at you?
Yeah, that flip is terrifying. We're seeing double Lightweaver's Assault and Luxem Sight. It's going to be hard to race.
Heal 3, take 4, or could just straight up just get the Ghostman Dragon off the board. Yeah, pretty rough. No, go on to face too.
Oh, you don't like to see that. You don't like to see that as the Merlin player here.
And it whispers as well.
Gosh, man. Tell you what.
Have we seen probably like at least over 50% of the deck at this point?
We have got to be close, right? He's
Is
got
that another Fairy Whispers too?
Yep, Fairy Whispers into Fairy Whispers. Probably. Oh, just gonna keep that one for a rainy day. You never know when you're gonna have to dig for an answer.
Did we bottom 2 or 1? I think we may have only bottom 1. So it may have.
I couldn't tell for
card.
sure, but yeah. So push a little damage. Let's see here. Perfy, because he understands how much damage can get pushed through, he didn't want to be in that 16 range. But 12 plus 16, 28, he probably was considering fireballing or using one of these ability, like could be a reprogram or something, but something to deal with that Heavenly Guide before it hit to keep him out of that 16 range. But we will see what happens here. And we know he has double Lightweavers. So KB Destro in a commanding position here.
Which even if we have Regal, there's a high odds that Incap is already in hand because I don't think we've seen one this game yet.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he has enough influence to double plus Incap, double Lightweaver's Assault plus Incap, but he's got a lot of cards in his hand. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. One card off of the magic 13 that you need for that combo. Drawn Blade. He did bring in the Cheshire Cats. Those feel a lot worse when you get rid of your Looking Glass on turn 1.
It makes you wonder if we had that and we got Looking Glass and then drew into it.
Yeah, that feels bad. Okay, this is still in
Going for the flared.
Yeah, I mean, he's kind of has to do this, right? He's got to go into the situation where he has to force him to use either go for the kill all in. Okay. A little extra damage. He's got to act like he has some kind of interaction in his hand, even if he doesn't here. Let's see what happens.
I think we are level. I'm surprised we didn't play after that during Recollection. Still play the other one. I think we had enough. So
I think he's trying to, if he has it or if he doesn't have it, I think he's trying to bluff interaction here, so that he doesn't just die to Lightweavers, double Lightweavers. We got a Calming Breeze. Going to stop a little bit of damage. Swinging into the Sadi, I would assume.
Yeah, it looks like forced to put some cards down.
Yeah.
Hopeful remove some of that interaction layer as well as the Lightweavers.
Yeah.
Options. So.
Okay. 3 more into the Heavenly Guide. Oh no. Yeah.
Yep, into the Heavenly Guide.
Yep. Get rid of any of the chip damage that's available. I mean, unfortunately, Perfy's kind of in a do or die situation. What we know what is in KB Destro's hands. There it is. Is the Incap there? Okay.
Sitting on top of the hand, already ready. Like, I know.
It was there. I mean, we were kind of Hail Marrying there. I don't think that Perfy has enough damage to end it here. He's probably dead.
Because we need 11, so even if we had a Fireball and a Flared, I think we're...
That's exacts? Or no. That would be enough, but he only has 4 cards in hand, I think.
Oh, 24?
Yeah. Here we go. Another Regal.
There's the second one. Come on.
Yeah, he had to have both. And he had it, and he just passes, and this is probably the game.
Not even finished. It's not even going to kill him with the...
Yeah, well, right here...
with the Ripper and
he will, because he's just going to reveal, force it down, and then just Lightweavers him here. He just wanted to make sure he knew, hey, I could kill you multiple ways. Oh, he's going to slice and dice. He's going to respond to the slice and dice with double Lightweavers. Oh, Perfy scoops in response. That was a very strong play. Unfortunate there. It looks like KB Destro is going to be taking round 1, 2-0 over Perfy with Wind Assassin Luxem Xander. What a deck. Absolute masterfully played there.
Oh, amazing. And also, I think we saw KB Destro like getting the opening that you want to see both times, where you just
Oh
say,
yeah,
there's one reason I played Looking Glass, and it's not for distortion, my dude. So
yeah. No, that was it was crazy to see. I mean, absolutely everything that he needed there. We saw the unmake dualities. We saw the windmill engineers into reclaims. We saw surveil the winds, getting them back with Xander too, getting to dig deeper. Like I said, Heavenly Guide, both games after Perfy, dungeon guided, crazy. Absolutely. I'm curious. I'm going to pull this up while we're talking a little bit here. If KB plays another Heavenly Guide out of the side, he does not. So it's just the one. We saw the one of right there.
sometimes, listen, sometimes you just have it. You just like that's just
Yeah.
how it goes. You play the
Yeah.
one up, and then you open your hand, and go, yeah, I guess I got it. All right, cool.
I always say, luck is a skill. Luck is a absolute skill when you're playing at this level. So, getting to see two very powerhouse players in round one, absolutely awesome here. Round one here, TCG weekly, man. I'm so excited to be here. Getting this my first game to be that exciting, that like just action packed, haymaker after haymaker. I can't believe that we just saw the slice and dice kill with double Lightweaver backup. Like just
Like
the disrespect, man.
you didn't need to. You didn't have to
No,
do him like that. You didn't have to be
no.
like, hey, guess what, buddy? I'm gonna kill you. You got double light weavers. Nah, not entirely.
He's like, "Oh, you have double regal? That's the only thing that could beat me." I also have two incaps, by the way. Here they are.
Listen, with drawing that many cards, even game one, we saw a lot of draw, but I think game two was just showing you the true power that Wind has in this list with Luxem, where you just like every card in your deck is just like draw a card. Let's look at three, draw a card. Let's look at these next two,
Oh
draw
yeah.
a card. And it's just like, cool. You got to see 90% of your deck, and I saw like the worst half of mine.
As an avid Luxem player, I will tell you that watching that game got me itching a little bit to play some Luxem at my locals. That I tend to not bring that deck against newer players, but whew, I might have to bring Win Luxem.
Listen, it's all right. Let's just come down to Dallas. Bring it down to Dallas. Everybody down here is like
They're
they're
like, yeah,
playing the
dude.
wacky stuff. So
They're like, yeah, let's just stomp. No, man, if I came down to Dallas, I'd bring something way cooler than that.
no, we've had two people pick up Win Luxem in Dallas over this last
Oh,
couple of weeks. So I've seen a lot of this deck and seen what it can do. So it's something that we've had on our radar for a while, and it's
mhm.
as well going into LA. I would not say it's a bad pick if you know how to
No.
play the list. I mean, you have a lot of the deck is fairly consistent across the board, and as well, unlike the fire, I notice I brick a lot less on the Win version than I do the fire. Sometimes I just draw on the fire. I'm like, wow, look, eight Luxem, sweet. Let's
Yeah,
go.
you have so much dig, you have so much glimpse. You get to draw so many cards. Just like every card you play replaces itself, right? So you just dig, 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 sculpt your hand how you want to, get into the late game, and then boom. And that's what we saw. Exactly how KB Destro wrote it up. Got to dig. Even the game where in game one where he had so many just bricks in his hand, right? Once he hit level 3, it didn't really matter because he was still able to play a Fairy Whispers and dig a little deeper, right? It's not a card that you really want to get rid of. As Perfy, who played the Regal, he's like, okay, what cards am I going to get rid of? Obviously, the Luxem. Obviously, any defensive card that I have to deal with, like an Incap. But he doesn't want to get rid of cards like Fairy Whispers because against, when you look at that, when you saw that memory, when you saw what he was holding, oh, wow, all bricks. I want to get rid of the least amount of cards that I can because I know he is going to be hitting absolute heat, right?
Oh
So,
yeah, for sure. And it's something else. If you looking at the deck list, there was no gleaming cuts in that list at all.
no,
So we were super light on the Luxem because we
no,
knew at that point we don't need it.
no, yeah, yeah. I think that Wind Luxem is one of those Luxem lists that honestly plays very little. Usually you'll see gleamings out of the side if they are prepping for like those late game grindy matchups. But I think what we're seeing a lot of right now is cards like or decks like Wind Siryu, decks like Water Aetherwing Diana, right? These aggressive decks that are getting into their combos, if you want to call. Okay, Siryu definitely has some combos. Diana can hit from like so many different angles. It feels like a combo deck sometimes when you're glimpsing 12. So it is you have to be prepared to fight early, which is why we're seeing the Luxem sites, right? And why we're seeing all of this beatdown in the Sadis and Ace and Protectors. And this literally is cut and dry, that SoCal vibe that we've seen so many times from Jet and Peter and all of these guys that just absolutely shred, right? So I love this list. Those guys, it's funny because they've been playing that list since 2024 Taipei when, because they talked to us about it way back. That was when Caben and I took the very first iteration of Wind Tristan to the first ascent that it was seen at, and we both popped with it. They they were like, "Yo, that deck, but we don't like Tristan. We like we like we like Xander. We like." And so they kind of just mixed it up and went for the Luxem late game instead of the Umbra. And man, they stuck to it. And now it got a lot of respect after last Nat season when we got to see them absolutely dominate, right, with that deck. I never thought it was dead. Like coming into the season with Siryu, we're seeing a little bit more Genbu. Shenju's at all. Wind Assassin is like right. It's the main predator. When it
Yeah.
has to come to that deck. So having access to that, and then on top of it, you're just an incredibly versatile deck that is beyond consistent. Right? We got to see it right there. We're seeing one ofs multiple times. Right? Like, come on, you can't write that up better. So it is a deck. It is here to stay. If you weren't respecting Wind Assassin, Luxem Wind Assassin, you should definitely test against it if you are finding your way to Ascent later this month.
Yeah, for sure, because it is a deck list as well. That one other thing as well I want to mention, if you're playing this deck list, is you want to know exactly what the deck is capable of. You want to know what the deck is trying to do, because it's also a deck that you're going to be racing the clock as well. You want to be you don't really want to be thinking about your turns that long, because unfortunately the Wind Assassin will have to take a little bit of time to think about their play, because it's going to have so much influence, like you saw. So you want to make sure when you're playing, you know what your routes are, you know what to do, and you want to make sure as well. One of the big things is know when to cut your losses into that matchup. There are going to be times where you have to be like, they show me 3 sites. I'm an ally-based aggro deck. I'm not killing that. Let's just move on. Let's go next one.
Yeah.
Like I can't grind out 15 minutes. Let's go.
No, 100%. It is definitely a deck that you need to be comfortable on. That is something that I've told a lot of people in coaching that have wanted to dive into Wind Luxem. It is a deck that you need to know your decision trees and you need to know your matchups. So I think you hit that nail on the head. It is terrifying, but I think that if you don't and you are playing it very slow, you're having to think about stuff a little too much. It is just a very hard deck to take to a big 8+ round event, right? You're going to burn through your mental capacity.
Yeah, and Wind Assassin is one of those lists that if you don't, like, as we saw there, something kind of a small nuance is we saw the Fairy Whisper played, and most of us, if we draw another Fairy Whispers, we even you called it, just hey, play another Fairy Whispers. If something is also having that like resolve of knowing where you are in a game state and saying, no, I need to hold this just in case I need to dig into something else. Because I know I'm going to draw a card. I liked both the cards I saw, so instead of just like running it out and being like, it's a free replacement. If you already know you're drawing, just hold on to it. Like play
exactly.
You think every card is in there for a reason. That's the big thing.
For sure. And I mean, we saw it perfectly in game 1. He knew he got regaled and Perfy didn't hit the Fairy Whispers, right? Because it's not a good hit. It's not what you want to be hitting in that situation. And so knowing that and being like, wait, okay, let me hold on to this just in case I get regaled and can't get through it. Because he doesn't know. These are not open deck lists, correct? So they do not know each other's deck lists like we can see them. So might have been thinking, okay, maybe Perfy's on Incapacitate. Maybe, on some kind of effect like that. So having to play around that, knowing, okay, if he does find a way to get a regal off on me, I want to have a way to dig deeper to find my end game, right? To find my period on the sentence that is this game and ending it 2-0. So KB Destro, masterfully played. If you guys are trying to get into Wind Luxem there, you should rewatch that match. Maybe shoot him a message because the dude just played out of his mind. Very, very.
Yeah, that was absolutely. That was a masterclass of how to play that deck. It was, and not to mention, Perfy played Merlin correctly. Perfy played every route correctly. It was just unfortunate that at that point, Destro had the influence. Destro knew exactly what he needed in that situation, and was essentially Perfy was unfortunately running into a brick wall and hoping to bust through. And unfortunately, Destro on the other side is like, nah, I'm reinforcing this wall.
Yeah,
you ain't getting through.
That matchup has never been good either. It has never been a great matchup from the Merlin player, and this variant is a little less aggressive. It doesn't get as much damage on the ground right out the gates and pressure. So it's when you're not softening up your opponent with that chip damage early, I think it's crazy because all of these 1/3s and 2/3s with like 3 of hearts and things like that, liminal guide, Dungeon Guide, right? People don't think, they're like, oh man, okay, 1 damage, let it stay. I don't want to waste damage pushing into that, but it adds up like crazy. And in a deck like Merlin that is looking to get you to a position where you are soft enough to die to double fireball or something along that line, uh, every single damage matters. And unfortunately, Luxem does like to heal a little bit. So there's even more that has to be done, right?
Yeah. Oh, for sure, for sure. And it's one of those things as well as like I like this new Merlin build. I'm liking this, like, especially with going into the meta that you're expecting to see. I like it. But man, if I'm gonna see more and more of these win Luxem, it makes me almost want to take Merlin. If I'm going to be back on Merlin, start putting in the 4 of cats, going with the
Mm-hmm.
super heavy early game aggressive. Because that's one thing is if you're maybe looking at home saying like, yo, this deck looks unbeatable. Like, how do I make it through Wind Assassin? One of the best things you can do with them is you got to pressure them. You
Yep.
you can't take your foot off the gas. As we said that early on, as we saw Perfy putting his foot on the gas early. Same approach into this matchup is if you have an ally, turn it sideways into him. You'd be
Yep.
surprised at how much just turning something sideways, playing another dude, turning it sideways affects that list. Even if it's 1 or 2 damage, that's still over 5 or 6 turns they normally want. They can't realistically take 5 damage a turn over that
Yeah.
many times. They have to answer it. And if they're playing cards, well, their influence is now below that magic 13 that we don't want it to be at. So
Exactly. No, that's perfect. Pressure them, right? Push, push, push. That's what this deck has a hard time against, is when they have to go onto the back foot and are forced to level up to 3 for not only life, but potentially for the heals that you can get off Luxem site, right? And now their influence is 5, 6, and now you're like, okay, cool, you're not killing me anytime soon, right? So
yeah,
watch out for that 15 damage swing with Assassin's Ripper. If you have 15 life, defend yourself, because that is something that this deck does really well. I can't tell you how many games I have seen end because a player was saying, okay, they're on Spirit. I know that they have a couple of prep already, or maybe they're level 1, they have a little bit of prep. Oh, wait, they just brought out Assassin Ripper and then dungeon guided up to get the prep that they needed to slice and dice me. Oh, never mind. This kind of stinks. I don't think I can get through that. I just died, right? So look out for that. Pressure them, because we want to get them into a situation where 1 fireball is going to kill them, right? Not having to land 2 for a big hit, because forcing those in caps out. But if you are seeing this at your locals and you are a Merlin player, I will tell you right now, the fireball you need in your deck is Sudden Steal. Sudden
yeah.
Steal is a card that in cap isn't going to stop. So we want to have those and able to push it. I'm a big I love Prismatic Merlin. It is a deck that I probably have played more reps of that deck than any other deck in the game, and that is the kind of Merlin deck, an aggressive Prismatic Merlin with sudden steals in the deck. That is the kind of Merlin I would want to be playing if I was fighting a bunch of Luxems.
Yeah. And not to mention, I think if you're still want to run distortion, like which I think is, well, that sword is really good. Do not underestimate the value of Cheshire Cats. Even if you run a 4 of in your list and you're like, well, sometimes I draw 2 of them, just put one
Leave them.
down. Just banish it. Like, cool.
Leave them.
They are I would say, I think they're probably the best ally in the game right now.
It's in the
I
argument.
believe.
It's in the argument
Like
100%. She is an absolute house. Turns out that 3/3 Spell Shroud Stealthers are pretty solid.
turns out been very, very hard to deal with.
Yeah. And I mean, we're seeing even like, you're seeing how terrifying she is in decks like Water Aetherwing right now, where they're playing Palver Sword and Inner and things like that, right? So you're turning sometimes 4+ damage on this cat, and then at the same time, you're able to pop it and utilize its secondary effect. Not, like it's like sack this and copy a distortion effect like that and get your um dude, that card is just absurd. The amount of utility that it has. Um you should play it
It's
if you
nut.
have
It's
it.
nutty. It is nutty. It is. Like, there's never been a point where, like, when that card gets played, then I have to think about my damage. And they're like, well, they've got a nerd sword, so that's 3 damage. But they haven't made boots yet, and I know they're Diana. So if they make boots, that's 4 more damage that cat's doing. So that cat's already a threat of 7 damage, like 7 damage. And they're like, oh, Power Sword, though. Okay, never mind. Now it's.
No, it's a terrifying card. Like, it is beatable. And hey, we were talking about how powerful cards like Dream Fairy are, right? I wanted to talk about this, but we went right into the game. We allies that have on enter abilities that are very powerful, like Baby Green Slime, right? This is an ally that can target Regalia, Spell Shroud Regalia, right? And get rid of it for a turn and suppress it because it's not a spell, right? As an ally, Dream Fairy has that same beautiful text on it that allows it to target things like Shenju's. If your Siryu opponent decides to bring out a Siryu before they hit level 3 for some reason, or your Genbu opponent is in that kind of situation, well, now they can't use their level 2 lineage release, and your Dream Fairy just says delete target Shenju. So
Yeah.
pretty
I
good
mean,
there.
I won't lie. I've done it where they've had to flip the Shenju early, and I went, "Hey, Dream Fairy," and they're like, yeah, I'm gonna release," and I'm like, "Cool, I'm gonna reclaim Dream Fairy, and I'm gonna play Dream Fairy again. Is that good?" And they're like,
Yeah.
"Yeah, it's cool. Game 2. Let's do
Yep.
it."
It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Allies with these abilities, very powerful. We was there any Dream Fairies in that list? I didn't get a chance to see if they played it.
Yeah, he played it game 1,
Oh, you're
game
right. He
2
got
on the
rid of
dot on
the ghost,
yeah.
right? He hit the ghost with it. But
Yeah, and then it got nuked by the creative shock, which I
yep.
almost always forget the creative shock has the text do 2 damage because I see it so little now.
I think that is something that like really, really gets people a lot because they go, as somebody who's played a lot of Merlin, I can't tell you how many times I go, okay, they have a 2 health ally on the board, and I go, cool, creative shock, and they go, yeah, that's fine. I was like, are you sure? And they go, yep. I'm like, okay, cool, you got it. I'm gonna draw and discard this fire, kill that. And they're like, wait, I'm gonna use this defensive card. I'm like, nope. Once creative
Nope,
shock
sorry.
is resolving, sorry, man, it's too
Good luck.
late. Yep.
Yeah. I mean, it is something that as well that it was like I forget about. And it's also I've seen it as well where the opponent is just like Crystalline Destiny to stop this big hit, and they go creative shock, and they're like, yeah, sure, why? Okay, yeah, sure. And they go, yeah, I'll pitch a fire card, I'll pop it. Is it
Yeah.
good? And you're like,
Oh.
yeah, I guess I'll take your fireball for 8. I'm dead. Sweet. Cool.
It turns out.
Scoop, let's
So
go.
so before we move on and end round 1 going into round 2, I have a question for you. I know you guys have a lot of really cool stuff down there in Texas getting played. Is there anything like super unique and cool that people might want to check out from what you're seeing down there?
There's a couple of things. I know if anybody if anybody knows Mr. Mishida from the Discord, I think he might be GG Gawain on there as well. He's been messing around for a very long time with he loves Kongming, has always been a big fan of Kongming, but loves water. He's been messing around with a water allies list forever now. Doing this, and I think with a couple of the new cards that have coming out, as well as kind of some refinements he'd made on top of kind of what the Fractal players have been doing, he's got a list that's pretty terrifying. Let me just say, Bubble Mage is
Oh my
actually
gosh.
a pretty terrifying card.
What a terrifying card.
On top of, I didn't realize how they played it to me. And let's just say, Bubble Mage says +1 damage for water cards. That means Burst Asunder does count. Let me just say that.
It does. Terrifying. Terrifying.
So we have that, and of course we have the tried and true. It's not really keep secret anymore since his run. I believe it was Ascent Niagara, but of course Hayuka with the Win Rai just out of nowhere. Just
gosh, you had to bring that up too, man. The man murdered me in my winning in for day 2.
he's cooking. He's cooking on Rai, and it's just like, and that's when we joke around. It's like we're getting ready for the Texas meta, and we're like, "Why are you playing this card?" I'm like, I had to. It's a very good card, tech into Rai," and they're like, "You're seeing a Rai?" And I'm like, you don't know, dude. It'll be my top 4 cut, and it's gonna be against Yuka. And I'm like, right, bring it in.
That's how it happens, man. It's always there. Yeah, it's good. Well, hey, chat, thank you guys so much hanging out in round 1. We'll be right back with round 2. Thank you guys. See you soon.
See you in a bit.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, wherever you guys are in the world. Welcome back to the SPP stream of the TCG NA Online League. I am here, Trading Post Terry, with my good friend Jim the Eternal. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great, man. I love the practiced podcast intro. That's so good.
Hey, I've done it a few times, all right?
Yeah,
I
sounds like it.
Before we get into it, I just want to remind everybody, this is such an incredible event that is available to you guys. If you don't have a locals to play at or you just want more practice, every Thursday night for free, you can join in. The Discord link is below. And don't forget, we are always streaming here at Supreme Balance Production, Serene Balance Production. Sorry, kind of put it all together. Don't forget to like and subscribe because, man, these streams are so fun to do from our side, and I hope you guys enjoy the gameplay as much as we do. So anyway, Jim, I haven't heard from you in a while, man. How you been?
Oh man, I'm really excited. I've got a set LA coming up, so I'm starting to like get in the swing of practice for that. I won a store champ, so I'm pretty proud of that.
Yeah.
You know,
Oh,
feeling good about
congrats.
myself there.
What were you
And
playing?
I managed to cast. I was doing commentary for the NorCal Regionals, which was a great stream.
I
Me and
saw
Mark from
that.
Solo Games did
Yeah,
that
you
the whole
guys
round.
killed it.
Oh yeah, it was a good time. It was a really good time.
What did you play for your store champ, by the way? What'd you win with?
I won with fractals actually, and I think this yeah, sure. But I think this
No, no,
reflects
no.
less on me and more my last two matches were both into Genbu. So, you know, shout outs to the NorCal meta. I feel really good about how that went.
No, for sure. I mean, as somebody who's played a lot of fractals, that is where I would want to be in the last two rounds of a store championship. So.
Right?
But that's awesome, man. Round one, we had two veteran players here
Ooh,
playing some awesome decks. Today, for round two, we've got Ambition on Fire Slimes.
I love fire slimes. I'm so ready for this.
Oh my gosh. And then we've got Tony on Windsheen Merlin. Okay, wait. This is a matchup. I am excited to see this one. I love when we get to see some decks that just aren't the norm, right? They're a little different.
Yeah.
These are decks that have a little more pizzazz to them, right? We've seen Fire Slimes. It's not a new deck. It's been around.
Mhm.
And this list looks super consistent. It's got a lot of 4-ofs in it. Obviously, we're on Spirit of Fire, so we're not on that Slime Spirit. We're not going to be utilizing Slime's Blessing or all of those cards that are going to be the other element colors, right? We are strictly looking for getting our influence up with cards like Cremation Ritual, getting access to Creative Shock. That is what we are looking to utilize instead of just having the full utility suite of the elements, right?
Yeah, I'm so glad you called that out because that is exactly the difference between the decks. The utility of having all of the extra cards versus the sort of dedicated focus of
Mm.
like, okay, I am building up influence, I am going to 3, and I'm not gonna let anything get in my way. It's just like the fire mentality of just I have a game plan and I'm bulling forward with it.
Yeah, 100%. And then I am so excited to see a Sheen Merlin because personally, I have not gotten to see a lot of this deck actually played in a competitive setting. Have you seen this deck a little bit more than me? Like, can you give me
I've
the
seen
insight?
I'm not sure that I do. I've seen Water Merlin a fair amount,
Sure, sure.
and Wind Merlin. I kind of feel like it's going to be sort of this more, just sight unseen without looking at the decks too closely. Like I would expect a more ally focused list. I would
Sure.
expect a more utility focused list. So I'm really excited to see kind of what people are cooking here.
Yeah, I mean, we know that we were just, me and NEETfull were just talking about it. One of the most terrifying decks ever in this meta or in any meta is going to be that mid-range wind assassin, right? Where you've got
Sure.
Tristan, Xander, now we have Merlin, right? And now we get into Crux. I can't tell you how good it feels when you go Shadow Reaver as Tristan and you hit a Ghost of Pendragon. What happens if we just get to play it in our deck, right?
Right? Yeah, I mean, looking at this list, looking at kind of the wind stuff that it's doing, along with sort of the assassin stuff that it's doing, you feel about like the mid game that Tristan brings to the table, right?
Hmm.
The kind of mid range gameplay that it can put out before it goes to Umbra, before it starts trying to Shadow Strike you, and it really has a lot of control of the board. It has a lot of utility animals, or allies rather, and it has a lot of like tricky kind of gameplay to sort of keep that kind of control. And
Yeah.
then, like you were saying, you put that Crux top end on top of it, and it's like Wind Allies Lorraine, except you have all of the assassin tricks available to you. And that sounds beautiful to me.
No, yeah, and we're going to jump right into it. It looks like our Sylvie player is going to be going first. Spirit of Fire, there it is. No slimes. It's still, I'm gonna be honest, I've been doing it a lot. I've played a lot of GA with the new rule change with spirits, but watching it still is funny to me when both spirits come out together.
Yeah, honestly, I love it. Like, I
Mm,
really think this is a great change. This is
agreed.
the kind of thing that you dial into over time for a game. But yeah, I think it's working out pretty well.
100%. Classic Force Cake here. I love that new art as well. Anything that's got Sylvie on it is just an absolute crowd favorite, right? And this promo, this full
Mhm.
art Sylvie is super, super cool.
I mean, she is loved by all. It's in the
Oh,
name. There's
amen.
nothing you could do about it.
Oh man, I love it. The puns are too good.
hmm So Forest Cake on the board, and not a lot else happening for a Slimes player. I'd almost expect something else to come down here, but I could just as easily see holding back, waiting for the opportunity to get, say, a baby red slime on the board next turn with the Sylvie buff. So we'll see if
Yeah.
anything happens here, but like a pass here is probably pretty likely.
I like this. I think ideally, right? We got to put the two cards that we're okay leveling up if that's what we decide to do, right?
Hmm.
And we get rid of one, and maybe in response we can do something like a creative shock ditch a liminal. But here we are. We've got a windmill engineer. Wait, was that a non-imbued windmill engineer?
I think it is the Windbless Lookout.
Oh, there it is. It
Oh
is
no,
an
okay,
imbued.
my mistake, my mistake.
No,
Yeah,
you're good.
non-imbued would be crazy.
I was very confused. So here we go. What card do we got there? That looks like a fun Merlin card that not a lot of people know.
Yeah, is that Crystal Vein Awakening, I think, going down into the memory?
Yeah, I want to say that's what we were looking at. I think it was
Yeah.
two of them too.
Okay, well, it looks like they both have level up plans here.
Yep. Okay, here we go. We're going up. Get rid of that lustrous slime.
Sure. Not a big deal at the moment, something that he might want later on, but for now, looking okay.
Yep. Here we go. Yeah, like I would assume as the Fire Sylvie player here against Wind Assassin, that is also going to be trying to get that influence up, trying to grind into the mid and into the late game, just keep their advantage by being able to hold up a ton of interaction. You kind of got to fight back with that, unless you have a very aggressive start. But okay, wait. Okay,
Ooh.
that is maybe an aggressive start. Let's see what happens here.
Yeah, so coming in as a 3-2, this baby red, and potentially the Forest Cake making it a 4-3 is a really bold claim about where Ambition wants to be on this board. A lot of the time, Sylvie kind of disregards the board early on, but I don't know that you can do that against Wind Assassin. I don't know that you can let them have their own way in the first couple of turns. So I
Yeah.
actually really, really like this. This is something that's going to threaten an ASIN. This is a very cool card.
No, for sure. And this is exactly last game we talked about it. How are you going to beat these Wind Assassin mid-range lists that are just going to outvalue you as we go? Oh, Liminal Guide in the Yard. That's what I mean. That's a great hit. But you have to pressure them. You have to soften them up so that it's easier to finish them off once they get into their late game.
Absolutely. And I would love to see Ambition holding back like a slime eruption to do a little bit of protection for this baby red. But we'll see what his choices are. Because again, the most important thing for Slimes is getting to that level 3. You can kind of play around at these early levels. He definitely wants to get his value out of stuff like the Liminal Guide. So baby red is a great play here, but he doesn't want to spend too much time fighting the board. He really wants to get to level 3 and start getting his advanced element Slimes out.
Yes. That is where all the power comes in with these slimes. But this baby red is doing its biggest and best impression of being a big late game slime right here.
Yeah, absolutely. Nothing baby about this red slime.
No.
And there is the reclaim, kind of as expected, right? This is probably the reason Ambition didn't attack into the Windmill Engineer. If he could have cleared that Engineer, that would have been great. But, like, they always have the reclaim.
Oh, they always got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just assume it's in their hand. It's always glued to these players' hands. So push the damage face. Let them use it anyway if they want to. We've got the Fairy Whispers here, still in rec before we start our turn. This is one of those very powerful things that Wind Assassin gets to do. They just get so much card selection going into every turn. So many cards that just get the glimpse and dig deeper and find what you're looking for. There it is, that ASIN you were talking about.
Yeah, Tony's feeling threatened. Tony does not like this red slime. But we are seeing the level up to the level 1 of Sheen Merlin here. Merlin Memorite Vassal. and she comes in with her mastery, and she comes in with her Memorite Blade, I believe.
Yeah, Memorite Blade token if you pay 2. Yep.
And here we go. Oh, this is the thing, the Crystal Vein Awakening.
Crystal Vein Awakening. We're actually seeing it. This is sweet. So Imbue 2, this is a slow action assassin spell for 2. Summon a Memorite Obelith token with a Sheen counter on it. If Crystal Vein Awakening is imbued, put an additional Sheen counter on that token. So this thing is coming in, this Memorite Obelith, with 2 Sheen tokens on it, yeah?
So this is a 2 reserve 2/3 on top of the Sheen interactions for Merlin. This card seems busted.
Wow.
Busted?
Yeah.
Seems busted.
Yeah, this is pretty strong. This is doing their best Wind Allies impression right here, right? Getting some powerful
absolutely.
units out here.
Oh, and it's a spell, so it even triggers the Memorite Blade. Now the blade is active, which means that Tony's representing 3 power on this board. That's enough to knock out a slime.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we always knew. I think Ambition always knew that this slime was not long for this world.
Sure.
But it's always a bummer to see it happen with such efficiency, right? Getting able to use the weapon off of a 2 reserve 2/3. Tony did not put a lot of effort into this, and Ambition really wants Tony to be putting effort into things that are not getting to Crux.
100%. And I mean, I still understand it. I still respect the baby red, because if it does live, if it does make it another turn, I mean, wow, the win percentage goes through the roof, right, for the Sylvie, because you're putting so much pressure on. But it looks like we're back here. We've got Windmill, round 2 Electric Boogaloo here, showing a Stifling Trap,
and
another
Crystal Vein Awakening.
Yeah, gosh. And there we go.
Yeah, Stifling Trap is not something that Ambition wants to see. That's going to be standing over his head for the rest of the game.
Gosh. Yeah, that is the one guy that you really don't want to see if you're the Slimes player here.
Tony kind of forcefully, like really sort of forcefully is not the word I'm looking for. Anyway, decidedly took back the board this turn.
Yeah, that was a good swing. That was a great turn, and exactly what we talked about, what we think the Sylvie player has to do in this situation, especially after losing that baby red. We got to get our influence up. We have to continue everything that they are doing. Everything that Tony is doing is basically replacing itself in some way, and that value is going to continuously add up. So we need the Sylvie. As the Sylvie player, we need to keep our influence healthy so that we can continue to fight back.
Yep, and this Resonance Bauble makes a lot of sense in that kind of context. You know, I think a lot of the time you would see like a backup charger in this situation, but having the Resonance Bauble handy seems like a great choice here. You know, that really says something about what Ambition was expecting to face.
For sure. Yeah. The poor man's GCR in the right matchup. You love to see it.
So getting a little bit of influence, not ready to go to level 2 yet. I think not ready to take that loss. Because, you know, if you have a beast or animal on the board, going to level 2 is a lot more attractive, but it's not something that Ambition can put off for too long. So I'm really interested to see like what kind of play he's going to make here. Is he going to take back the board? Is he going to fight for it? Because that's what this play reads like to me. That says like, I'm going to put something out. I'm going to challenge you on the board. I'm not going to let you have your own way here. And I'm willing to take a turn off of leveling to do it.
Oh, 100%. And we got to see a pretty cool interaction here that maybe not a lot of people are familiar with if you haven't played against this Merlin. I believe it's whenever you recollect, 3 or more cards?
I think for every 3.
For every 3 cards, you have to put a Sheen counter onto a unit you control. And because the only unit controlled on the field at that time was Sylvie's going to get it put on her. That's what that dice is representing there. And let me tell you what, Merlin does a lot of stuff with Sheen counters. We can't even start to explain all the different things that could potentially happen with that here.
Yeah, there's so many different cards that trigger off of like Sheen 4, Sheen 6, Sheen 8, Sheen 18, Sheen 36, whatever. There's
I think the big one that you might see with this aggressive start is just the Merlin bonus, the second half of the mastery, where your champion has on champion hit, you may move all Sheen counters on the hit champion to your Fractured Memories. When 3 or more counters are moved this way, deal 3 damage to that champion. So maybe just push in a little bit of burst damage with a strong ally beatdown. I guess we'll see.
I could see that. Speaking of ally beatdown, Ambition dropping the Kind Beast Caller here, fetching one of the advanced element slimes for his deck. I wasn't quite sure if it was Storm Slime or the Ethereal Slime, but one of the good ones for sure. And coming in and dealing with that Windmill Engineer. No Reclaim this time.
Yeah,
But definitely a little bit of impact on the board. Just saying, all right, well, you can't have everything here. I'm going to give you something to interact with, and I want my hand to be better.
for
That's
sure.
respectable.
Yeah, yeah. And Kind Beast Caller did its job, right? We dealt with something on the field, it replaced itself, and it's probably going to eat an attack from this token. We will see. Here we
Oh, this
go.
is such a rough position to be in. But we have the Creative Shot coming. Okay, so the Thurible coming up from Tony, putting paid to all of Ambition's cards in his graveyard, which the Slimes I think he's not too worried about banishing, but he definitely want to keep that Liminal Guide. And he is playing a Creative Shock so that he can pitch something useless in order to have an extra card in his graveyard to throw away to that Thurible, because it was
Yes.
exactly 3 before the Thurible was played. Very nice play, very smart.
Oh, yeah. And Tony put him on, hey, you better have it. You better have the creative. Because if you don't, I'm going to eat that liminal guide and you're not going to get to utilize it, right? Looks like that Obelisk did, in fact, swing into that Beast Caller. And what do you know? There's another one.
You can't stop them. The Windmill Engineers, they're everywhere.
Always here, replacing themselves, digging deeper into the deck.
Yeah, it almost feels like anytime a Windmill Engineer dies, it's because there's another one waiting in the wings.
Yeah. That is directly nail on the head. I think that usually if they let you kill it, you're like, okay, well, they got another one. Here it comes.
Yeah.
And it's also perfect fodder for that Ace and Protector that we saw earlier.
Right. Yeah, and this is really an oppressive board on Tony's side. We have that 2/3 Memorite Obelisk that when it dies will give its sheen back to Merlin. And we have this 3/4 Ace and Protector, which I don't have to be the one to tell you. 4 is such a massive amount of life. 4 is such a wall to overcome. And I think that's actually going to survive until we see Ambition hit level 3. I don't think he's going to be able to do anything about that. I don't think he's in a good position for it.
No, it's scary. And unfortunately here, there's two things happening. We're in a weird situation where we don't really want to level up into Sylvie 2 because we're not getting any value because we don't have any animals or beasts on the field. But because we don't, we have 6 cards in our memory. So when we recollect, we're going to have to put 2 Sheen counters onto Sylvie here, which does turn on that take 3 extra damage if you get on champion hit effect from Merlin, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And Sylvie only being at 19 health right now on level 1, the 6 damage counters don't look like too scary, but with those extra 3 Sheen, that's a lot of damage on the board right now. You have 3 from the Acid, you have 2 from the Obelisk, you have 1 from the Sword, and then another 3 from pulling that Sheen over. That is quick math.
Yeah.
9 damage already?
That will end a game quickly. So
yeah, absolutely.
Here comes the Baby Red.
Baby Red, a great choice here. Filling up that graveyard. I mean, this is really what Ambition needs to do, is get enough stuff in his graveyard that he can use it once he hits that level 3, or use it for fodder in order to get up to that level 3. Getting some floating memory in there is going to make his way easier. But he's been spending a lot of time at level 1. And as someone who has played some slimes, that's always a red flag for me. That's always worrisome.
Yeah, you do not want to be sitting here for multiple turns in a row when all of your power comes from the late game.
Oh, and there is the Stifling Trap.
Yeah, okay.
That is very early for a Stifling Trap.
Yeah, using it in response to the on attack to stop from taking a bunch of damage, letting it resolve before damage happens. Maybe he was swinging to kill the Obelisk token or potentially put some damage into that ASIN.
Yeah, to save the Obelisk actually makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, it's very aggressive, but I think that because of that, we are seeing this, hey, I'm trying to end the game here before you can stabilize. I think that's what Tony just said there with that stifling.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely not letting Ambition have the board ever. He will never get value out of his level 2. That is, Tony is drawing a hard line here and saying absolutely not will you draw cards off of your level 2.
Yeah, you're going to have to minus to get this, to make this happen, or have the floating, right?
But Fluffy Shop keep coming down. A solid attempt to try and keep some sort of animal alive for the turn. I don't think it'll work. There's really a lot of damage on Tony's side of the board.
Yeah.
But it's an admirable attempt.
It looks
Yeah.
like he was able to get rid of some of these baubles that are dead in this matchup, though, to draw another card into memory, replace itself.
Mhm.
But man, I'm telling you, it doesn't seem like a lot. And just play, it's kind of strange that just by playing the game, you kind of fall right into an aggressive Merlin's game plan. You fall right into their
Yeah.
trap, and you have to
Yeah.
put these sheen counters repeatedly on yourself. Let's see what happens here. Let's see if we are going to get that push. Oh, we're making another Obelith here.
Ooh. Yeah, the Crystal Vein. God, 2 reserve, 2 threes. What a world we live in.
Oh man. 3 drop 2 threes, eat your heart out. This is where the power really is here.
So another 2 damage coming in. We can expect another 4 damage coming in when Merlin swings with the dagger here. Center of Restful Peace coming in for the material phase. So Ambition's not even going to be able to use his float in order to level up. This is really looking stacked in Tony's favor right now.
Yeah, this is exactly where Tony wants to be. Let's see if he's going to use the on. Yep, there it is. The extra 3.
So that's a couple more sheen onto the fractured memory. Is this the first sheen that he's actually pulled on?
Yeah, that was the first one he's pulled off. So let's see what happens here. Looks like we're going to have a level up. Can't wait any longer.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. You only have so much time.
Yeah. Okay, we got the ends. Let's see here. What are we getting rid of? Oh, a Taunter, which there was a world where that might have come up, but I guess we'll see here.
Yep. It kind of makes me wonder if all of this was less about the board and more about trying to find a dungeon guide, going
Yeah.
to 2 and then being able to DG to 3, so just taking his time because he wasn't getting the value, but also he didn't have the engine piece to move on.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's exactly what was happening. Needing a little bit of push, trying to get there with the most healthy amount of cards in your hand, the best influence you can. But
Yeah, being able to double spell on your
Yes.
your turn, the turn you level up to 3, right? Being able to play the free slime and then still have enough influence left over to play another slime is probably the best way that Ambition has to fight against the kind of overwhelming board that Tony has right now.
yeah, well, here we go. Here's the dungeon guide. We saw one stifling trap. Does Tony have a second one?
Oh, this would be the perfect time to do it too. Yeah, a stifling trap I think absolutely just closes the game out.
It's a big moment.
Looking like no. Looking like we're gonna see level 3.
Yeah, here we go.
All right,
It
bring on
is
the
happening.
slimes.
Okay, here we go. We're gonna get ourselves Sylvie Slime Sovereign, one of my favorite arts in the entire game.
Please don't fail to find.
Please. Please don't do it. Please. This is a local, so
Yeah,
there is a little bit more
yeah.
on the line than a normal locals at what at 1-0. Going 4-0 here, you're able to take a box home with you. So
Right.
a little more on
But
the
it's
line.
not an ascent, it's in theory it's
Exactly.
still a friendly match.
For sure.
Yeah.
But hoping that they notice here, or they might try to play a slime.
So what's gonna happen here?
Let's see. Hopefully they remember here. Okay, that's good.
Okay.
I mean,
okay. And this is
there
this
it
is,
is.
in a friendly environment, this is what you do. It's like, oh no, you're supposed to be level 3, bring out your level 3.
Yes, 100%. And
Keep playing
also,
the game.
nothing had happened yet either. So like we were
Mhm.
kind of still in that range. It's easy to go back and fix that state.
Absolutely.
Okay, Verdant Slime.
This is a neat start.
Let's see.
I actually kind of like this as a way to clear up the sensor.
Oh, I honestly, yep, there it is. Blow it up. Get yourself in a situation where you can hopefully utilize a little bit of what you got going on there.
Because it's interesting because the difference between a 4/4 taunt and a 6/6 taunt is not a whole lot.
No, yeah. It does the same.
Yeah. And this is a taunter, which is kind of important for, Ambition's life choices here.
And there he is, the slime that everybody loves.
Mm-hmm.
Not one person hates this slime. No one has ever hated Storm Slime. It is too cute.
I think that's accurate. I think everybody loves Storm Slime.
Everybody loves Storm Slime.
Just like Sylvie.
Yeah.
Storm Slime loved by all.
Yeah, dude.
I don't think there's that many slimes in the banish at the moment. It sounded like maybe 3 or 4.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a little bit of fight for board here. Maybe pop a token. Is that did he pop the Ace of Protector, swing into the other token?
Oh, I like this. Yeah, okay. So he's saying that if you want to clear my board, you're going to have to fight through a 4/4 and you're going to have to work for it.
I like this. This was a very strong turn for Ambition here.
Yeah, and the level 3 turn always is, right? This is the real power of the slime deck. This is why you play this deck. It's not because you get to play a 4/3 baby red slime. It's because you get to play a 4/4 or a 6/6 verdant slime. It's because you get to play a storm slime and just shoot spell damage at whatever you want.
Yeah.
This is really the point of the deck.
And I mean, honestly, flexing the versatility, right? Like verdant slime is a slime that you don't see in every slimes list. It is one that sometimes makes its way to the sideboard or sometimes doesn't even make it on the list, but it is a taunter to help against the aggressive meta we're seeing. And, if you are going to play it as your first slime, regardless, it gets to come in as a 4/4, even if you blow something up instead of a 2/2 taunter, right? So if there was a turn to play it, playing it there and following it up with a nice aggressive slime like Storm Slime, super cool.
Yeah. And it really shows, I think it actually shows some familiarity with what this Wind Merlin is doing, or at least a guess as to their game plan. If you control the board, there's not a whole lot that Wind Merlin can do for you, right? Like, a couple of Terminuses are going to come in, and that's potentially going to make a difference. But it's real early for those Terminuses to hit very hard.
Yes. So here we go. That's the new art of Surveil the Winds, right? Yeah.
Very
Look
cool
at
looking
that.
card.
Yeah, very, very cool. Kind of fitting in this. I can't tell if that is some version of Sylvie there. It kind of has vibes, but it is definitely in the same spectrum if it is not Sylvie there.
For sure, for sure. It's Assassin Sylvie.
Yeah, exactly. Dude. Spoilers, spoilers.
Oh, it's a good thing we're not live in front of tens of hundreds of people.
Oh, gosh. Thank goodness.
But going up to level 2 here, with 5 Sheen counters, I think this makes sense. Now in a position to spend a couple of reserve instead of his entire hand in order to take advantage of the level 2 ability on Merlin Amethyst's Glow. And, Fracturing Slash coming out here.
Now that's a cool card.
So, interestingly, this is a way to pull extra Sheen using the on attack, but also it's just an attack for 3, which is maybe all that Tony needs here.
That should be enough to at least deal with this taunter here with what he has on board. But let's see here.
Ambition does have the somewhat difficult decision of deciding whether to retaliate here against Merlin or wait and try to clear the board with the retaliation.
I think with the way the game... Yeah, I thought there was a little...
okay. Yeah, all right. So going in
makes
with
more
this,
sense.
This makes more
sense. Yeah.
Going in with the unit, going with the ally first, and then coming in with the attacker. And this, it's a friendly game, right?
It is.
It's or figuring out this kind of ordering and being like, oh no, I meant to do it this way. And it's like, yeah, okay.
This is what it's all about too. Like these players, maybe they're prepping for their regionals, their store championship. Well, we've gotten a set right around the corner, right? So this is where you want to get reps. You want to make these mistakes here, right? When you're playing a friendly game against somebody that is going to help you push your game to the next level in a friendly manner, right? Instead of having to find out the hard way.
Yeah. And even more than that, I think it behooves you to give your opponent that same kind of leeway because you want your practice to be against someone who's playing their best,
Exactly.
You don't want your practice to be against somebody who failed to find a level 3 and is out of the game. You want your matches to help you out. And the only way that you can learn from your match is by seeing what your opponent's deck is meant to do and seeing them running it at their best.
Yes, agreed. So we're seeing here. So that attack. So we used the attack. We ordered it correctly, but the Obelith still ended up dying here.
Yeah, so the
I
retaliate
kind of missed
happened
it. Yeah,
against
yeah.
the Obelith.
Okay,
And
cool.
then
It got swung into afterwards. Got it.
Yeah,
So
he still got
he's-
swung into afterwards.
He's
to clear the
still
conqueror,
he's still
which-
retaliated. Got it. Okay, cool. I was a little confused with all of the way that whole transition happened, but that makes way more sense. Here we go.
So Gaia's Blessing coming out, one of the powerhouses of this deck, honestly. Being able to play cards off of the top of your deck means you're not losing influence when you play your card, which is really, really powerful if you can get that value across several turns.
For sure. Yeah, it just really just buries your opponent an advantage. And hey, you can play, it's animals and beasts off the top, correct?
Correct. Yeah, any animal or beast. They have to be allies, so you can't play like Slime's Blessing off of it.
Sure. But that baby silver slime could get put into play if Ambition decided that he wanted.
Absolutely. It's interesting because it's one of those like low impact cards. It's not really what he wants to be playing this turn, but it costs him very little to do so. And if it dies, that's positive influence as opposed to the neutral that it would normally be because it doesn't cost you a card to play it off of the top of your deck the way it normally would.
Yeah, I love baby silver slimes that turn into +1s.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Is that another Verdant? Oh, boy. Here we go.
Okay. Wait. Is this a combo deck? What is happening?
You love to see it. This was my vision for Slimes back when the deck first came out. It was just like, yeah, I'm just going to play like 8 cards off of the top of my deck. Okay, your go.
Yeah. I love like classic Metal Bloom Dryad Terra Sylvie decks that utilize
heck yeah.
this. They're super fun, but Slimes does it, I mean, a little better, but hey.
Yeah, Slimes doesn't need to combo off in order to populate the board with big allies, so, they're kind of doing okay even without being able to play 5 cards in the turn.
Yeah. So look how the board states have swung over the last turn and a half.
Yeah, and this is really an example of just how powerful those advanced element cards are. Tony's still sitting here on level 2, no access to Crux, can't play the Ghost of Pendragon that he would really want to in order to get back into this game yet. While Ambition, immediately on hitting level 3, is now flooding the board with absolute monsters.
Literally.
Tony in position here now to just try and refill, it looks like. Doesn't like the cards he has, looking for a little bit more, not ready to go to level 3 yet, and just trying to keep his hand big enough to stay in this game, I think.
I did see a Ghost of Pendragon in his hand, so I'm sure that Tony is on the path to 3, but the big question here is, will it be too late?
Yeah.
Yeah, this seems pretty aggressive to continue to dig in this situation here.
I mean, likely digging for a dungeon guide, that seems like the most relevant thing that he could be looking for here.
Yeah. Also, very greedy.
Sure.
But hey,
was that an ensnaring fumes he put down?
That's what it looked like to me.
Ooh, boy.
That was maybe he's got more in his hand. I mean, you don't want to give the Slimes player back their on enter Slimes, but sometimes it's the only answer you have, right? To not die.
Yeah.
So.
It's so true. It's like, oh, do you want to get attacked by this, 5 power of allies, or do you want to give him another Storm Slime trigger? And it's like, well, neither of these options are great.
Yeah, and that Storm Slime, I think, is getting a lot scarier.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the more time goes on, especially after that Gaia's Blessing hit and banished a bunch of cards from the graveyard. Very, very good.
Leveling. What is it here? Ooh, a classic Verdant Scepter here.
Love Verdant Scepter. Man, all of these Terra Regalia are so good.
Yeah, getting rid of the Taunter. Okay. It gives you the most counters. So, I definitely respect that.
Yeah, it is a lot of counters on the Scepter, and that's potentially a lot of buffs to spread around on this board.
Yeah. We might see a baby Silver Slime start getting in there in the mix, beating down.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so interesting. Like, Tony really looked like he had a commanding board presence, and Ambition just completely cleaned up in one turn and completely swapped the momentum of this match.
Yeah, Slimes is not dead. Contrary to popular belief, it is still a deck, very much so.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it makes me wonder kind of what Tony's plan is to get back into this game. Dungeon Guiding to 3 has to be the first part.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Starting to be able to play those crux cards, the Spirit Blade Terminus, the Ghost of Pendragon. I'm not sure if Tony has any prep counters, but that's like the usual trick is using prep counters in order to get the Merc Blade out in order to draw some extra cards off of the ghosts.
Sure. So we
But
are going to use that scepter. We are going to draw the fluffy Shopkeep to hand, which we could have played from the top of our deck.
Mhm.
But now we have a Creative Shock there. So unfortunately, that is not a animal or beast ally. We're just going to be
Okay.
swinging in here. Okay.
Still saving the Windmill Engineer. I like this reclaim.
Veiling Breeze, maybe? Yeah, it's the new
It's
art.
like a Veiling Breeze.
Yeah. Very cool art there. I love when you see classic cards that we have been looking at, similar arts for a very, very long time, getting played across multiple metas. When a new art comes in, love to see it.
Yeah, a Veiling Breeze, definitely an old standby. Exactly the kind of card that Tony needs in order to make this turn not be quite as punishing. If he was going to be taking 7 damage this turn, that's a whole lot of damage. And the Veiling Breeze just means, try again next turn.
Yeah, right. At least you bought yourself another turn. So that is huge because I'm guessing in this situation, we're probably going to be leveling up and probably trying to get into our late game, but let's see what happens here.
We got a Blissful Calling coming down from Ambition, immediately getting incapacitated. No. He didn't incapacitate. He did?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. Incapacitating the Blissful Calling? Oh, and then a second one. Okay, I understand now. The game state. Okay, so Blissful Calling getting incapacitated, second Blissful Calling coming out, and this actually makes a lot of sense. Tony does not want Ambition to be pulling more Storm Slimes.
No.
That is absolutely going to be the end of this game.
Yes. No. I mean, getting to incap the first, having the second one a little unlucky. I will say the fact that Baby Silver Slime was the grab is definitely what you want to be seeing, but that Ethereal Slime did show its cute little face off the top as soon as that Blissful resolved. So we're able to get that in. Probably going to get rid of a card here, but right now it's kind of the nitty gritty. Was that Covenant of Thorns?
Yeah, it looks like Covenant of Thorns.
Yeah, so getting rid of that. So Ethereal Slime on enter, you get to banish a Tamer card from your material deck. If you do, you get to draw a card and put a buff counter on it. 3/3 stealth Truesiders, pretty strong.
Yeah, and just every time Ambition gets to add another 3 power ally to this board, the clock just ticks ever closer to midnight for Tony.
Yes, and with the Verdant Scepter as well, every single ally on this board becomes real endgame potential.
Absolutely. Tony, recognizing the position he's in, using that floating memory off of the Reclaim in order to go up to level 3 here.
Got rid of the ends. Ooh, that is not what you want to see get hit. Ripping the Ghost. Hopefully there's another one in there. He doesn't have any Regalia right now, but he does have Prep. So we should be able to do some cool Mercblade shenanigans here.
Why is the Assassin's Ripper going to the Banish here?
That is a good question. I'm not 100%. Maybe I'm just not familiar. Does the
level
okay,
3 it's Merlin's on enter ability. Merlin's on enter. With Sheen 8, doing this gets you a draw and a prep counter. So a free Mercblade.
Got it.
Which is
perfect. That's exactly what we're looking for. Yep. Can we do the shenanigans here? Do we have Mercblade into another ghost? We were going to, it seems.
Yeah, it's possible.
But I feel like we probably would have seen Tony slam it if that was happening with his opponent only having 1 card. Slimes, they're usually not sitting back with too much interaction in their hands. Most of they kind of just put it right in front of you and go, hey, this is what I got. Can you get through these taunters, these interceptors? Am I pressuring you enough? There's a lot there.
Especially Fire Slimes, right? Like,
yeah.
they're very front-loaded. Fire Slimes is not holding anything back. Tony getting this Ghost of Pendragon, drawing some cards, and now needing to make some decisions.
Oh, wait.
Okay, another Mercblade. Mercblade Part 2. The Bladening. That's awful. Pretend I didn't say that.
We'll forget that one.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, but Ghost Pendragon.
No, there is another Ghost of Pendragon. Okay, great. Fantastic.
Yeah. Really, really showing that plural ghosts of Pendragon right now. They are here, and that's a lot of damage that we just added to the board.
So
lot
Ghosts
of
of
power here.
Pendragon plural. Is that Ghosts of Pendragons?
Ghosts of Pendragons. Yeah, I think that's correct. I think
Okay,
we
okay.
need to put the S at the after Pendragons.
Yeah, naturally.
Okay, here we go.
So attacking into this baby silver. Of course, getting that card draw off of
Uh-oh.
that baby silver, revealing a storm slime on
E-
top of the deck. Oh no.
Everybody's favorite good boy right there.
Mm-hmm. All right, Tony, do you have 11 more damage this turn?
Because you are going to need it.
Oh yeah, it is definitely over if not.
Okay.
All right, Storm Slime going down, and this is an okay. Yeah, Ambition taking advantage of the Storm Slime's on death trigger in order to banish 2 cards and draw 2 cards, potentially making the next Storm Slime an even bigger hit.
Let's see. We definitely hit at least one slime.
Yeah, I see the baby silver there.
You do show this one as well. I think that's what he's
Yeah.
asking right now. Every draw gets to be seen. So,
Yep.
okay. So we saw
Creative Shock.
Storm Slime, a creative shock, and then boom, what's on top? Hey, DG.
Sure.
Showing up just in
Mixed
time.
art DGs?
I can't. It hurts
It's
my heart.
indefensible. But all right, DG on top. That's not what Ambition wants to see, but Ambition has already seen everything he needs to see.
Yeah. I mean, right now, if Tony doesn't have either a way to push a ton of damage or very powerful defensive cards in that grip of cards, this game's going to end pretty quick.
And a lot of it is going to depend on how hard that Storm Slime is going to hit. But you know, we've seen some things already.
Here
Oh,
we
and
go.
Ambition happy to discard that DG off of the top, so not concerned at all with this pseudo blind creative.
Oh
shot.
no!
Ah, Storm Slime number 2.
There it is. You can't. That's number 3 right there. That is the third.
Yeah,
Storm
not
Slime we've
including the
seen.
dead one. The dead one
Yeah.
doesn't count. It's not like that's going to be useful for anything.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. I think that. I think Tony sees it.
Yeah.
Showing another storm. Oh! No way! The fourth one.
This is the Slimes experience, for the record. If anybody has ever played against a Slimes deck, they know that the Slimes deck always has all 4 Storm Slimes, and there is nothing you can do about it. This is how RNG works.
And this is
it's just
cinema.
normal. Yeah.
Absolute cinema right here.
Well, Tony, what are your options in this situation?
The 5th Storm Slime. No, I'm just that would be what Tony wants to see right there.
God, instead, it's just another Verdant Slime. So the Storm Slime doming for 8, which means Storm Slime number 2 is going to put Tony at 26. Not a feasible life total for Merlin.
Yeah, you don't really want to be at that life total, turns out.
I don't think so. Of course, we could just see Ambition swinging on the board, because I think he still has lethal on the board alone, even without the extra Storm Slime. 4 damage here, another 4 damage from the Ethereal Slime. That's gonna do it.
Yeah, I think the writing's on the wall at this point. Just going through the motions, making sure we end this game properly. I think that this is the best way. Make sure you're sequencing correctly. Like you said, this is all practice, right? We're getting ready for bigger events. This is exactly how you want to do this.
Yeah, and use what you have on the board before committing the cards in your hand, just in case. Because, like you said, Tony might have a defensive trick here. Tony might have a way to stay alive if Ambition sequences this incorrectly. So, you know, go through the lines the way that you're supposed to.
100%. So they're talking
Tony
through it
doing
here.
some math here.
I think Tony probably does have some form of a defensive card here. Maybe trying to get that extend by Ambition, pushing and resting as many units as he can, trying to have to play from hand so that he can't put defensive units out to protect, and maybe live with a Veiling Breeze or potentially an Innervate.
Yeah. Well, the Innervate, I think, is maybe not going to work, but a Veiling Breeze for 4 here does keep him safe enough, although not if he waits.
Yeah, this is how you die.
Yeah,
To
that
big
gives him
old
stealth,
Stormy.
but
So Stormy will put him currently to 21. But we've got 2 more Storm Slimes in hand.
yes, 2 more Storm Slimes in hand.
So does Ambition have 6 cards to play 2 more Storm Slimes?
Oh, I don't think so. I think he's actually just a little bit short. So we could probably see a second Storm Slime here, putting Tony at 21. But I'm not sure whether or not Ambition has a way to deal a little bit more damage. There might still be like um, the slime spell that I'm slightly blanking on the name here, Slime Eruption in
Yes.
hand, which could also do the trick. Like, is Tony going to innervate a second time?
Yeah, it turns out True Sight on your slime is pretty good.
Oh, True Sight on the slime.
And that'll do it. That is a little better than a slime eruption in this situation.
Absolutely.
So we're going to
Thinking
count those
around
slimes.
corners, forgetting about what's on the board. And
Oh, the
Tony was
stifling
kind of in
trap.
the same situation. Oh, not this turn, he says. Oh,
see.
but he still gets because he gets to draw 2 of the on death, so he's going to be able to play the next one.
As long as he kept the Storm Slime in his hand, which I'm sure he did.
I'm sure he did.
But get to draw 2 more here.
So is Stifling Trap number 3 coming out of the hand? Does he run 3 Stifling Traps?
It would have to come out of memory. Which you can technically do, right? But, oh, he only has 1 prep counter, so it wouldn't be able to do.
Yeah, this deck does run Preparation Light. The preparation is almost solely for getting the Ghosts of Pendragon to draw cards.
Did keep the Storm Slime, and that is going to do it. They are going to scoop them up there. Ambition taking down game 1 with Fire Slimes against this really, really cool Wind Merlin.
Yeah, drawing 4 Storm Slimes, and all of them were relevant.
Every single one.
Yeah.
Having all of them, that's actually kind of wild if you think about it. Usually the second Storm Slime kind of just solidifies the game. It kind of just ends it, right? So having to actually use them all, pretty cool there.
Yeah, so, I mean, this is normal for, I think, for Wind decks, right? Just the amount of tricks they have, the amount of defense they have. But, yeah, you were saying.
Oh, yeah. I was just going to say, right here, we're sideboarding, right? I think we're looking, okay, what went wrong, right, with Tony? When they turned the corner, it was hard for Tony to take back the field, right? Take back the board state and be able to push the damage that he needed. Do we have anything out of the side that's going to help us here?
It's an interesting question because Nullifying Lantern doesn't do a whole lot. Heavenly Guide does. I think Heavenly Guide is a great choice here.
Yeah, that's definitely
but otherwise, this Merlin seems very worried about water and not worried about much else.
Yes. I mean, hey, with Diana's running rampant all around, I get it. But can't forget about Slimes, am I right?
Can't forget about Slimes. Every once in a while, Slimes just comes back. There is an interesting Materialize the Soul in the Merlin sideboard. I'm not sure whether this comes out, but it does potentially allow our Merlin player to steal a Regalia out of Ambition's material deck.
That's kind of cool.
But all of those materials are very linear, right? Very focused on sort of the slime power. I think a Covenant of Thorns has a lot of potential, but you need to have a unit to put it on.
Yeah, that's a little tough.
I guess put it on your opponent's ally.
Yeah, you could. That could be kind of cool. And, they don't have access to things like Baby Green. So it is a little harder for them to deal with it, which is kind of funny. They kind of just have to swing into you and kill their own slime.
Right. Oh, meanwhile, from our Slimes player, Chalice of Blood could be coming out. I don't fully expect that to come in. Enfeebling Orb might, though, with all of the wind tricks that Tony's been showing.
Yeah.
Verucan Acolyte as well. We saw the Censor. We saw the Thurible. You can't really Acolyte, but Verucan Acolyte could be the way that Ambition wants to deal with the Censor here. Twilight Slime, probably not.
Nah, probably not Twilight Slime. Even though, man, I love me a Twilight Slime, but...
For sure. Well, Tony off to a much better assassin-coded start here. Sadie Blood Harvester coming out on turn 1. We're going to see a lot more prep counters and potentially a lot more agility, a lot more velocity for Tony.
Yeah, I mean, all those baby slimes that are going to come out turns 1 through 3, now they are basically just graveyard fodder. If Sadi's going to sit here and continuously swing, that is a lot of value. It can be pressure going face, or it can just continuously keep this board clean for Tony.
Yeah, man, what a powerful card. It's only 2/2, so in theory, it's not that hard to kill. But, just like you always have the reclaim for the windmill engineer, Sadi has this built-in reclaim effect, giving you a prep counter for going through the trouble, and remarkably difficult to actually get off the board.
Yeah, she is another one of those allies that is in the conversation for, top ally in the game. It protects itself. It gives you a lot of value. I mean, we've seen Sadi played in tons of non-assassin decks even. So just a very, very strong unit.
Absolutely. Definitely the queen of this board so far.
Yeah, we just have a draw pass here from our
uh,
Slime Slayer.
which is very fire coded. Draw pass. I love that.
There's no
Probably creative
way there's a
shocking into
creative
something.
shock. Yeah, there's
Yeah.
no way there's a creative shock in their end.
Meanwhile, GCR coming down for Tony, so just getting some more of that acceleration. Not feeling a lot of pressure to materialize level ups early here.
Nope. We've got Windblast Lookout, giving you a prep, swinging in for a little more damage. We're getting a board state. Let's see if we can get that pressure on.
It's so interesting to see this sort of more assassin feeling start from Tony.
Yeah.
Right? Getting all of these prep counters, all of these sources of the various.
Yeah, if it wasn't for that fractured memories over there, I think that I would be looking at a Tristan or not Xander now starting to pop up, but nope, a little Wind Merlin for you. So we're leveling up.
Yeah, that first level up, always important. Now we have the Sylvie buff, allowing him to potentially get a slime on the board or some other animal on the board that can maybe put up a little bit of a fight here. And this is a great choice.
Oh, yeah. You love to see it.
I'm seeing 3-5. I'm seeing 3-5. Oh, the biggest fluffy shopkeep of all time.
Yes, that's a giant fluffy shopkeep. That is the defense you want to see.
Mm-hmm. And this is really tough for Sadi to get advantage out of, right? Because Sadi really wants to get that killing blow. But for Sadi to get the killing blow, the shopkeep has the ability to retaliate. And with 3 power, that retaliate is definitely going to knock out that poor assassin.
Might have to play, depending on how aggressive Tony's hand is, might have to just swing into it with Sadi to get that fluffy shopkeep to rest itself, to attempt, right? And just pick it up. But man.
Oh, this is really interesting. So, banishing here, it's the Covenant of Thorns and the Nullifying Lantern, which means both of the extra resonance baubles got put in the sideboard. Nullifying Lantern definitely came in from the sideboard. Enfeebling Orb, probably the second Regalia that came in?
Yeah, that'd be my guess for sure.
All right, good to have some confirmation.
Oh, okay, wait, we're going aggressive. Okay, Fluffy, eat your heart out. Attack Sadie.
This is an attack into Sadie. I don't know about that.
That was an interesting decision.
Yeah. I mean, maybe. Yeah. I wonder if this is just to make Tony's level up a little bit harder.
Yeah, but with one card in hand, he's in a situation here where it's a very easy. Oh, he is leveling up, but I think that Tony has the influence here. I can't tell for sure because they used GCR, but they did minus off of the Wind Bless when they played it. So I don't know if they have enough to play double Sadi here.
Yeah. That's true. The Fluffy Shopkeep does have 5 life. But if the Sadi isn't already on the board, that really is a lot to get through.
Yeah. So they're going up here to 9, which is is it 9 or 10 the magic number for Sadi? 3 to hit the board. It's the 4th card, so that's 4 cards out of hand. You swing, put 2 cards more down, 6 to pick it back up. And then you go, so 5 cards down with Sadi, it's 9.
Yeah,
so if you have 9 cards in hand, that's exactly where you want to be.
Mm-hmm. Looks like that is not the direction Tony is going, though. 4th card coming down. Are we seeing the Ace and Protector?
Oh, it's got to be Aeson, yeah.
Heck yeah. The other big boy.
Yeah, this also works instead of double Sadi, by the way. Just play ourselves an Ace and Protector. But okay.
Oh, going face.
Man.
Wow.
The respect I have on from these players just turning things sideways and swinging.
Yeah, every single interceptor just entering play hindered.
Yeah.
Is like
not what I was expecting.
For sure. But yes. So the fluffy shopkeep living through the turn cycle means that Ambition does get that extra draw out of Sylvie level 2. We saw him holding off of level 2 for so long in game 1, and it was down to not having an animal or beast in play, not having that extra bonus card draw. Now he gets it immediately up to level 2. Ooh, the pace of this game is going to be moving so much faster.
Yes, and deciding to put that Sheen counter onto Sylvie instead of the fluffy shopkeep.
Really wants to give his opponent no incentives to kill that fluffy.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, come in, whatever. Good luck.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, hey, I'm just gonna turn this sideways and rest my fluffy to attack you anyway. So
right?
there it is. We need a stifling trap here, or I think this Slimes player is off to the races. Ambition is kind of curving out exactly how you write it up.
Yeah, this is picture perfect play from Ambition. This is so good. Man, I love that giant fluffy.
Yeah, it's not something you see every day.
It's really not. And it plays so well with Sylvie's level 2. Like, it's such a good choice to get the extra counter from the cake onto the fluffy shopkeep like that. An already high life animal ally. Like, it's really, really strong.
They remembered. They did it.
So, what do we have on the docket for today? What giant slime is gracing us with its presence?
Gosh. So let's see.
Yeah,
I
one
would
damage
say
coming from
swinging
the
into
dungeon
Asen.
guide.
I would assume swinging into Asen, but I've been wrong with the last two guesses.
No, yeah, definitely swinging into Asen. I saw the finger go there.
Okay, perfect. Let's see.
We're gonna see a reclaim? Reclaim on the Asen?
Whoa, that's not the target you see every day.
Yeah, no, that's pretty unusual. It does activate the Memorite Blade, though. So Tony is kind of in a position to maybe start doing things here. But let's not forget, Tony is still at level 1, and Ambition is at level 3, and Storm Slime things are happening.
It's time.
That is a 5/3 Storm Slime off of Sylvie 3's on enter ability. Which, ooh.
Yeah, that's a big Storm Slime. Coming in for 4 from the on enter.
Decent sized hit, not huge, but decent sized. Of course, the 5 from the Storm Slime attacking is sort of the real headline here.
Yeah, I mean that's gonna end a game real quick, right?
Yeah. Tony up to 9 damage counters now off of their level 1 Merlin. This is not the kind of board that he wants to be looking at.
As long as the taunter doesn't hit the board. Okay.
Okay, this is a little better. Yeah, I was afraid there was gonna be like an ethereal slime, or maybe this was gonna be a lustrous, and now you can't attack anything on my board. All right, baby red slime. This is manageable.
Yes,
a mere 2/1 coming in for 2 damage. Not even getting the discard because it's his entire hand.
Yep, it's all down. But I mean, this is the turn for Tony. If Tony cannot stabilize in this situation here, that the pressure that is being shown from Ambition and the next couple of turns, continuously adding more advanced element slimes to the field and getting to dig even deeper with that baby red, that the amount of just pressure and value is just going to drown him. So he needs to turn the corner and find a way to stabilize this board state in some way.
Yeah, absolutely. This is, like you say, this is the turning point. This is really, Tony needs to figure out how to get back into this game. Otherwise, he's never going to come up from this avalanche of slimes just coming his way.
Slime-a-lanche, if you will.
I love it. That should be a card in RDO.
It should be. Actually, if you're listening, Solidar, add it.
Yeah. I'm sure it's not too late.
Yeah, there's no way it's too late.
Well, getting a little bit of damage in here, using that Memorite Blade in order to pull the sheen off of Ambition's champion. So getting a little bit more onto the Fractured Memories, which is an important step in the level up process. We haven't really talked about sort of the pace of Tony's level ups. Is Tony level 2 right now? Did I miss him going to level 2? Oh, yeah, he materialized 2 this turn, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
Okay.
Yep,
okay,
he went to 2. He went to 2.
Whew, sure. Okay, good.
That's a great
Heavenly Guide does work.
Yeah.
I've run into too many Heavenly Guide shenanigans lately. I was worried.
Yeah, fair, fair. I mean, it is a strange card, and it is a new card that's seeing a lot of play to some players that haven't been around since the old days. So um, sometimes that level 2 requirement is a little slick.
Yeah. And this is a little bit rough for Tony. Like, this isn't perfect for Tony because
No,
without getting the extra sheen on Fractured Memories, the pace of the level ups is a little bit more accelerated from what he would like. He's not getting the extra card draw from the level 2. He's not getting the extra card draw from the level 3. So this is like if you imagine Shadow Strike Tristan not having those 4 prep counters when going to level 2. Like,
hmm
this is, early for Tony to be leveling up like this, but it's definitely what he needs to be doing at this stage of the game.
yeah. Unfortunately, it was just pass after that, so it's not exactly where you want to be. But and I mean, Heavenly Guide always feels good when you get the value, but I think that this was probably a Heavenly Guide that Tony felt the worst about playing ever.
Yeah, and there's enough cards in hand that Tony can defend himself, but that also means there's enough cards in hand that if Tony had the ghosts, this could also be a ghost's turn. And it doesn't seem like he has it. So in addition to just being buried under the I'm gonna be using Slimelanche for the rest of my life, by the way.
Slime Ledge is a good one.
In addition to just being buried under this avalanche of slimes, not having the tools you need to draw the cards that kind of keep your deck going, like that's a really unfortunate situation for Tony to be in.
Yeah, this is definitely a scary place to be. Ambition is the ball is in his court. This is where the game can definitely just take a turn.
Mhm. Yeah, I mean, there's certainly potential either way. Tony does have some very powerful cards in his deck, but Ambition has some very powerful cards on the board, and that
Yes.
can't be discounted.
No.
Yeah. Looks like Tony doesn't have a lot in the way of defense. I was kind of expecting to see Availing here. Like, this would be the right kind of situation for it. It's got 3 cards down, potentially could see, like, a Reclaim into Availing in order to get the rest of his cards, and Veiling for, like, 6 or something like that. But does look like all we're seeing is damage.
Really thinking this one through.
Yeah, which makes some amount of sense. Like, Ambition doesn't want to walk into anything here. He knows he has the advantage, and the best way to win this game is to make sure that you don't give your opponent the openings they need in order to get back into the game. So
Yeah.
I appreciate him taking his time and figuring it out
No.
here. He does need to watch the clock, though.
Yeah, and I do think the reason that Ambition was thinking this whole time was, okay, do I turn this Fluffy sideways here? Because you are in that range right now. I don't. This Merlin is not a warrior mage. This is an assassin, right? And
Right.
because of that, slice and dice is always on the table. And we're getting to a point where a bunch of damage could come through in a hurry if they have the ability to get those last prep counters. And we know they have a Wind Bless in hand. So there could potentially be that there.
And deciding to shore up his defenses with the last play rather than go aggressive, getting the Verdant Slime down, gonna be a 4/4 taunter, unless we see the Stifling Trap, which we could very well see from Tony here.
Yeah, I mean, it's honestly not a bad play here,
Mhm.
especially if you're going for an aggressive line. Yep.
Yep. So even if Tony doesn't necessarily have an aggressive line to pull himself back into this game, the Taunter coming down as a 4/4 definitely means that Tony has no shot of closing it out this turn.
Okay, this is a big
And
turn.
yeah, absolutely.
Tony survived, which honestly, I think that was step one, right? Surviving, because it's kind of wild to get to the situation where you're at. I thought for sure the game ended that turn, but here we are.
Yeah. And Tony materializing a Vorpal sword, which is not the Palvor sword that we usually see out of a lot of decks these days.
Yeah,
What a fast. So one cost materialize, 3/3, very powerful stats for a weapon,
yeah, oh yeah, big one.
and potentially gives Merlin a
And
way to just clear this board.
yep, this is the cool part that people forget about Vorpal. Is that on ally hit, you can remove a prep counter. So we don't have a lot of preps, right? That's something that we talked about with Merlin. You don't have as many preps as Tristan and Xander, but right now we have 2. And that makes Vorpal Sword it does a very good Lorraine sweep impression here.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's almost a cleave. You just have to attack everything once.
Yeah.
But yeah, what just a huge hit here. And maybe being able to get a little bit more sheen onto Merlin to power up some of the other cards. But clearing the Storm Slime actually reduces Ambition's aggressive potential by a lot.
Yes.
On the other hand, he has drawn a bunch more cards now as a result of that Storm Slime dying.
And when you play against slimes, there's this really fine line you have to dance at all times when you're killing animals and beasts, because putting 4 of them into that graveyard is kind of scary. That lets them bring out that Gaia's Blessing, and now all of the value engine starts exploding, right? So I know that is definitely in Tony's head here after last game.
Yeah, absolutely. So Tony has to be clearing the board here.
Yeah, I would assume so.
This looks like 5 into the Fluffy Shopkeep.
Oh,
Okay, down to just the 1/3 now. Is that enough animals and or beasts in order to activate? Okay, and it's going to put some more slimes into the banish. So
yes,
this is the exact pattern we always see. We're gonna activate Gaia's Blessing in the main, revealing a Storm Slime on top of the deck, and end the game.
I mean, they always have it, right? They always have
always have it. This is the slime players' reclaim. They always have it.
So here we go.
Starting with the Enfeebling Orb. I like this.
There it is.
I like this. Yeah, Tony holding back just enough cards to maybe deal with something, and Ambition being like, all right, well, if you've got it now, or you've got it never.
Here's the Veilant. The Surveil, sorry. And we have reached overtime. Yeah, we have just reached overtime. So here we go. Turn 0, I believe, here.
Yeah, turn 0 for Ambition. And Tony is hand down completely.
Yeah, here we go.
With 2 prep counters, though, because of the Surveil, right?
Yep.
So still potentially has access to a Stifling Trap.
So here we go. If there is a Storm Slime in hand, it is pretty scary at this point. But let's see if Ambition has any way to dig.
Yeah, the Limitless on top isn't bad either, but it's not quite enough to get the kill here.
Yes, it's pretty close, but it's not exactly what we're looking for, so.
Yeah, I think that comes in for 3 damage on the swing. So 1 damage for the Dungeon Guide, 3 damage off of the Limitless. Still 1 point short. Again, assuming Tony has no interaction, which could still, even with hand down.
I think. No, he played Surveil the Winds, right? No Veiling Freeze here.
Yeah, we saw the Surveil,
so no
drew a
defense.
card.
So
I think he was hoping to top deck the Veil and be able to use it right then with the 2 cards left in hand.
Honestly,
no dice.
The way he's having it here, I know that he's scared, right? Because you have to play really smart here, because you could just die on the crackback if you don't do this properly, right? Like he actually has 3 prep counters now, so showing Slice and Dice. And a Slicing Dice with that Vorpal is showing 15, right? So that is a scary place to be. Oh wait, it only has 1. So it's not gonna
it only has 1 durability.
It's not gonna be quite that much, but it's still a lot of damage. That is just about, he's probably just got to find a little more damage. If so, right here, I think if you're playing aggressive here, if you don't have any defense, you play this Limitless off the top and hope to hit a running slime. Because he has 5, because a running slime wins the game, right?
Yep. Yeah, any slime that has a power is playable there.
So now you might see Ambition change from just swinging face here to taking out one of these allies instead.
Yep, could absolutely go in that direction. He has a difficult decision to play here. He does have another turn after this, assuming he lives through Tony's turn.
Yes, and I think that is what Ambition is scared of here. We are in time, and half of time is up on turn 0. So this has been a little bit of a prolonged turn. I think that what is he going to do? Play defensive. I mean, being up 1-0 in time, it's not a bad place to be.
That's true, actually. If he just plays for the draw here, that's still winning the match.
Yep. It doesn't matter.
As long as he doesn't die, he's got it in the bag.
To take home that booster box at the end of the event, it doesn't matter if you won 1-0 or if you won 2-0.
Absolutely. The match score is what counts. So we'll see if Tony has what it takes in order to come back here. Safeguard Amulet coming down for Tony. Tony does not want to lose this game. But Safeguard Amulet is not going to win this game. And that puts Tony in an unfortunate position, I think.
Yeah, no. It is a
1
scare.
damage coming in from the Heavenly Guide.
Need 13 damage to end the game here. Okay.
Slice and Dice is 12. Ace coming down, that's another 3. If those 3 cards in hand includes a Slice and Dice,
Oh,
nope.
no.
Nope, just an attack.
That's not what you want to see. And then just
Attacking for 1.
the
Send
old
that Memorite Blade away. And Aeson holding down the fort.
leaving the Limitless is a little scary. Had enough damage with the Vorpal Sword. And
Oh, time's over?
is that time right there? Yeah, it looks like they're scooping it up.
Yeah, it
It
looks
didn't
like they're
matter.
just scooping it up. Okay.
It didn't matter anyway, so
Well, what a match.
I loved seeing that so much. I had to bring out my buddy Stormy. So
Oh, heck yeah.
Storm Slime is real. It is back. Wow. I haven't had the pleasure of watching a Slimes match in a long time. And man, tell you what, it's still doing powerful stuff. Nothing's really changed.
Yeah, absolutely. It does my heart good to see Storm Slime doing Storm Slime things. And I realize that puts me in, the camp of the filthy Sylvie enjoyers, but I am unabashed. I am 100% here for Sylvie.
Yeah, no, that was the 1-0, like you said, sometimes you just got to play to your outs, right? And that is exactly what the out was there. Let's end this game 1-0. Let's take it home. Let's move on to the next round 2-0 and see what we can do from here. Hopefully get a good spot in the bracket and take home the 4-0 if possible. Great game by both players. Honestly, it was cool to see like Wind, Sheen, Merlin get played on stream here. Got to do a lot of really powerful stuff, but we also got to see why Slimes has been such a terror in the past, right?
Yeah, absolutely. If there's going to be more Slimes out in the field, I'm okay with it. It's just a certain amount of like, you have to be this tall to ride this ride, which I think that's fair. I think that's fair. But we don't have too much more time. I think that was the end of regulation, or the end of overtime even. So we've got to go to a break from here. But we will be back shortly. I think NEETfull's going to be joining me on the mic.
Yeah.
So thank you for joining us, Terry. Very much appreciate you having you here.
Yeah,
I love having your expertise and everything.
It was an amazing time. Can't wait to be back. It was tons of fun. Jim, always a pleasure to see you. And chat, I will see you guys soon.
But yeah, that's going to be it for us for now. Come back soon for round 3. We'll see you then. Welcome back, folks. Thanks for joining us here at the True Champion Gaming Online Weekly. I am Jim the Eternal, and joining me in the booth is NEETfull. How are you doing? Back off of your round 2 break. I hope you're having a good one.
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Sad that I gotta miss the Lost Slime match and I wasn't able to cast it, but I was watching from the side. I was jumping in chat talking about it, so I was here in spirit.
Excellent, excellent. That's what I like to see. Yeah, it was definitely a long match, a little bit of a grind, but it was a pleasure to see. You know, honestly, I am completely on board if Slimes ends up making a comeback, and it's definitely one of those. You know, it's one of those decks that's like it's always baseline good. It's kind of like Tristan. You know, it's always some level of good, and if you can't deal with it, that's doesn't really reflect very well on the deck that you're trying to bring to the table. So.
Yeah, I know, and I will not lie. We've with the spoilers we've gotten so far. To anybody out there playing your locals, be ready. I'm pretty sure Slime is coming back. We
Oh my god.
with some of the cards we got, I was already like, okay, there's some potential here. Then they showed us Slime Calling, and I'm like, there's a problem. There's a problem, and I'm 100% on board with this problem.
Oh god, I cannot wait to be a problem. I Slime calling is looks so good. It looks like everything I want to be doing in a slime deck. I'm so excited.
I know there's gonna be people out there being like, all right, I win as soon as I just pass a turn. Like, this is easy. It's over. And then the slime player go, your turn. I'm gonna calling. Look at top 6. I'm gonna storm slime. Is that cool? And you're like, yeah, I guess, buddy.
Oh, it's gonna be so painful. Oh, all right. Well, it looks like we are gonna be going into a water ether wing mirror. Tell me, Needful, how do you feel about Diana?
Personal opinion or about the meta?
Oh, whatever you want to talk about. I am entirely here for this. Tell me more.
Oh, personal opinion is I'm tired of seeing this deck. There's 3 Diana mains who have been Diana mains since Diana became a gun champion. They have loved this deck. They've been playing this deck. And now that she is good and she has a bow to shoot you in the face, I see this deck every single week. So, personal opinion, I hate this deck. In a meta opinion, man, this deck is so much fun to play. This is so much fun to play. It's so much fun to watch kind of like the method that this deck takes, and you can kind of watch the players and you get a feel to see how their deck is doing every time they hit with the Aetherwing, because they'll hit with the Aetherwing, and if you see them look at the top 5 cards and they tank a bunch of it and just pull on top, you're like, oh man, they've gotten insane like setup. And then you watch some of them pick up their 5 cards and they sit there and go, and you just kind of sit there for a minute too, and you're like, man, they're having a rough day.
Yeah, I one of the things that my friend likes to say about this deck is it has a low skill floor and a high skill ceiling. If
Yeah.
you are doing your work, if you understand the glimpses, if you know the lines, this deck can run like a Corvette. This deck can move real fast and can set you up for some amazing turns. And by the same token, if you're unfamiliar or if you're kind of fumbling, you can really shoot yourself in the foot.
Yeah, literally.
But yeah, I think I am excited to see a Diana mirror, honestly. Both of these very aggressive decks, how are they going to deal with kind of their opponent doing the same thing that they are? You know, you don't see that every day.
Yeah, it's kind of calling back to the when we saw a lot of like fire aggro become very, very big with kind of like the Fiza meta, the Fire Lorraine meta. You start seeing these matchups turn into less of a, you would think it would just be, I'm going to go as fast as possible and hopefully I win before my opponent does. But you see a lot of these matchups actually turn into kind of a war of attrition where they're very specific on which allies they play. Their allies tend to be a little bit more removal, trying to fight for board position. And we're probably going to see something very similar here. You're going to see paladins kind of not necessarily come into play and try to clear the board, but possibly come into play and stand just to make that bow swing a little bit harder. So we'll probably see a little bit more of control early, and then once one of them gets the foothold, we're probably going to see every single Aetherwing going through that bow.
So there are a couple of notable differences in this deck, kind of before the action really gets started. Um, Cheryl up on top is running Cell Sharpshooter, which not a card that you see every day, but essentially a smaller Crystalline Archer, um,
Yeah,
allowing you to banish a float in order to draw a card and summon a Power Cell token.
and she is an automaton as well, so she can use that power cell to buff herself, I believe. So
Yeah, kind of banking that extra attack damage, and also range 2 if you want to make him go distant, feel free. But yeah,
Yeah,
both of these decks going to be on broadly the same game plan. Getting Diana distant, bringing out an Ether Wing, and slamming for as much damage as possible.
and then both these lists are both on Coda as well. Both on a place at a 4. So that is something else that in normal aggro type matchups like this, you normally just have to worry about the big swing kind of finishing off. Now you have to kind of like worry about at any moment if a toad hits the graveyard, that instantly becomes a win condition for either of these decks.
Yeah, and that is such a scary thing to see too. Like seeing that Toad Troll go into the graveyard is very much like, oh, my opponent has 6 damage whenever they want, and that's that's difficult to fight out from under.
Very true.
Man, what a turn for Rieb though. Getting that distant Diana, getting that Akamirage's Whisper onto the table, not actually able to get any durability still being at 3 is kind of confusing to me actually, because the champion is rested. But
we did see yeah, Cheryl did play
okay,
tactical
okay.
retreat to make sure the combat was ending there. So that's why we did swing. We did attempt, but we did end the combat. So at that point, kind of a nothing kind of stop turn to that. But
which is fair. And that is the distant that Cheryl needs in order to do exactly the same thing back to Rieb. Although the Frostborn Paladin is maybe going to be a little bit of a stumbling block here.
yeah, because I think regardless, like the only options we really have to deal with is either to swing at it in our face, which taking probably some damage back from this, or play an archer, which we're seeing the attack right into face on Paladin. Yep, and just like that, turn that sideways.
Yeah, 3 damage into the Paladin and 3 damage back onto Cheryl. So we're seeing a glimpse 4 here. Not quite able to kill the Paladin, which is an unfortunate state of affairs. But Cheryl does have a full grip to try and make something else happen this turn. Putting all of the cards back on top. Ooh, and milling the Toad Troll. Okay.
Well, now it's spicy. Now the game becomes a little bit spicier.
All
Well,
right.
that's the way to deal with it.
Down. This is great. Yeah. Getting that extra damage onto the Frostborn Paladin. Good night, Frostborn Paladin. We salute you. And loading up the bow. Well, Etherwing, but it's a bow.
I mean, I think it's bow typing, so it's bow typed.
Is it?
I think.
Oh, I didn't even know that.
I don't think it might just be Aetherwing. Oh, it is not. I lied. But hey, Aetherwing is just another way to say bow.
I believe you. So you said it with the confidence that I needed from you. Oh, but yeah, here we go. Okay, so Weaving Mana Stream, the other engine piece for this deck, gets you some distant, and when you banish it for Floating Memory, when you pay a cost for Floating Memory with this, it loads itself up, and then you can shoot it, get it back into your graveyard, purchase another Regalia with it over and over and over. This is such a card advantage engine for this deck. So seeing Rieb with 1 Weaving Mana Stream and no Weaving Mana Streams on Cheryl's side is a little bit of a problem, I think, for Cheryl here.
Yeah, if there's any Topsy target in the game right now that I want to hit more than anything else, it is this stupid card.
Oh, 100%.
It is so strong.
I've played this deck once in a competitive event, and I got my Weaving Mana Streams hit by Dredging Stream, and I no longer wanted to play this deck ever again. It just felt so cursed.
Listen, it's deserved. It's deserved.
Well, one of these shots finally getting through. A little bit of damage onto Cheryl. Looks like 3 damage, which means Glimpse 4 and getting a Fracturize off of the mill. So Floating Memory into the yard.
You've just willed into existence a Mana Stream now for Cheryl as well. So now we're in the Mana Stream mirrors.
The mirrors should be more mirror-like. That's what I believe. I mean, just as a general rule, I really do like the gameplay in mirror matches. I think it's one of the most interesting ways to play a deck, because you always have to keep in mind what your opponent is doing, because they're doing the exact same things that you are. And I think it just changes the way you play.
materializing the smoke bomb is actually there's a couple of layers to this, because either one, we want to be very aggressive, we just want to draw, or two, we could be sitting with a paladin in hand, so we can get a little bit tricky where we can use the paladin for defense and then save our own paladin with our own smoke bomb if we wanted to,
Ooh, I
without
do
having to use
like
the distant
that.
trigger.
Yeah, very interested in defensive smoke bombs. It's almost always seen as an offensive card, which is really odd considering it's smoke bombs. But the flavor of it doesn't quite line up.
Oh no, it's 100%. Like, you haven't seen a ninja go against a giant horse and throw a smoke bomb in their face. Like, it's every movie I've seen.
Yeah, absolutely. Just bonk the horse right with a smoke bomb. I love it. So the distant coming down, we got a back step for Rieb, enabling that flash grenade in order to prevent some damage here, which means that Cheryl gets a much worse glimpse off of their attack. This is really smart. That damage prevention here means that Cheryl gets a lot less of advantage from the Akamirage's Whisper. I love to see that kind of play.
How much damage did we hit for? Because I think it's if we negated all of it, it's technically not any. We get anything that isn't on a hit trigger.
Yeah, it looks like no damage got dealt. Yeah. So it looks like they ended up glimpsing for one. But I think you're right. I think they should have not glimpsed for anything. I think that's true.
I think there might be a clarification on it, because I think there should have been one. I think it was one damage.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And then it's okay. So there we go. Yeah, because you got to hit at least one. Got to hit at least one.
Yep.
For it to be considered a non-hit.
And then Frostborn Paladin coming down for Cheryl. So pretty decent board. Yeah, that Frostborn Paladin just really one of the mainstays of this deck. You're kind of either just Diana with an Aetherwing, or you're Diana with an Aetherwing and a Frostborn Paladin.
Yeah, it looks like we're getting the reverse bobble here. Usually means we have a very aggressive approach. We want to take off options from our opponent.
Either that or Rieb is looking to set up their own toe troll, because I have definitely seen that play as well. Cheryl wants to respond to this.
Throwing out a coda, pretty good way to respond to it.
Absolutely.
Yep, and there's our toad. Oh no. Are we about to loop we about to go for here? Double coda? Not like this. Not
one
like
more coda
this.
is taking him to
like
18.
this.
Are we gonna find one more damage? Because there's no charge in that Aetherwing. Is that a pass? Does Cheryl
Are we
live?
one off? Are we one off? Oh no! Oh
man.
no!
Ranger Stride's coming down. Cheryl is like, well, if this is where I'm at, let's make it a good one. Loading up that Weaving Mana Stream. Are we going to see his Distant Enabler in order to get the extra 4 damage out of Ranger Strides? Are we going to see any extra damage out of Cheryl here? I mean, we could see like a Crystalline Archer or something to get a little bit more damage in. Finding 18 damage on this turn seems like it's going to be a little difficult, even with the Ranger Strides. But this is a great way to draw cards.
Because we don't have. Are we distant right now?
I don't think so. I didn't see any distant get played. I didn't see like a tactical retreat or anything in the previous turn.
Because I was like, if we have Cat and we're already distant, Cat could do quite a bit here. Well, there's the Archer you were asking for.
Oh boy, yeah. Crystalline Archer, big deal here.
Yep. And I think the math was done and said, all right, yeah, you got it.
Whoa. Oh, that's so
Wow.
good. That's so clutch. Yeah, because if the Crystalline Archer banishes, it becomes distant, which enables the Ranger Strides. So that's 8 damage off of the Crystalline Archer alone. Which, okay, that's a big hit. That's
we already had the one off the bow already, because we already had him preloaded with 1, so that was exactly lethal sitting on board. Well, plus so 1, strong. So 2 over.
Yeah. Ah, great. Wow. That was so much back and forth. See, this is what I love about mirrors. It's never over until it's over. And wow, that was a heck of a way to end the game.
Which we saw the scarcity come out, and I was like, oh, this is over with the scarcity, right? That's why you make it. And then the coda was like, oh yeah, coda's pretty good. And then it's like, no, we're missing 1.
1 down.
Oh no.
Coda is really good though. Well, what do you think we're going to be seeing for these decks out of the side? I am looking at Cheryl's sideboard, and I've got my eye on these 2 Topsy Decrees and these 2 Dissuading Ethers. Those seem like they are very appropriate for what's going on here.
I agree with you there. I think for sure, I think bringing those in are both very, very, very something to heavily consider. As well, the additional tactical retreat we saw in this game, shutting off the attack is absolutely backbreaking in a matchup like this. Not just because you are stopping the from the hit from happening, but you're also essentially eating Aether Wings out of the hand as well when you do this. You're essentially blanking a lot and making him lose influence in that regard.
Mhm.
So bringing the extra retreat, I don't see a reason why not. Why you wouldn't.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, and Rieb, on the other hand, has a different approach to the sideboard. I think sideboarding for a few different things, but we could very well see Unbroken Mustangs come in.
I would at this point, if you have Mustangs in the list, bring them in. Like that is
Yeah.
one of taking out that bow, not letting them be able to look at the top cards of their deck. Even if they only get one hit off it, taking it off after that means you're taking a ton of potential off of this deck from doing this. So I would bring in the Mustangs. On top of I would consider the Drowned in Aethers in this matchup as well. In this
Yeah.
regard,
Oh,
being able
the
to
Drowned
get
in
through
Aether is
Paladins.
definitely sorry, my bad.
Oh, no, you're good. Go ahead.
The Drowned in Aether is a really interesting card because it's difficult to get value off of it on the Frostborn Paladins, but it's great against the Crystalline Archers. And both of our players are running Cheshire Cats, not that we saw any of them over the course of the game. So potentially pretty effective. Yeah, you're not wrong.
Is Drowned in Aether a spell though, isn't it?
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
Drowned in
so
Aether is a
cat
spell. That's
does
a
get
good
to
point.
dodge it pretty well. So
Man, that cat always
unfortunate.
comes back.
that cat. That being said, though, you know what it doesn't dodge? Staggering strike.
A good call. I wonder if we'll see the staggering strikes come in for the Cheshire Cats that Rye didn't see on the previous turn.
I would assume if you know the mirror match, you gotta assume. You gotta assume
You
it's
gotta
in the deck
assume.
because, especially they've already got the Looking Glass. You've already seen Distortion Regalia. Like, why would you not assume a Cheshire Cat being in this list?
Yeah, 100%. Well, Diana's doing Diana things. We saw Languid Toad Troll coming up for Cheryl, and Rye now going distant off of the reposition, bringing out Diana, and setting themselves up to attack past this rested Toad Troll for now. Bringing out an Etheric Calibration, one of my favorite Ether charges. Go neutral, find yourself another Ether charge, seems real good. And the kind of archetypal at this point, attack for 3, glimpse 4, set yourself up for next turn.
Yeah, you don't have to go super crazy with this bow. Sometimes it's just about setting it up and keeping that floating train going.
Yeah, the
A
floating
lot,
is very important here. So I
yeah.
think a lot is going to depend on what this glimpse finds, whether or not this glimpse finds anything that Rye wants to keep, or if it's just going to be flip a float and move on with your life.
Well, that's a pretty good one. If you're gonna mill
Yeah,
some
as far
float,
as floats
that's
go, yeah.
I would put that in my top 5 floats in my upcoming Watch Mojo top 5 Grand Archive floating memory cards.
I will watch that video. That sounds like good content. Man,
Now I
Crystal
just
and
gotta start
Archer
making
coming
it.
down for Rye. Wow, Rye really swinging for the fences on this turn 2. This is good. So an extra card draw for the Crystal and Archer, 4 more damage coming in, leaving Cheryl with 7 damage marked. Cheryl's not even going to level 1. Oh no, they bricked. Well,
I
backup charger
normally
coming out. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, normally that's what I would think in this situation. Yeah, most likely probably didn't have the distant enabler, not really worth it. But there also could just be value of this hand it could have multiple codas in it. So it may be just a get influence up, and if they clear this toad, we could do some damage just off codas.
That's true. I mean, definitely relying on sort of the defenses that this Toad Troll is presenting in order to buy them at least another turn. But not being able to get your damage in, not being able to get your glimpse off of that initial swing is a really tough place for this Diana deck to be. Like, even if this is sort of a carefully thought out decision, getting the extra influence over bringing out Diana level 1, it's a dangerous one. You know, that's a risk.
You know what's even more dangerous now? That smoke bomb.
Oh no! Oh, smoke bombs, what a card. Yeah, and that enables the Weaving Mana Stream, so we have an even bigger hit coming. And Cheryl only has 7 damage left until death. Cheryl's still on Spirit. And that looks, in fact, like lethal. I see 4 off the Crystalline Archer and 3 off of the bow. Cheryl better have a trick up their sleeve.
You better hope that tactical retreat is in this hand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we got to see something. Maybe a tactical retreat. Drown and Ether would also do the trick if they ended up bringing those in. Dissuading Ether in order to take a little bit less damage here, but definitely losing a little bit of value, not being able to put those charge. Oh yeah, no,
Oh, and
never
man,
mind.
not even a tactical retreat either.
Nothing.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that is
We
definitely a scoop.
It's like, all
Oh.
right, good game. Let's go to game 2. Yeah, listen. The duality of playing Water Diana. Man, when
Right?
the deck runs. When you don't see one of your 12 to 15 distant enablers, then it
Mhm.
feels real bad.
Yeah. You know, I mentioned before, like if you get your glimpses humming, the deck runs like a Corvette. And if you don't see your distant enablers, it runs like a Corvette with no tires.
It turns out you need gas in the engine to move the car.
You really do. You really do. Well, that was an extremely rough game 2 for Cheryl, and shows how quick this match can go, you know? This deck is
Oh
really
yeah.
aggressive. I've heard it referred to as blue fire, and I think that's pretty accurate.
I think we were talking we were talking to locals and talking just about kind of like the meta game in general. And we had people talking about what is like the aggro deck right now. What if I wanted to play aggro, what would I be playing? And we all had to be like, honestly, the best aggro deck right now is water. It's probably this list.
Yeah, it's kind of a surprise. You know, there's definitely still aggressive decks out there that can really put you through your paces, right? Like you can't look at Fire Etherwing Diana and say no, that's not a threat. You can't look at Wake Up and say no, that's not a threat. But this deck just has so much consistency to it and
Yeah.
so much power in those glimpses in the setup and so many different tools that it can take advantage of, different avenues of attack. It's really, really scary to sit down opposite this deck.
Yeah, it almost plays very similar like to other card games. Like when you think of a tempo kind of strategy, this deck kind of feels somewhat related to that. But your tempo isn't really trying to save your board necessarily. It's more of like play the turn, keep a couple of cards up so you can do it again next at the end of your opponent's next turn. It's kind of like the idea this deck wants to follow, and it does it just so consistently and so well that
Yeah,
and
all of
and
the
as well.
different.
Oh, I was just
Sorry.
saying the deck has so many. You're good. The deck is just has so many options as well.
Mhm.
Like if they stop your attacks, you can just sometimes kill with like Carps on Coda. Like who cares?
Yeah. And there's so many of the different options are influence neutral too, right? Like this is, you know, kind of Water's specialty, but also Diana's specialty. All of the ether charges draw you another card or draw you another ether charge. Or have float and they let you draw you cards off of your Crystalline Archer so you can draw another float or another ether charge. The train never stops.
And speaking of the train not stopping, we are back in and 100% turning that completely around from last game. Cheryl went from, hey, I don't have a disenabler to, all right, turn 2. Here's Diana. Good luck.
Yep. Yeah, no, that's it. So 3 damage coming in, glimpsing for 4. I feel like I have said these words so many times, and I will keep saying them because everybody keeps playing this deck.
And it does look like
Oh,
we milled a Weaving Mana Stream as well. So this is into Paladin. I think this is the dream setup right now.
yeah, this is real strong. I'm not sure if Cheryl banishes. Hopefully, Cheryl has another float here. Yes, they do. Okay, because you don't want to be banishing the Weaving Mana Stream to the Frostborn Paladin because you don't get it back that way. You want to banish it to like Materializing Regalia. But either way, getting the extra card off of the Frostborn Paladin. So Diana plus Paladin, a great start for Cheryl. And Rye setting up for their own turn 2, their own distant enabled big move here. Although that looks like an etheric calibration. No. Undercurrent Vantage. My mistake. So
Still good. Glimpsing 3 to set up the turns. Pretty strong.
Yeah. No, this is a good play as opposed to the etheric calibration, which would really suck to be playing when there's no ether wing out. But yeah, this is a great start. Getting that extra glimpse here in order to set up for your next big glimpse, which is wonderful.
Ooh, hitting a Paladin.
Yeah, the Paladin's a little bit unfortunate, but Rye put that Paladin down deliberately, which I think tells you something about the rest of their hand.
It's got to be
There
spicy if
we
you're
go.
willing to put the paladin down.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm hoping for 2 Codas. That's my fingers crossed. But the Prudent not coming down, staying neutral, and powering up that Aqua Mirage Whisper. I'm actually expecting to see another Ether Charge here. Because Rye needs to hit that Paladin for 4 in order to clear it out of the way. So maybe we'll see a Charge the Soul afterwards, like we did on Cheryl's turn previously. Or maybe Rye will just go into it with a Crystalline Archer and then be able to hit the face. That also sounds great.
We are having to trade the ally in this regard, but I think at this point in the aggro matchup, I think the ally trade is a little bit better than the life trade.
Yeah, no, a very good point. If you're worried about your life totals, and let's face it, if you're up against Water Aetherwing Diana, you need to always be worried about your life totals. Makes a lot of sense to trade off the allies and make sure that your damage gets through unopposed.
Oh, but it looks like there is a cat on top of that
Interesting. Are
as
we
well.
going to see the weapons get materialized, right? This is always the question. Because you do have to take some turns materializing the inert sword or the Palvor sword and not materializing your other utility stuff if you want to take advantage of that Cheshire Cat.
Yeah, well, we could also just be playing into the, because we already have. Did we mill another floating? Because if we did, we could also just be banking on the boots because we do get double activation. So +8 in a matchup
Yeah,
where your opponent only has 19 at max. Not
eight's
something to scoff at.
yeah, no, eight's a lot of damage. Double Ranger Strides on anything is going to be scary. So Cheryl now building up towards a bigger second attack, which is another pattern that we sometimes see out of this deck. You know, you get the small attack at first, but that lets you sort of stack your deck for the ether charges that you want to see and build up into like a 5, 6, 7 damage swing on the next turn. No distant enabled here, but maybe not that much of a problem. Charge the soul, heck yeah. And this is a great use of Recollection. I wonder how big this is going to go, or if Cheryl's going to try flooding the board again. Are we going to see another Paladin? Are we going to see another Crusty Archer? What is the direction that this aggro is going to take? Because let's be real, it's always going to be aggro.
Well, you have the smoke bombs. If you have this enabler, you could ship a little bit more into this.
Mhm.
Well, that's a pretty good way to say nope.
Yeah, Tactical Retreat, a bit of a rough one. I'm not sure why the durability is being marked. But the ether charges do go into the graveyard.
I think they're setting it back to 2. I think they might have just adjusted it to 1 and then put it back. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Looks a little bit difficult to tell from the camera view. The color of the dice is just a little bit awkward here on top of like water dice on top of water cards on top of a water mat.
You see, it's about the aesthetic. I don't care about the view. I want my aesthetic to look good.
Oh, for sure.
That's what it's about.
It's a good color choice, honestly. I'm on board with whatever's going on here.
Listen, I want that mat. That's all I'm saying.
All right, so we have a Crystalline Archer coming down, so a little bit more aggression here. Not able to get the swing that Cheryl was looking for, but still able to come in with a Crystalline Archer, replace the card. I love that every ally in this deck is influence neutral. It's so busted. All the cards in this deck are so good, Neat.
Turns out, Water has been getting the good cards, and we just
They
never
really have.
stopped them. We were too busy complaining about our fireballs and our... Well, never mind. We did get lost in thought ban. So actually,
That's true.
I'll take it back. I take it back. Yeah, Water needs it. Water needs to get hit with more. They deserve everything that they have coming to them.
All right. Yeah, I agree. Give them some more toys.
There's the Mustang.
There's the Mustang.
Oh my god.
Well, there goes the Aqua Mirage Whisper. This is going to be a bit of a stumbling block, I think, because we don't have... Oh, no, we do. Seeker's Aetherwing is in the main for Cheryl. So there is another Aetherwing that can come out. could also start bringing out some of the other weapons, though. There is an inert sword in this deck. Cheryl doesn't have the Palvor sword, whereas Rye does. So a little bit less potential power for the Cheshire Cat. But even that aside, we have a decent amount of other options in terms of attacks.
Which, be fair, if Cheryl brought in the Palvor sword here, this could still be pretty spicy. I don't know how much floating is currently in the graveyard, but if there is one right now, that could also slow things down pretty heavily.
Yep, a good point for sure. Crystalline Archer going distant and living to see another day.
And we're asking to see the graveyard, so I think the Palvor sword was a possibility option here. But we are at inert sword, so I would not be shocked if inert sword is just kind of our choice here and keep the Palvor sword just in case.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is an easy one.
No, it looks like we might be going. We're going
Aw,
boots.
Is Cheryl trying to win this turn?
Is there
because
a cat in hand?
I see 8 damage on the board, and it's not too hard to find another 4 damage if this 8 goes through.
I mean, if there's a cat in hand, we're swinging already, so it's probably not a cat in hand.
Yeah, too bad. Oh, does Cheryl even have the floating memory? No. Okay, yes. Oh, right, because they're already distant. They don't need to burn the card in order to get distant. So just coming in for 4 here, keeping the boots handy. And all right, so not a kill turn, I think. But I guess we'll see what else Cheryl comes in with.
Unless we have another paddle. Do we have another archer?
Right?
Is that another archer?
Another archer with the strides is exactly lethal. Of course, Rye does have cards in hand, and because they're a water deck, you know what that means. Charge the Soul going down for the 1 damage to face, no Aetherwing to load it into. But it is a float for the second Crystalline Archer.
I think we know why.
Yep.
Hold up.
Come on, Cheryl. Make me look prescient.
Oh, there's Archer number 2.
Archer number 2. Here we go. All right, Rye, you've got to have something here, I believe. Is this match over, or are you playing a water deck?
Listen, we've got a saying. We've said it before. We'll say it again. If you got it, you got it. Uh-oh.
Also true.
Uh-oh. That's a Frostbind, though. But we have 2 to play.
Yeah, Frostbind on its own doesn't seem like the best option here, especially with the boots already on the board. Like, Rye going distant here in order to enable the flash grenade, I could see that. But Frostbind on its own. Yeah, I'm not sure what the plan is.
Yeah, but that does it. That
the
does
plan
it.
is scoop.
Yep, we're scooping.
Wow. Well, I guess that's the story, right? You pit Water Aetherwing Diana against Water Aetherwing Diana, and in roughly 30 minutes, Water Aetherwing Diana walks away the victor.
And it's crazy that we even called the putting in the Mustangs, because man, the matchup becomes very, very good for you when you can deal with the bow. And then Cheryl just being like, yeah, I don't care about the bow. The bow's actually holding me back. Here's my true power.
Right? Just coming in with 16 damage worth of Crystalline Archer hits? Like, I don't need this. Attacking you with my champion? Who would do that?
Like, gross. I don't need that. Yeah, Diana's just in here because I like my allies. That was the best water leader I could find. Yeah, get them out of here.
We never even saw a Cheshire Cat on either side of the board, which is kind of astounding to me. Like,
yeah,
it really seems like one of the ways in which Water Aetherwing Diana is trying to sort of extend its reach is Cheshire Cat with all of the other weapons to enable your distant related attacks and get some extra hits in, get some extra power on the board that's not all in on Aquamirage Whisper. But I guess they just didn't need it.
No, I think you've actually might have called it in the situation of, you're right. It takes multiple turns to get those weapons online, to get things running. And I think both players just kind of realized that I don't have the time in this matchup to take not making either an aggressive or a defensive regalia. Like, in this case, of more the aggressive regalia, unless I'm trying to win that turn. So we saw both of them when they were on the back foot make their defensive regalia, and then pivot to the aggressive to close out the game. And I think that's part of why. It's like there was no ever reason to make the swords. And we did see we saw Rye see one Cheshire Cat on the we don't know if it went to the bottom or if they kept it, but we saw them look at the cards. So it was an option for them, and they just like, nah, it's not relevant to me right now.
Yeah, what you gonna do? I mean, it does
Yeah,
make sense that it's more of a plan B or even a plan C in this deck. Just like, okay, well, I've got some damage on you. I need to find something consistent instead of a one shot. Cheshire Cat seems like a good choice in that kind of situation.
yeah.
But if your one shots are enough, like you end the game on turn 3. You never have time to bring out another weapon.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
well.
like who cares? Like I don't need a cat to go for 4 turns of damage when I can just have Archer go for 1 turn of the same damage.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it was
Well,
that was a masterclass on both sides. They both played the matchup well. I don't really think there was any plays that were like a little bit off or maybe questionable in that regard. I think they both played it well. It's just in game 2 we saw unfortunately with Cheryl, it was just the hand just didn't work out. There wasn't the discipline enabler. We were having to kind of use our backup to draw the cards, and we saw Ribe just have everything. And then in game 1 and game 2 for Cheryl on the other end, we saw Cheryl open up very, very aggressively and have multiple options presented to the opponent saying, hey, I'm not like I've got the bow, but the bow has also enabled me to do other things. And so now at that point, you have Ribe coming the back foot of being like, which strategy do I try to target? Because if I go after the bow, I'm going to die to the Coda, or in this case, in game 3, the archers. But then if I go maybe for the allies and then the Coda route, then I'm shutting out my own game plan of just kind of using this bow to try to apply the damage. So I think it was whoever got footing first essentially took the game kind of idea.
yeah, I honestly, it kind of feels like losing the. Okay, so double check me on this. Did Cheryl go first on game 1? I think she did.
I'm gonna have to look back. I think Cheryl did because
Right?
Cheryl got the first mill on the Coda, I think, but I could be
Yeah,
wrong.
yeah. So I think that losing the die roll put Rye kind of in the responsive position in this match, and that's a painful place to be, right?
Yeah.
And then you kind of have Cheryl winning the first game, so now Rye gets to go first, and Rye has all of the advantage, and Cheryl just doesn't even show up for that game, right? Like, if your deck is going to not show up, let it be on the game where you're going second.
Yeah, exactly. It's you don't, and that's what's one of the hardest parts about, especially if you play like the mid range style list or these kind of like aggro style lists, is that if you are the player going second, a lot of the times you are the one having to react to your opponent's board, and sometimes it's very hard as well. Is even as experienced players, it's hard to know when you are allowed to take the damage and try to take control of that game. Because if you say, I'm going to skip this, I'm going to skip reacting to things to try to make my opponent be the reactive one. But if that swap means you're taking 15 damage, then it's like, did you really take control of the game at that point?
That talent, kind of being able to read the board state and be like, okay, I need to deal with this damage, or I can take this damage and use that as an opportunity, makes the scariest Tristan players, I find. Because Tristan is a deck that has a lot of defensive tools, but every turn that you're not using a defensive tool, you're improving your position on the board or improving your prep count and building up the resource that you need in order to get to just a really unmanageable level 3.
Yeah.
So being able to correctly assess, like, oh, I have to deal with this, or I can let this one go and use that time to solidify my own position, is a really, really amazing talent and something that is worth cultivating. I mean, kind of no matter what deck you're playing, knowing what your position is, knowing there's a term from other games, who's the beatdown, and just being
Yeah.
able to assess your position in that match. Like, okay, yes, they're beating me down. I need to control this. Or they think they're the beatdown, but really I'm the beatdown. and being able to be like, okay, yes, I can take this damage and then come back at them with more.
Yeah, and this is one of those things where it's kind of like, and this is one of the big things I as well like now that I've been able to have the opportunity to help teach newer players and teach teammates what to do in a lot of these situations and how to play these decks. And one of the biggest things that advice that I give is don't just stick on necessarily like, of course you want to practice one deck and get very good at it, but don't be scared to go out and try something else. Try a different deck, because one of the best ways you can know when you can actually make that pivot is by playing the other lists. Because if you've played the situation before where you played the deck and you realized, oh wow, the deck in turn 3 or 4 can do this, and I got control of the game, but then you are on the opposite end of that. Now you as the player experiencing dealing with that situation know, oh, okay, so for one, me as the person taking this damage, I know kind of where I can and can't make those adjustments because I've now played the deck. But also you now know what is my opponent thinking in that regard. And if you know what your opponent's thinking, you can play that into your strategy. You can say, I think he's going to go this route. And if he does that, I have a small opening window here. So I'm going to play into that advantage. So and I think that's what we kind of saw it as well as you say you love mirror matches. It's one of the best ways to know, kind of see how somebody else plays your deck and learn your own weaknesses in that matchup.
Yeah, 100%. I think knowing how your opponent's deck plays is one of the more important things in terms of carrying you forward to like that next tier of skill. Obviously, you have to know how your deck plays, but knowing where your windows are depending on your opponent and knowing like what you need to deal with and what you can kind of let go as a result, like that is really really important in most matches.
Yeah. And it's one of the biggest examples I can give of this is you see a lot of newer players play into Shadow Strike Tristan. And some of those players will die before Shadow Strike ever reaches level 3 because they just don't know that the slice and dice combo is a potential in the deck. And I've seen many a new players, they say, as Terry spoke about in round 1, they go hyper aggressive into Wind Assassin. They say, oh, cool, I'm going to put them 2 away from lethal. This is going to be awesome. They only got 1 prep. What's the worst they can do? And then they go, end of your turn. I'm going to get a prep, get a prep, get a prep, make Assassin Ripper, make the Ripper swing for a 15. And you go, wow, I just lost in 1 turn because I got a little bit overconfident. And you could have had the Resolute in hand. You could have survived with a Resolute. And it's kind of one of those things. You just have to know what the deck does. And if you don't, people can get you on it because they also know that if they can kind of detect that you're maybe a less experienced player in that matchup, they're willing to make more risks than they normally would.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that's so true. I mean, this is, even aside from reading your opponent's deck, is reading your opponent, right? Like that's kind of the next level up from there. Is
Yeah.
maybe the best way to level that up is playing poker. I don't know, but just being able
Honest-
to.
For me, it's playing games. Just like, don't be afraid. Just go to your locals. Even if you're playing the same 5 people, one of the best ways is like somebody you really know, play against them over and over again. And you can start picking up cues, not just for that person individually, but you'll find that other people have similar cues, like similar hints that they might do. And then you can kind of like use that and carry that over. So again, I think we talk about all the time here. Just play the game. Don't be afraid to like go into the Discord and be like, hey, I want to play a couple games. There's probably somebody out there who's like, yeah, let's boot up Tabletop Simulator and let's play. And soon, hey, they're gonna be like, let's boot up Sandbox. Let's jump on Sandbox, play a little bit.
I'm so excited for Sandbox. I can't wait to have a way to show off Grand Archive online in a way that looks good. Like
Yeah.
I'm a content creator, even aside from casting and commentary. So I stream like a lot of variety games and stuff. But there's no real way for me to stream Grand Archive in a way that looks good. And I think Sandbox might actually be sort of the difference maker for me. Like that's going to be really cool.
Oh, I'm in the same boat. One of the things is like one of the big things I'm gonna start back in to do is streaming these games to Grand Archive, and a lot of it's just gonna be jumping in and playing people like from the community, just being like, hey, let's play the game, let's learn, because that's just one of those things. Is we have a very big local scene in Dallas to be able to do that. But one thing about it is you do kind of get isolated in that meta, and this way is a good way to be like, let's just jump online. I want to see maybe stay up late one night and be like, let's see what let's see what Australia's doing. Like, let's see if we can find like Limelight or one of them and be like, hey, you want to jam a game? I want to see what you're doing. I want to see what's going on in the Land Down Under in the Grand Archive.
Yeah, I love that, man. It cannot be overstated how important the regional meta is, right? If you look around and see what people are doing at Ascents, that gives you a hint somewhat of what the global meta looks like, but also the region in which the Ascent takes place tells you so much about what kinds of decks you're going to be seeing there. And the amount of preparation that you put in when you're trying to figure out, oh, if I'm going to a store champs, I'm going to a regional, I'm going to Ascent. You really do need to know what kinds of decks people are playing in that area, right?
Yeah.
Like you really need to know sort of what direction that meta is going. I'll give you an example from my own personal life. Going to a store champs around here right after Ascent London, and it was like kind of looking around. It's like, wow, people. If I look at the Ascent London data, there's a lot of people playing Seru. There's not a lot of people playing CL. There's a little bit of water, but not a water, and most of the water is Aetherwing Diana, and that is like a fairly decent snapshot of what people are playing at a high level at an Ascent. But that doesn't tell me anything about what people are
Yeah.
playing next door at a store champs. And, I made the choice to bring Fractals to that event, and I faced 1 dragon and 2 Genbu, and I was like, yes, I am vindicated. I did the right thing. So it really pays off to know kind of what the people around you are playing and prepare for that meta, as well as sort of what everybody is playing and preparing for that meta too.
Yeah, and it's even it's like as you said, like in the region like that, even in some ascents, it's crazy to look back at some of the ascents and you look at like a Southeast Asian ascent, and then you look at like London, and you see like these like weird, like you'll see some of the players they will travel, so you'll see some of these lists kind of go with them. But it's crazy, like if you just look at one of the more recent ascents that we had, like looking at the two, you look at like here in the US, an ascent happens, and you see a lot of like fractals, you see a lot of like Water Diana, you see a couple series here and there, but you don't really see a lot of Gembu, which is odd to not see. But then you go to Southeast Asia, and in their top 8, you see like a Gembu just crushing there. You see other Gembus throughout the meta taking out lists. And it's just crazy that it's like certain regions, almost like we make a joke, certain regions are allergic to certain deck lists where we could potentially play the deck, but for some reason we don't. Like we know it's good, but we're like, I don't really want to. Like we know that Wind Assassin's really good into the Shinju, but for some reason in the US we're like, I don't really want to play Luxem. I don't really want to Shadow Strike. I'm just gonna play some. I want to play Siryu as well. Like,
Man, talking about regional lists, it really seems like SEA region is allergic to 4-ofs. There's some amazing deck building decisions that goes into the way that they build their decks, and no shade on them, right? You have
No,
some
it works.
wildly good players coming out of the SEA region. You have some incredible players out of Singapore, out of Australia, out of New Zealand. But I just do not understand their deck building ethos. I do not.
I think it's like it's weird. I want to know, like, is it a combination of the player feels more comfortable having the potential option in their list, and that's why we do it, or is it potentially like they know that their meta may be a little bit slower, so they have more time to draw into these cards? Like, it's something that I would, if we get more data in the game and we can kind of start breaking that down and like seeing maybe the average turn cycle games go and like stuff like that, it'd be really cool to see, because I want to know why that seems to work so well, as you mentioned, in Southeast Asia region, like in, of course, we see it as well, some with like European deck lists as well. They really fall in that strategy. But here in the US, you don't really see it. Like
No,
you'll
yeah,
see
not ever.
2-ofs in some decks, but you never see like 3 of staple and then 3 of another staple. It's always 4 staple and then like maybe 2 tech cards. So it's very interesting to me that we see those kind of regional differences like that. It's if we ever get to a point where we just can like just digest thousands upon thousands of data when it comes to this in Grand Archive, I would want to see what those numbers look like. Does
Oh,
the
yeah.
average turn change that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the idea of Grand Archive as a global game, I think it's there, right? There are people playing Grand Archive in every region, and there are, good players coming out of every region. So it's not like, this is only an NA game or this is only a SEA game or whatever. But it's so difficult to actually get matches cross region. And that I think is when we'll really start seeing that kind of data come forward, is if there ends up being a way to kind of easily be like, oh yeah, I as an NA player want to play against somebody in Germany, and we'll just jam a couple of matches and have that data be accessible, right?
Yeah.
Maybe if there ends up being more online locals like the TCG Online Weekly, or maybe if there ends up being more online regionals like the way the Fable does it. But I would really love to see more events that bring in a actual global crowd. I think that would be super cool.
Yeah, it'll be cool to see as well. See how does the global meta differ from then the regional metas? Does that shift happen again? Because like we sometimes see it with online regionals, because we do see a little bit of that cross kind of play, but again, it's not as often because for us in the US, not many of us are willing to stay up till 5 in the morning playing an online regional, and then vice versa. You see a lot of people in Singapore not really going to be like, I really don't want to stay up till 5 in the morning playing this this match. So it's going to be kind of cool to see if we see that kind of shift happen with more of an easily accessible option in the future. As well is if we see more and more, like as the game's growing very quickly and we see worlds getting bigger and bigger, what's that world's meta going to look like versus everything else? That's going to be another big thing as well.
Yeah, and Worlds has always been an absolutely wild meta if you look at it, right? Because you have the gauntlet, you have sort of that top 32, the best of the best, the cream of the crop, and then you have the 3v3 sort of Ascent Worlds gameplay, and that is always a study, right? That is always, just an absolutely wild, I would even say deranged look at the meta.
Which is something that's also crazy to me about, like, now that you bring up the World's 3v3, is that you have essentially a World's meta. You have a lot of teams from all over the world making their decks, a lot of it in secret. They're not talking to each other, not really giving too many hints on this. But yet, whenever we get to Worlds and you see like, you can kind of figure out what they're probably the best 5 decks that you're going to see going into something like the Ascent Worlds. But it's crazy that regardless of what you see some of those decks are, the placement of the type of decks is almost exactly the same. I think going into this last world, I think we put our Fractals player on the right, and I think he only played Fractal mirror matches. And I'm like, how did 8 teams all decide Fractals goes on the right? What
Uh-huh.
logic happened in a global scale to say Fractals is on the right, Aggro's in the middle, and then Sirius on the left? And I'm like, how did we get here?
Yeah, it's so fun. I think I'm trying to remember because I talked to M Duo 13 of Fractal of Insight fame, and we did a little bit of digging into the 3v3 stats, both for the most recent worlds and the worlds beforehand, which is a little bit more difficult to get to. But there was some trend of like seat C was fire in 60% of the teams or something like that. I was absolutely wild. And you're right, it is entirely done average groupthink. I don't know. Like everybody
Yeah,
has the exact same ideas as to what order the deck should be structured in. By the same token, you could play 8 teams and play 8 unique decks. Like there's just like people bring whatever they want into the 3v3, and that is
yeah,
so beautiful.
yeah. It does looks like we have an answer on possibly this question from our our staff on the back.
Mm. The power of kibitzing.
Yeah. So yeah, I believe, I don't know if that was open chat. I don't know if the chat could hear that or if not.
Oh, okay. Well, that
Okay.
was a bunch
Oh
of
yeah.
dead air. All right.
Okay. So a bunch of dead air. But essentially the best clarification what we got is because putting in the aggro deck in the middle means that game ends a lot faster. So putting the fire aggro or the fractal deck in the middle means you wrap up the game and then you can help the other two because you can help your left and right. Which, yeah, makes sense. It was also
Mhm.
weird to me, and I think, but now I think about to back to the first worlds though. I think in our run to worlds, even through top 4, I think every time we had a Luxem player on the opposing team, they were also in the middle against us, which is kind of a weird shift that you went from that kind of idea of keep the control player in the middle and then put the aggro decks on the outside. And then, but,
Mhm.
but again, that was also a meta where I think 2 of the decks could be supercharged, and the people on the outside, like where the seat I was in, we were on the ally package to try to deal with erupting. So I think when
Yeah.
we brought in our list, and I was on Water Ally Tenoris. And I've never played an event for so long that I was like, I want to go home. I don't want to be here anymore.
Yeah, I feel that. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I think part of our decision making when putting together our 3v3 team was we wanted to put the best player in the middle, and then whatever deck they were most comfortable with was the deck that ended up in the middle for us. But there's definitely a lot of thought to be a lot of play in putting the fastest deck in the middle or the deck that is the most linear, which is actually a decent reason to put Luxem Xander there. Like there are turns where you have to do a lot of math, and there's also turns where you're not doing a lot of anything, and
Yeah, you're just
that
looking
gives
at your
you
opponent and being
some
like,
amount
I'm
of
gonna
time
draw some
to.
cards.
Yeah, exactly. That definitely gives you some time to sort of look around and see, oh, you're doing this thing, you're doing this thing, and now I can go back to my own game for the brief amount of time it is required for me to show off a couple of Luxem sites and pass the turn.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I think when we played, we threw pretty much 3 aggro decks into that meta. And it was terrible because we lost our first 3 and knocked ourselves out, and then went on a streak of just winning out completely the rest of the event. I'm like, and that's of course that's how it happens. That being
Yeah,
said,
yeah.
our round 1 into Worlds was against the former world champ, his team.
Oh
And so
no.
that was our round 1 against Glenny Boy. Glenny Boy is up against our like was our fractal player. Our fractal player looks at his hand, looks at me, and didn't even have to say a word. And I go, that ain't good. And then he goes, one fractal pass. And
Oh
Glenny Boy
no.
goes, oh no. Glenny Boy draws, and Glenny Boy goes, fractal, 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 pass to you. And then my teammate looks at me and goes, I'm not going to ask for advice, but I'm pretty sure I lose, right? And I'm like, you don't want the answer to that question.
Sure doesn't look good at that point. Oh my
As
gosh.
long as he doesn't play a Zhao on next turn, you're fine. And then sure enough, goes back to Glenn and he goes, Zhao. And I'm like, yeah, you're cooked.
Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Yeah, I
It's
mean,
over, my
some games
dude.
Fractals has it, right? Like, what do you do? There's just, all right, well, you had everything you needed, so I guess GG go next, except in 3v3 there is no next. So GG go get some water and take a nap or something.
Yeah, this next Worlds is actually going to be for the team event is actually going to be very interesting to watch. I can't wait to see because we're at a point now that all 3 we were kind of like that in the last one. There was still some share you had to happen. But if we're also getting more guides in RDO, all 3 decks are probably going to be hyper powered. Like they're probably going to be very streamlined at this point. So now I'm going to be wondering, is that placement decision going to matter more now? Because normally you would put like your weaker deck into what you thought was going to be one of the weaker or potentially the stronger deck. So you could try to set it up so the stronger deck plays into the weaker, so and vice versa. But now I'm wondering how that mentality is going to change. Are we going to keep that aggro deck in the middle to help the other 2 players? Or are you going to see teams like kind of mix it up to be like, I know the aggro deck's going in the middle, so we're going to put like a very like control focused anti aggro in the middle kind of thing. So it's going to be interesting to see this next one, regardless.
I think what's even more interesting is the possibility of, given how different archetypes have developed, you could have 3 aggro decks and
Yeah.
none of them need to borrow anything from the other decks, you know? You could have like Wake Up, some sort of fire, like Assassin Fire aggro, and Water Aetherwing Diana all right next to each other, all playing these very, very aggressive strategies and just being like, control, what is control? Who runs dungeon guides? Those suck. Like you can,
Yeah.
there's a lot of opportunities there. I mean, there's still the divine relics to consider, right? Like
Yeah.
that's kind of a big deal. You know, GCR's Looking Glass, you got to figure out where those are going to go. But yeah, there really feels like there was a lot of potential for the 3v3 deck building given how big the pool is now.
Yeah.
And I'm so glad to see that so many decks are seeming more and more viable, especially with all the support that RDO is giving
Oh,
to
yeah.
some of the other archetypes, right? Like, I'm so happy.
Like it's crazy that, and this is what I like to see in a set like RDO that we're getting, where it was not necessarily cards to improve the deck as it is, but a lot of these improvements we saw are ways to change the deck into a strategy that we normally wouldn't approach. Because we've already kind of talked with our locals, there is potential you could play a Rye list that is less on turbo and try to win off Rye, but utilize the angels to make that arcane count go up. So you have
Mhm.
an early game angel kind of aggressive strategy, and then end it with an arcane blast rather than being like everything is involved in the arcane package. Slimes, for example, you have slimes can now go the traditional storm slime I win, but you can also go where I'm gonna compare it to kind of like if you look back at kind of some old MTG style lists where you had like white weenie be a deck where it's like I'm gonna make a bunch of tokens and I'm gonna pump them up and turn them sideways kind of thing. That is the potential that slimes can now do as part of their deck. So you now have to like look at these lists. You would normally be, oh, it's this champion, it's this set of cards. I know what this deck is going to be doing. Now you're probably going to be in a situation where I know what this champion does, but I don't necessarily know which strategy he's going for, and that could be terrifying going into this. And I'm really
Yeah.
happy this week can kind of start doing that.
No, we exist on the cusp of a brave new world, and I think there is a lot of openness in the future, which is really great and really exciting. And I can't wait to see what people are going to cook up. But for right now, I think we have about 5 minutes left in regulation, so I think we are going to take a quick break, and then we'll be back for round 4 in the near future. So thank y'all for hanging out. Thanks for sitting around and listening to us yap. Always a pleasure going through these conversations with you, NEETfull. This was enlightening.
Oh,
And
listen, this is the fun part about Grand Archive. I got to talk about more Grand Archive. Perfect.
yeah, oh no, don't throw me in the
Oh.
briar patch. Don't make me talk about Grand Archive. But yeah, we'll be back in a few. So thanks for hanging out, and see you folks soon.
See you in a bit.
Welcome back, folks. This is going to be round 4 of the True Champion Gaming Online Weekly. I am Jim the Eternal, and continuing to join me in the booth is NEETfull. How you doing, man?
I'm doing good, doing good. Got some water, took a break, so I am ready to get into this last round and wrap
Heck
this
yeah.
up.
I am pretty pumped. I'm really excited to see kind of what decks made it through, given the competition that we've been seeing so far. You know, like this generally as an online weekly, as a local, essentially, we're not expecting people to really bring in their A game. You know, we do have a lot of stiff competition out there, but also a lot of them are bringing like maybe more for fun decks or kind of trying stuff out. But you know, it's even if they are not playing a set level decks, I am always seeing something interesting at these events.
Yeah, yeah,
So,
and it's crazy because we also have some very well known players inside of like the specifically for these weeklies that play consistently, and they always bring some sauce. I
mhm.
mean, we can call out very one that we know very well with Edward being one that always has some wacky sauce that he brings, and not only is it's wacky sauce that's working in some way, and it's always interesting to see what they have brought. As well as we've seen also players who may not get the sort of the spotlight as we normally see with like a set level and regional, but they also play some phenomenal deck lists here. And it's so I'm really excited. I'm with you. I'm really excited to see what has made it through because it's not always just like Dragon and Diana. Sometimes it is some sauce that people have been cooking that we see here.
Yeah. Okay. So, completely open field. What do you want to see for the next match?
Ooh. What do I want to see? I definitely want to see because I know I want to see a Gembu kind of come back. I don't know if we have one in the event, but seeing Gembu kind of come back and kind of be in this deck that kind of fell off and then slowly kind of bring its way back is a list that I really, really like to watch play. Just because it's when you see Gembu players do well on the list, it feels like a completely different deck list than what you would try on your own in that kind of regard. So I love seeing Gembu come back. The other thing I want to see is I want to see more fire aggro kind of bring its way back in. Kind of the idea that we've seen with water becoming the best of the best when it came to a lot of things like aggro and in some cases control, like with fractals and Gembu. Weirdly enough, fire aggro has slowly been dragging its way kind of back into the meta. It still suffers very heavily into decks like Siryu, but if it doesn't see the Siryu during its run, it's like, hey, I got a pretty open field here because you're good into Merlin, you're really good into you're really really good into some of these other kind of like win decks that we see because even if they are running control like the different kind of control pieces. You're seeing a lot more of these ways to stop damage from happening. They are also very good at just saying, "Hey, let's just split the damage and then just go in and say, I don't care if you're going to resolute. I'm just going to go around it with non like combat damage." So we've seen that shift, and I want to see more decks like that.
Yeah. No, I could totally see that. That sounds like that would be really interesting. We already saw a slime, so that's kind of my go-to. I would say the other thing that I would want to see is my boy CL. I think CL is a bit on the downturn, so this seems like a good field to kind of try something new and see if you can kind of make something different work. I don't know. I feel like there's still some cooking left to do with CL, and I'm really interested to see what sort of the next iteration of CL looks like compared to sort of the next iteration of Dragon or the next iteration of Fractals that we saw at Ascent London.
Yeah, and I don't know if we'll see it, but I know there is also a list that's been kind of circulating around into some more recent regionals that there is a fire aggro assassin Merlin that has been going around that has been a terror of a list. We've tested it quite a bit on our side as well because we want to see what this deck does. And kind of think of Fire Chicken, Fire Suzaku, where they kind of split their damage between the two. But being able to play around their own Sheen counters and do crazy damage because of the Sheen, and the more greedy your deck is, the stronger your deck becomes, is an absolute crazy deck. I don't know if we'll necessarily see it, but it is a pretty crazy list if we do see it, if we can feature it.
That's
But
very exciting. Yeah. I think we do have some deck lists. So one of them looks like we have a Serene Xander list, which is, you know, I think we kind of know what Serene Fire Xander kind of looks like. But we also have a Guoja into Merlin. as the opponent here. So this could be a really interesting Water Merlin. Wow. Okay, this is gonna be
So
really interesting.
so we have to add more names to this. So I think we're what do we call what was the original name that this Merlin was called? Was it called Emerald Merlin? Is what we call it in the original variation where you played Guogia for level 1 going into Merlin. I think it
Oh,
was called
because of Yako,
Emerald.
sure. Okay.
Yeah, I think it was called Emerald Merlin because we're using the Emerald Fate Stone. So we're still using this now, but instead of being the Wind Merlin doing this, we're now in Water Merlin doing this. So what do we call that now? Is it the Water Wogia Merlin or Water Emerald Merlin? Like, is how we label this deck list now?
Water Emerald Merlin sounds about right. That's really a lot to work with, though.
It's a lot. It is a lot, which is we don't see this kind of deck. We haven't really seen this deck list come out as often,
Mhm.
which is kind of crazy because it's usually we've seen like the Looking Glass kind of take its place as this idea of starting out with the Regalia early. But there is some justification for just having the Fate Stone that can't be interacted with. And still in this regard, to be able to bring it out and get that free, essentially free Ghost Dragon trigger when we go to 3 without having to necessarily use the Lorraine or leave a vulnerable weapon on the board. So this is a list, and of course, like always, what is bringing the spicy tech, but none other than Edward going in to
Uh-huh.
bring this special tech. So not only is it Water Emerald Merlin, it is Edward's Water Emerald Merlin. So get ready for some sauce, regardless.
Great, great. So his opponent is another relatively well-known name in this particular scene, Bonirien. And he is bringing what looks to be a bog standard Serene Fire Xander. So, going up to Luxem at great haste and then showing you a lot of Luxem cards and making you hate your life.
Yeah. Uh, well-known player. I think we may have seen him once or twice here on the
Mhm.
channel. I think may have I don't know if we've casted with him. Seems like a relatively common name, but who knows?
Yeah,
But
maybe
yeah,
once or twice, maybe.
maybe once or twice.
Unsure.
But this is
Who's
a
to
list.
say?
Bonnie is very, very, very good on this list. Bonnie has been playing this list from it feels like the beginning of time. That it's essentially since Water Allies isn't really their they can't really play Super Water Allies like they want to. They're like, screw it, you don't let me play Water Allies. All right, I'm doing Luxem. Let's go. And
Respect that. I respect that.
they've gotten results this season on Luxem. I gotta respect it. I think they have topped. I think they first regional they did top with this list as well, if I'm not mistaken. So be fair, they know how to play the list. They do well. So
Nice. Yeah, yeah, right on. I mean, it is a strong list to be sure, right? You don't need to mess around with Serene Fire Xander too much to arrive at a list that I think is consensus the best way to do it. And it is a very powerful game plan if you have the time to make it happen. And that's always the question, right? Like if you are playing into an aggressive field, it's a little bit harder to get all the way up to Xander with the kind of buffer you need in order to make it work. But if you make it up to Xander, if you can force that buffer, then there's no way that an aggressive deck will be able to close that gap,
yeah.
right? Because of the power of Luxem at that top end is really, really strong.
Oh, for sure. For sure. Um and it does look like as well, it looks like we have two tables going to be currently playing for the undefeated, is what we're seeing
Nice.
in the event right now. We have both last round we saw Cheryl do very, very well on the list. Update on that. It looks like Cheryl is playing into another mirror match as well, going into the 4-0. So look,
Neutral specifically, who is another
yeah.
person famous for this list. So Cheryl's gonna have a little bit of work to do,
Yeah.
but that promises to be a banger of a match.
Oh, for sure. And of course, hey, not wait at the very long. We are jumping right in with Edward going against Bonnie here for the 4-0. The classic Water Emerald Merlin versus
The
the
classic, yeah,
the classic Fire Serene Luxem. So let's see. Fire v Water, Luxem v
something.
Crux?
Yeah, all you have to say is Water Emerald Merlin, and everybody knows exactly what's in that deck, right? It's the deck that people have seen tournament in, tournament out. I think everybody knows exactly what you're talking about here. Really don't need to go into any more detail. All right. Well, we're getting the usual Serene start here. So Bonnie going to be looking at 6, putting down some, drawing some more, and then we'll see. Do we know who won the die roll? Because that would be some interesting information to have.
Usually it's the person who draws first, but I think they kind of drew at the same time. So
Yeah,
but
it's. I don't know that that's like a thing that they're sort of doing.
yeah, so I think
Ah,
I think
okay.
it is Bonnie in this regard.
Okay.
Yeah, it is Bonnie and classic draw pass.
Heck yeah. I mean, it's fire, right? That's what you do on turn 1 with fire is draw pass. How else are you going to play creative shock during your opponent's end step? Well, starting off with
Hold up.
holding.
Hold up. Did we have unmake at home? Just get played? I mean, hey, I mean technically it's floating, so it's still the same value.
Yeah, Return to the Archive, I think, is a pretty good card in this kind of situation. You know, the float is pretty important, and that's something that he can take advantage of, not only going to level 1, but also at level 2. If he really wants to get that extra level counter, he can just keep that float in the yard and eat it using Merlin 2.
Yeah, and it did. And I believe on the Fluffy, we hit Erendite and Prismatic, both getting banished. So not hiding what this deck is trying to do at all.
Yeah, no, that's kind of giving the game away, I think.
Be like, hey, see these 2 swords? Yeah, you're going to see them later. Don't worry.
I do also like the presence of Eventide Spear in this list. You know, without the ability to bring out the Merc Blade for free, Eventide Spear is a great way to get extra value out of Ghost of Pendragon.
Yeah. As long as your opponent plays some extra allies, you can do it. Now, in this matchup, don't know if that's going to necessarily happen, but
God, there's a Dualities Convergence in this list. Yo, what is Edward playing? I love. So the thing that I have seen with Dualities Convergence is obviously Majestic Spirit. Just getting additional copies of the 410 is massive. But like, if you get extra Prismatic's Edge with this, that seems pretty wild. And
is that the game plan? Is that what we're trying to do?
I guess if you're trying, I mean, if you're Spirit Blade Ascensioning it out, then you might as well get extra copies of it. I mean, that seems fine. Oh, you can even get extra copies of the Fate Stone. You can get more suppresses. Whoa.
Is the suppress tied to bonus though for Woja?
What do you mean?
I gotta look up the Fate Stone.
Oh
again.
yeah. It is Gojo bonus. That's a good point. Yeah, you
Yeah.
can't do it once you're at Merlin. Too bad. I guess it's just for Dungeon Guide then. But that's okay. It's really good on Dungeon Guide. Well, the game has progressed forward. Bannerien coming in with a Thieving Cut. I think getting that extra card draw off of it from the prep counters from Xander's level 1 on enter.
Yeah.
And Edward has, at this point, gone all the way up to Guoja, the Fluffy dying to the aforementioned Thieving Cut, and Byako's Emerald Fate Stone sitting out on the field. Here we go. This is it.
Oh.
Dungeon Guide coming down. 4 more cards immediately going down in response. And we are going to get multiple on-enters from this Dungeon Guide, going straight up to 3. That's exciting.
What this Emerald Merlin is so fun to watch when it hits this, and you're just like, yeah, what if I'm
Ooh.
level 3 on my
Uh-huh.
turn 3? Is that cool? And you're like, or turn 2, and you're like, yeah, I guess.
You know, you see this in Wind because people can displace their Dungeon Guide. But I don't think I've ever seen this in Water, and that is scary.
This feels like the deck of build your own different things from home. This is your build your own beseeching Fate Stone at home.
Yeah, right? Oh, that's so good. And getting the opportunity on the way up to blow up a floating memory, get that extra level counter while the on-enters are on the stack. What a line. 2 more cards getting banished, so total of 4 banishes here. Um,
Looks like
and
Gentle and Rising
Rising
Tides
Tides.
is the other one.
Yeah. All right. Well, we have Merlin Kingslayer on the board for Edward. That is a fantastic turn 2. Is this really turn 2? Is that what's going on here? That's amazing. I just believe.
Yeah, that's turn 2. Because turn 1 was the archive, the relic, and the fluffy into turn 2 dungeon guide.
Well, we have a also fascinating materialize on Bonnie's side. Nefarious Timepiece coming in. Bonnie naming Alcahest, which that tells you something. I'm not sure what that tells you, but that definitely tells you something.
Like, if this is a situation, these again, everyone at home, these are not open deck lists in this event. That is only for the regionals. So this is somebody who just knows, this is a bad thing if they make Alcahest. So I'm naming Alcahest.
Fantastic. Oh god, that's so
You
good.
don't even know if it's in the list. You just go, yeah, I don't want to see it, so we're just gonna deal with it.
Uh-huh. So, we're just sitting here laughing at the possibilities of this list. It's so wild. So okay, you have some familiarity with this list, NEETfull. What is the game plan here from Edward's side? What are we going to see?
So let me also clarify. I've seen Emerald Merlin before replication. So let me also or convergence. Let me clarify that. So the
Okay.
convergence opens up a lot more. But the general game plan when you're playing Emerald Merlin is, of course, the big thing is what you just saw. Being able to go dungeon guide, activate while you're still the Guojia bonus to flicker the dungeon guide to get the trigger twice. That's one of the big things. That's kind of the benefit of playing this version. But the other big thing here is with convergence means we can essentially build out a board of regalia, duplicate them, and then use those duplication effects to help us progress our game plan. And then ghosts have now multiple targets to draw the deck.
Oh my god, yeah, looking at all these different on enter effects too, like if you have duality's convergence hitting a drawn blade, duality's convergence hitting an Alcahest is gross. It's a good thing Bonnie Rian named it. If you have duality's convergence hitting, I mean, obviously the Majestic Spirit is just completely gross, but these are a bunch of like really solid hits.
Oh, we did get clear in the chat. Completely forgot about when you do go GA1, you do have to show your opponent your entire material deck. So Bonnie did know. So it wasn't just shot in the dark.
Okay.
But let's at home, we're gonna assume the Bonnie is like shot in the
Yeah.
dark.
Yeah, but Bonnie wasn't psychic, but he may as well be. Well, here comes the yeah, there it is. The Ghost of Pendragon returning the drawn blade to the material deck. What a picture perfect Merlin play. Just goes to show, even when you have Emerald Fatestone and Water Element enabled, Merlin is still Merlin.
Regardless of what happens, yeah, Merlin, still Merlin.
Yep. And still stuck on kind of low levels for Xander. We're not quite there yet in terms of leveling up and getting the Luxem game plan online. While Edward is just kind of building up resources, like not a lot of action happening, a little bit of damage coming in, but not a whole lot.
I mean, based on what we've seen, like it seems like this deck mainly wants to do more of kind of setup and then go for the kill. But that being said, we have Incarnate still, so there's a chance we're just trying to build up the influence to just say, here's an Incarnate, good luck.
Yeah, absolutely. That could do just a ridiculous amount of damage. Incarnate is a solid game plan all on its lonesome, you know? Especially if you get multiples of them, now they start protecting each other in addition to protecting your champion. Like, what is a 2 damage Lightweaver's Assault reveal going to actually hit? Nothing, I think, is the answer. It's going to hit nothing.
I think so. Also, let's also not forget, Erendite is in this list, meaning if we get enough floating, Erendite could just say, you take 10? Good luck.
That's true. Spirit Blade Ascension is absolutely live. So those swords that have been banished by the Fluffy is like, that's not... You cannot breathe a sigh of relief. Those are still a huge threat.
And your opponent is still on fire as well, so even going... going Prismatic Edge is still pretty spicy. Quite literally.
Looks like we have, is this a level up for Bonnie? Yeah, 2 cards
Yep.
getting pitched.
Another Thieving Cut, and looks like Scry the Skies.
So into level 2, Xander Deft Executor. Not going to be able to pull back that Thieving Cut since it's already been removed from the graveyard. But this is an important step on the way to becoming level 3 and start getting those Luxem tricks online.
It does look like we might be holding priority on the trigger, though. So it looks like we might be trying to get a... Yep, so we're trying to Immolation Trap, get it in the graveyard so we can return this. So good way to possibly do some damage. Oh, hold up. Never mind, we didn't do that.
Yeah, not being able to pull an assassin card back from the graveyard is a little bit rough. It makes sense to try and do it, but I guess Bunny here is valuing the prep counter over the 2 damage. Since he can't actually gain influence with this, there's no card in the yard already to just pull back. But he does get to keep the prep counter. So maybe the prep counter is valuable to him here.
Yeah, and maybe keeping the 2, like doing the 2 damage doesn't really change the routing. Because there's a chance we can only do 2 to face or a Ghost Spin Dragon or a Dungeon Guide. At that point, it just may not be worth the value.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Of course, the prep counters themselves are pretty important. Like, Xander wants to be able to prepare Striking Illuminance. And if losing that prep counter is going to put that game plan back a little bit, then it makes absolute sense to just keep the prep counter and not take the 2 damage here.
And banishing the floaty, get Drawn Blade again. Just keep the train of influence going.
Yeah, every turn. I mean, if you have the float, might as well turn it into cards. This is great materializes for Edward. Especially on the heels of, getting more Ghosts of Pendragon down, returning the Drawn Blade yet again. Are we going to see a Convergence here? Convergence here is actually pretty funny because it's symmetrical, right? Did I read that card correctly?
Yes.
Yeah, so it would give Bonnie more Nefarious Timepieces.
Which is probably something you were banking on your opponent to play.
Yeah, maybe. One more damage coming in from the Dungeon Guide. 3 more damage coming in from the Ghost of Pendragon. And the damage is kind of climbing here, You can't just sit at high health against Merlin. Merlin, it's not going to be too long before Merlin is throwing 7 damage fireballs, 8 damage fireballs here. You can't, and to say nothing of all of the weapons that we've seen getting thrown around.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I don't think we're throwing fireballs.
Yeah,
but
it's a good point. It's a good point.
We might we're kind of throwing mini fireballs with the Prismatic Edge, kind of.
A good point. Ooh, Regal. This is not what a Xander player wants to see. Fortunately,
yeah, that's how to get the in-cap out of hand.
Yeah. That is definitely how you get an in-cap out of the Xander player's hand.
Yeah, the thing about it is don't be too afraid to throw out the Inquisition into this matchup, even if it is going to get negated, because sometimes just getting the in-caps out of the hand is more important. Now, if your deck only plays 1 skill or spell, then maybe it's not necessarily a value, but taking him on down influence is still pretty good.
Yep, costing him the card, costing him the tempo of playing the card, it definitely helps. And clearing the way for an Incarnate Majesty if there's no second in-cap here. That feels like a really strong play for Edward.
Yeah, it seems pretty good. Like, yeah, you can have my in-cap, but I'm gonna get a horse.
Big horse. Oh, this is gonna be painful. 4 damage coming in. Now 14 out of that 22 total health pool for Bonnie. Are we going to see a level 3 here is the next question.
I think we have to sooner than later. Now, we still do have and the timepiece is getting popped. So this means replication 100% at the ready.
Yeah, and this is the time to do it too with the Majestic Spirit on board?
Yeah. Well, excuse me. It only copies Regalia. A non-dispersion Regalia. You're not going to copy oh my gosh, Incarnate's a Regalia. Oh no!
Oh no is correct. That definitely feels right.
Oh, banish a Lightweavers and a Gleaming Cut too?
Ooh, that
ain't great.
How much Luxem does Bonnie have in hand that this is the route he took?
I don't know.
Oh, not even revealing. Oh no.
These okay,
Yeah.
Lost Providence to draw us back up some.
Well, I guess he has nothing. That's real harsh. So that was probably the exact 2 cards he didn't want banished, and the rest of his hand is not worth revealing. So not even getting the recollection trigger for Xander Blinding Steel here.
You can copy Lost Prov, right? It's not distortion.
I believe Lost Prov is not a distortion.
Yeah.
Yeah, that checks out. Okay. So is that a reason to keep Lost Providence on board? Just like, I won't draw the card.
No, I think even drawing 2, I think you're kind of in a situation where, and Outcast is out now too, so I don't think you care. You could do. Oh no, that's so dirty. You could. Oh no, you could do the replica. You could do the. You can do the convergence, get the second Outcast, and then use that Outcast to destroy those copied Outcasts in the original to destroy both the Lost Providences they're gonna get. Oh no.
Yeah, it's not looking good for Bonnie drawing these cards, I got to admit. With the Alcahest on the board, now Edward might want to save the Alcahest for one of the other higher value Luxem regalia that might be coming out soon. But also Edward might just be winning the game here. So I think it maybe doesn't make too much of a difference. Yeah, the Alcahest going back into the materials, drawing some extra cards. 3 damage here, potentially lethal, coming in against Bonnie. We have the Lineage release on the Serene coming up. Taking a moment to decide if there's any fire cards in his hand he wants to play beforehand. And I think there is. I think we're probably going to see that. Yep, there's that planted explosive. Prepared, no less. So shooting for 4 here. Oh, and that blows up the incoming Ghost of Pendragon, so he doesn't even need to release yet. That's pretty good. On the other hand, I don't think Edward is going to be short of ways to deal 3 damage here.
Well, it doesn't work the first time. Let's do it again.
Pendragon are just coming right back to hand.
Wow,
this deck
what
is doing
this game? What is happening?
This deck is doing so much all the time. At every moment, more things are happening. And I don't think it should be legal, frankly.
Like, if you want an Edward list, this is an Edward list.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's fortunate for Edward that he's going up against a list that doesn't have much of an early game here. Like, just kind of letting him go up and do whatever he wants to do in the beginning. Bonnie's just on the back foot until he gets to level 3, until he starts doing Luxem things. And now he's at level 3 and he banished all of his Luxem things.
Oh, wait, hold on. Chat was calling. You actually kind of missed it. Ghost shouldn't have actually died because it takes half. Because Incarnate prevents half to the...
deer. Oh, dear. Yeah, okay. Well, I'm not sure if they're gonna rewind at this point.
Because we did draw 2, yeah.
Yeah, that call out is being made here.
I think we're just gonna let it pass. I think it was just kind of a missed. Unfortunately, it was a missed. I guess missed trigger here kind of situation. So, but I think we're kind of with everybody else. I think it is a little bit too far gone, and I think we're kind of on the back foot at this point. That
yeah, no, I don't think it's gonna make too much of a difference. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna make too much of a difference one way or the other. But also, it's just a lot of trouble to try and go back at this point.
Oh, God, don't do this, dude. Not like this. Not like this.
When in doubt, Regal Inquisition. And how many cards does Edward still have in hand after playing like multiple ghosts and Regal Inquisition and everything else? He's still sitting on like 4 influence?
I think so, yeah.
That's just enough for another duality. Oh, 2 dungeon guys.
2 in caps?
Wow.
Oh,
that's painful.
And the Resolute too to take off. Ah, we got our own Inquisition. Ha 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 ha.
Yeah, a bit of a rough situation there. Not really in a good position to incapacitate the Regal Inquisition, because then all of his cards are down and he's not going to be able to respond. So he's kind of got to let Edward pick and choose what he wants from his hand and hope that he ends up with something that interacts. And here comes the duality's convergence. Do you have something that interacts? The answer is no, because we know everything that's in your hand. So that's rough. And now we have a Drawn Blade and another deer coming in. So drawing a card for the Drawn Blade, coming in for another 4 damage with a second Majestic Spirit. My god.
And Merlin has not turned sideways yet, so Merlin could finish off. Well, I guess we only have 1 damage off the Merlin because we're not at the equal.
Yeah, I think it's only 1 damage here. Or no, we're on an even
No, we're
turn.
4, so it would be the extra
Yeah.
2. Yep.
That's 3. And wait, no. So
We blocked with Crystalline Destiny. So we
oh,
played
Crystalline
Crystalline
Destiny.
Destiny.
Okay,
and
okay,
blocked.
okay.
Yep.
That makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, you love that.
We
Chalice
just got,
and 2 Lost Providences.
we just got me this confirmation that Bonnie goes, all right, crack everything, draw 4.
Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. That's
Does this-
that's a Gleaming Cut. That's 2 Gleaming Cuts for free. I like that.
Yeah, move on.
Yeah,
Because
and
even if
then
we
it's
have got
over.
the Lightweaver's Assault, the Lightweavers have to go through double goat that protects each other. So
Uh-huh.
if one takes a damage, it takes half. So each goat has to require what, 20 something damage to kill?
Uh-huh.
Oh my
Meanwhile,
goodness.
if you have 40, you can just go directly to the dome, but that's going to
Well,
take
it would
a
be
lot more.
it would be half and half, right? So
Oh, yeah, he's still at 0 damage.
you would need
Jesus.
80?
To get to 25, he would need 100 damage. Off of a
Oh
single
my
source.
goodness.
Or I guess like 50 and 50 would also work. But
So
no, it's
all
rounded
right.
down. 50 and 50 doesn't even work. You have to do multiples of 4. You have to do exactly multiples of 4. Oh my god.
All right. So going in, let's look at bodies list first, because what just happened? We do have the Crown General in the sideboard, which is something we don't see often.
So Yonchao is fascinating and only works against aggro decks because Pride 2 is not something that Edward is particularly concerned about. Yonchao is perfect against stuff like Wake Up or anything that has like, Arthur at an early level. But otherwise doesn't protect you against the decks that are already level 2 or higher.
Yeah. On top of, I guess, yeah, and you can only steal unique allies, and I don't think there's a unique ally in Edward's list at all.
Yeah, there might not be.
Because those goats, those horses, they're not unique.
Yeah,
That's
otherwise
why
we
we
couldn't
still
have
2 of them.
multiples of them on the field.
Man, if this is difficult. I think for sure you bring in the Topsy for sure, the extra Topsy, because you want to try to hit early floating that gets put in there. Man, this is a tough one.
Yeah, it doesn't really look like. I guess a null spell can come in. That's potentially pretty good here too. There's some nasty spells coming out of Edward's deck.
Getting some more options to stop the incarnate and the duplication, like that's definitely something that we probably look at as well.
I don't
maybe
know whether or not. I don't know whether or not Bonnie's going to want to bring in the Deadly Opportunist. This card is tailor-made for destroying Frostborn Paladins, and that's about it.
But we never saw Frostborn in that game either, though. So
yeah, no, I don't think we did.
So at that point, we probably assume they're not in there. For Edward, for that list, in terms of what we could bring in the extra Regal is a great way to do this. Potentially the Heavenly Guides, because now your opponent is going first. There's a chance you might scare your opponent into going to 3 faster than expected. So the 2 extra Heavenly Guides could just mean that you might get a free level. Safeguard Amulet and Blanche, also pretty safe bring-ins in this matchup.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember I haven't seen this card in front of the Lethargy is in the list as well.
Eminent Lethargy? Yeah. It's Terrafring, but on a spell.
Oh, yeah. So I guess that doesn't come in either. So that you don't need. What attack was your opponent doing?
It also has Song of Frost effect on it. So
you're right, it does.
Good against the Striking Illuminance. We didn't see any, but if Edward is expecting Striking Illuminance out of Serene Fire Xander, which at this point you probably should, then Eminent Lethargy is definitely the kind of card that you want in that situation over something like Resolute.
Yeah. So there's definitely some easy bring-ins and swap outs. So that being said, this main board seems like it kind of just took us for a ride as is. Like not much has to change here. Maybe
right. It's definitely working.
Yeah, maybe take out the fluffy shopkeeps if you really don't feel like you need that protection. But the fluffy shopkeeps give you the benefit of banishing 2 swords to make the incarnate faster. So it's like, man, I don't know if I would take them out.
Yeah, it's a good point. Like Edward probably doesn't need the early game defense, but late game he needs big effects and needs to be able to stop big effects rather than, a bunch of small allies attacking or even a couple of big allies attacking. But of course, he could just do the same thing that he did last game, and that would probably work.
I do see
By
Bonnie
which I
playing
mean,
the arguably the best Gentle Respite artwork.
I think that's completely valid.
I 100%. Nobody on our side even tried to correct it over. Even Tyler was like, "Yep, that's the best one."
I love putting words in Tyler's mouth. uh, Ooh, okay. All right. So Merkblade playing the role of Looking Glass this turn, getting Return to the Archive, turning a
I mean,
preparation counter into a Recover 2 and draw a card.
we knew the potential of Merkblade going into this set, and we still have it. So it's like, doesn't abuse it while it's there.
Absolutely, yeah. Do you think Merkblade is going to get the ban? A lot of
It
people seem to think it's too powerful, but I don't know.
it's difficult to say because it's potentially a card that can, as we get more and more things like we see the situation now, being able to make it for free and sacrifice it. We've already seen, of course, with Fiza back in the day, being able to do damage because the extra one they get off the prep. It's hard to say because it does give you free value, but we're seeing other cards do similar things, but at later levels. So if we see a ban of this card, I would feel like it would come back in an exalted form at the same time we lose
Mm,
this card, honestly, because I don't think it's too much different than as well just saying like Lost Providence being our card
sure,
we bring out.
sure. Yeah, no, I think that's a totally fair take. On Edward's side, we do have Goja coming out. Second Mnemonic Charm coming down. So Edward just digging here. And it looks like he has activated his Byakko, his Emerald Fate Stone, on the Mnemonic Charm in order to draw an extra card.
I mean, if you don't have the Dungeon Guide yet, why not? Just do it now, level to 2
Yeah.
next turn, and then Dungeon Guide if you drew into Dungeon Guide.
Yeah, seems legitimate. I mean, get your value out of it, right? Because the moment you go to level 2, you're not going to be able to.
Yeah.
Exploit Vulnerability going out.
And we did see the banish of the Woolbrook, which did we mainboard one Woolbrook in this? No, we brought it in. So we
Yeah,
brought
came
it
in for
in
the
and
side.
then got rid of it.
Makes some amount of sense.
Oh, are we sitting on the Heavenly Guide?
Oh, is that the plan?
Yeah, that might be the plan. So if we're sitting on Heavenly, we can go to 2, play the Heavenly from hand, and keep that influence gain. Actually, more than we would get from doing the double Dungeon Guide trigger.
That's true. Yeah, that's really strong. All right. Yeah, Bonnie DGing up. So playing directly into Edward's hands, if that is the plan. Lost Providence, of course, coming out. Couple of cards down. And waiting till next turn, I guess, to see exactly how much Lux and Bonnie's going to be showing off here. Although we could see like an Uncover the Plot or something here. That wouldn't surprise me at all. Could also just see a pass and getting ready to do something during Edward's turn in order to make sure he has the Luxem that he needs.
Could not catch the other water card that was banished, but one of Force Cake for sure was banished. Could not catch the other one though.
Yeah, no big loss at this point. All of these cards are just kind of there. Empowering 2 in order to be able to play Rising Tides.
Get that free value off the Tide.
Absolutely. Like, what else are these Mnemonic Charms going to do for you? So that makes a lot of sense.
And if we have the Guide in hand, we can then use that Tide to get the extra level, and then Heavenly Guide. This would be pretty spicy if you got it.
Yeah,
But
Heavenly Guide
unfortunately,
here would be great. And we're taking the time to make some decisions here before moving on into the rest of his turn. We seeing a Heavenly Guide? It's 2 cards down. That's 3 cards down. It could be happening.
oh, we're thinking though. We're thinking.
Yeah, a lot of like card interplay, a lot of the sort of card game player thing of like shuffling through your hand and looking through stuff. And all right, so we have a fluffy shopkeep coming down, which makes a fair amount of sense. Once again,
Yeah.
Erendite and the Prismatic Edge going into the banish. No big loss.
Which still means
So-
going back to our turn, we can easily banish our floating, then just hard level to 3 and still draw the card off the recollection trigger.
Yeah, a lot of it's pretty open here for Edward. Could also take the opportunity to knock something out of Bonnie's graveyard if he gets into that situation. Not that the stuff in Bonnie's graveyard is going to matter too much going forward. The deck doesn't hold a whole lot of float, and now that he's at level 3, this probably doesn't have too much use for all that float either. But materializing a backup charger and making some decisions here in his recollection. And potentially showing off some Luxem cards. Like, this is... Maybe we'll actually see Bonnie's game plan get online this game. Like, last game was such a steamroll.
In response, fracturizing the charm. So get ourselves a fractal as well.
Looks like 2 Luxem cards, a Striking Illuminance, and a Luxem Sight. Not a lot of damage this game either, right? Edward doesn't have the board that he had last game. Edward doesn't have the speed that he had last game. And Bonnie does have the Luxem cards that he didn't have last game. Oh, that's not Illuminance. Is that the Gleaming Cut?
Yeah, Gleaming Cut.
Okay.
So banish and drew 2. So going up on influence here. Ooh.
Yeah, this makes sense. Hit him before he goes Crux, you know? You got to get rid of those extra cards.
Tide Diviner, Song of Frost.
There's a
2 Regals.
2 Regals.
Wow,
those
and the
are not
Convergence.
world. Edward pulling aside the 2 Regals, and that's it. I guess, yeah, Bonnie's still thinking about this, so. Like, the
This
2
is where it
Regals
gets
are
very-
no winners.
It gets very difficult as well doing this because you could get rid of the other Crux cards as well, but there's a chance the higher you go to Crux, well, there's Ghost. It's what I'm about to say. The more cards you get rid of, the closer you get them to just getting another copy or the Ghost of Pendragons. Because turning in the Crux cards into other Ghost Pendragons could actually be more threatening than just simply getting...
Yeah, and I think that was Bonnie doing that same kind of mental calculation of like, okay, as bad as this card is for me, Ghosts are worse, so I don't want to give him more cards. Makes sense. The 2 Regals have to go, though. That's...
Yeah, regardless,
That's not even a
that is
question.
100% agreement.
Well, Edward popping some float from his own graveyard in order to get the level counters started early. And are we going to see a level up here?
I think another Rising Tide end of turn as well.
Ah, that's so much float. Jeez. Yep, burning 2 float and 1 more from hand in order to go up to Merlin level 3. We're going to start seeing some ghosts come down, and this is going to start looking a little more dire for
Well,
Bonnie.
we are risking the ghost. The ghost is in this memory, so we are risking the
true.
ghost. It was not the ghost though.
Got
It was
the
still a good
Ascension.
hit.
Yeah, pretty good hit.
2 draw cards.
Do we have a weapon handy? Are there any weapons in play at the moment?
Not yet. But we have the Faith Stone and we have
And the
the Looking Glass. So we have 2 targets.
No shortage of things to return. So the ghosts are definitely still live. But Bonnie's does have like a start to his own game plan, right? Bonnie's not dead in the water here. You know, with enough Luxem sites, it kind of doesn't matter what Edward puts out onto the board. It's not going to do enough damage to actually stick. But we'll see what Edward's game plan is here and whether or not he can get around that extra healing. Well, Ghost, obviously, the very first thing. Returning the Looking Glass makes a lot of sense. And I'm going to get a little bit of damage in here. 1 point of this damage is actually real. 3 from the Ghost going to get essentially negated by the recovery from Luxem Sight. but the Fluffy could come in for 1, and that is damage that would stick.
Yep. And I think it's weird in this matchup. I don't think because you still block the striking illuminance, but I think you're kind of in this situation of being able to consistently pressure the damage might be more important.
Yeah, it's an interesting question here because Edward doesn't really have the recovery that Bonnie does, right? The longer this game goes on, the bigger Bonnie kind of snowballs in terms of repeated effects, the more Bonnie can just recover through and not worry about. Edward does have a lot of punch, right? Like Edward can get some real big value out of the cards that he has, but that has to fight against that recovery and that innate damage from Bonnie just revealing Luxem card after Luxem card after Luxem card.
Ooh, that's 2 sites as well.
Yeah, so that's 6 recovery a turn for Bonnie. That's a lot for Edward to deal with.
Also, if like
Yeah. This is a little bit of an early Luxera's map, I think. Unless he's digging for a Lightweaver's Assault.
yeah, so at this point, man, yeah, that makes Duality a little bit difficult because you could just sit on once this opens. Well, I guess you have to do a slow piece. You have to kind of risk, but well, yeah, Fracturize is a card you got to think about. So I don't think you sit on this
Fracturize
card.
and
per se.
Alcahest. Yeah, and Alcahest out of the board is also threatening here. Or out of the materials, rather.
Yeah, I think you
Does
Fracturize
Alcahest
that.
even hit Luxera's map? It has the one...
No, it's 0 cost. So
Okay.
0
Oh,
or
there you go.
4 for non-regalia.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, memory cost. Yeah, memory because it's memory cost 0, and then reserve cost of 4 or less.
Well, Edward getting out the Drawn Blade here, popping another Rising Tides for the card and the float. Drawn Blade drawing another card. So much card velocity on Edward's side. Only been Crux for 1 full turn cycle, and still has a influence of like 9, 10?
Yep.
Really aggressively drawing those cards, getting those tools available. But
Something as well as it's very scary for the Incarnate here. It's that if you get Incarnate through, there's only 2 Excaliburs in the deck. There's no Dream Fairies. There's not. Well, you don't have Exploit Vulnerability as well, so you do have some ways to deal with it. But even then, Exploit's a little bit tricky as well at this list to try to kill off, especially now that we've lost the dagger, the Merc Blade.
yeah, because you do have to have an assassin that attacks in order to use Exploit Vulnerability. So not so many assassin allies available to this deck.
Hey, we may have brought in the 2
allies.
Maybe
but there
that was
are
a reason.
lot of ways. Sorry, go ahead.
I was like, maybe that's the reason we brought an Opportunist. If we did, we brought
Yeah.
Deadly Opportunist. That's 2 more that we could.
Could very well be. I mean, there are a lot of ways for Bonnie to attack here, though.
And we're trying for the Incarnate. So, and it looks like the Incarnate is good. So either 1 or 2 things. Either Bonnie's sitting on the Excalibur or we just didn't have the Incap.
Yeah. I mean, I guess we'll see whether Bonnie takes the damage here. But also, like, 4 damage from this, 3 damage from the Ghosts, still no damage from the Fluffy. And what does that all come down to? Bonnie's still recovering 6 every turn.
Yeah, so we're still only taking essentially 1 damage a turn right now.
Actually, wouldn't surprise me at all to see Bonnie wait for a Duality's Convergence before trying to blow up this Majestic Spirit.
That's what I would be doing. And as well as if we don't have the Excalibur, if we didn't have the Excalibur, we definitely have it now if we desperately need it, because we could use the map to go grab it.
Very true. Insignia of the Korhazi now enabling repeated effects to put cards down into the memory in order to activate, in order to get value out of Xander's reveal ability. So we're going to see at least 2 Luxem sites here, and maybe something else. But Edward is responding.
Fracturize.
Oh, Fracturize on Luxera's... Is that not Luxera's map? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Asking how many cards in hand. Yeah, 4 cards in hand. Okay, well... Fracturize coming down on the Luxera's map, so no tutor effects here. Not able to go digging through his deck in order to find the cards he needs.
Still only 2 sites, so...
Yeah. That's true. Yeah, that's like a thieving cut down there instead of another Luxem site or another
Yep.
Luxem card. Still digging for more though. Getting a Gentle Respite into the yard. I'm not sure if he has any ways to take advantage of that floating memory, but Gentle Respite probably not doing a whole lot for him in his hand anyway.
No. You're not really gonna do it. I mean, you want it for floating regardless. Like that'd be it. And I don't think. Well, this might be the weird matchup where you actually can go lower influence this late in the game.
But yeah, this is such an interesting game state here. Bonnie coming in with the thieving cut. What are we attacking here? This could be attacking the Fluffy.
Well, this also gonna be a Majestic Spirit. We have the exploit.
Ooh, that's true. Yeah, the exploit here would be a great. Oh yeah, there it is. Perfect. So that'll kill off the Majestic Spirit. No need to Excalibur anything. Taking that retaliation damage, no big deal. Looks like still 6 cards in hand after all that for Bonnie.
Yep,
Pretty good.
and 3 down, so 9 influence right now. So we're getting really close to that magic number here.
Edward looking like 8 cards in hand right now, I think. So around 11 influence, plus the fractal. So a lot of options on Edward's side too, but definitely not the kind of aggressive board that we saw last time. So taking a while to get his game plan online, while Bonnie's just sitting here recovering, feeling pretty good about life, I think. Also, definitely a longer game 2 than game 1.
Oh yeah, for sure. And your opponent doesn't turbo to 3 on you. Turns out.
Yeah, that's a much bigger difference.
When you're not playing on the back foot the whole game, pretty good.
Mm-hmm. Going to
Fluffy
7.
this time is turning sideways, so.
Mm-hmm. Getting that damage counter up to 8. That means 2 of that will stick. Oh my God, it must be so. I have been on the opposite side of a Luxem player just dropping these recoveries every turn, and it's so disheartening. Like you have to do so much more damage in order to get anything through.
Ooh, Tide Diviner.
Looking for some cells, probably looking for some more incarnates, honestly. I think Incarnate Majesty is probably Edward's like biggest play here.
Well, this also does. Yeah, because this does us 2 things. Because we could just, if we see almost all floating, we could just pitch a ton of these cards with floating memory and say, Erendite for 15, 16. That's a good way to stick some damage.
That's a really good point, yeah. Do you think he has enough float in the deck to actually get Erendite big enough to one-shot Bonnie?
But looking at the deck list, there's definitely enough to be able to one-shot. We didn't see much of it. I think we saw everything else besides a float. I think we saw maybe 2 float total.
Yeah, that's a pretty rough mill for the Tide Diviner. And
Regal,
here comes
though.
Regal. All right, well, the Regal is not something. Yeah, there's the Incapacitate. The Regal is not something that Bonnie wants to let through. He cannot let Edward pick apart his hand like that, because every single Luxem card that goes to the graveyard is an important one, isn't it? Is like, yes, he can draw more, but he's banking on building all of that up to an unstoppable reveal every turn, as opposed to, getting the yeah, because if it gets picked apart, there's a limit to how powerful Bonnie can get in the long game.
And we saw the return to archive. Recovering 2, but in this case, recovering 1. And getting us another dig a little bit further into Ghostman Dragon to dig 2 more. Yeah, so we luckily stuck some damage this turn. So as long as we don't see the 3rd site, I think we have a potential of just actually being able to pressure this game now.
Another Empower going down? Oh, in order to get efficiency for the Majestic Spirit.
Say, hey, you gotta have the Excalibur. Like I'm gonna force you to have it.
Right? Yeah, no, it doesn't have it yet. Taking the 4 damage. 6 recover in the face of 16 damage dealt in 1 turn. Feels like maybe not quite enough. 1 turn cycle, I guess. Bonnie, I think this is just materializing some extra card draw. I don't know whether he's planning on using this nefarious timepiece to actually cause Edward problems, but
Well, there's the third sight. that's I mean, yeah.
oh, that's real tough. Sounds like the timepiece is called on Drawn Blade. So maybe planning on sticking this out a little bit longer if the Drawn Blade costs 2. That's
Yeah.
a lot less worthwhile for Edward.
Sounds like we're making a looking glass over and over again.
Which is too bad. I think he would have loved to be able to draw the extra cards off of the Drawn Blade.
Oh,
But,
everybody
you know,
would.
Bonnie has to get some wins here.
Yeah, well, depending on how, like, I won't say bad, but like how dead some of the cards are, it might be worth it to go 2 for 1. Well, we're about to
Regal?
find out
Okay.
if it's how bad they might be.
Yeah. I mean, this kind of looks like a pretty
3,
bricky
4,
hand.
all 4 Song of Frost.
Wow. Well, there's a lot of things that Bonnie is not doing for the remainder of this game. Do you get rid of any of these? I'm not sure you do. I think you just like sit on all of that.
I think Tide Divider is the right call. You go in there. Ooh, excuse me. At this point, I feel like you still want to get rid of Convergence because like you're not getting much benefit off of it, and your opponent is being able to do Outcast for 2 things. Like I would say, get rid of Convergence here, but maybe we just don't want to risk it. And another exploit off Thieving Cut.
Yeah, you got to do it now while all of those Song of Frost are in the memory. Yeah, Edward spent a bunch of resources last turn in order to get the amount of damage that he did. So while the shields are down, this is when you have to do basically anything.
Oh, and we don't care. If it costs 2 more, we don't care. We're going forward, it looks like.
You know what? If you have the float, you got to use it. What else are you going to do?
Looks like we drew another Convergence, too.
Oof. Well, Edward is definitely ready to do some damage. The question is he ready to do enough damage to get through 9 recover every turn? Getting 6 off of the Ghost of Pendragon is certainly a good start. 2 more, 1 off the Tide Diviner, 1 off the Fluffy Shopkeep, and that is all the allies on the board, so any more damage is going to need to come from somewhere else.
Yeah, Purdue and Ascension. Waiting to see if our opponent has an answer.
Yeah, there might still be an in cap here. So returning the Drawn Blade, but not yet needing to wait until Bonnie responds, if Bonnie's going to respond. I see that tap. Getting the Prismatic Edge, as is tradition.
Showing the water.
Oh, that's a lot of reveals.
Oh, I forgot it. Oh, my goodness. Oh, no.
The downside of Prismatic Ascension here.
Oh.
Hey, you drew a card, but at what cost?
I completely forgot about that.
All right. So if you had a card that read, draw a card, your opponent recovers 9. How often would that card see play?
Here's the thing. If you're like, let's just say you're CL and you can go for the OTK, I think you can realistically play it. If we were Fire Merle with the Fireball OTK, we can realistically play it. In this situation, nah.
Yeah, that's rough. That's very rough. We do have a third Ghost of Pendragon coming onto the board, so there is still more damage on the board than there is recovery in Bonnie's hand, but it's not by a lot. Oh, here comes another Regal. Bonnie shuffling his hand and revealing his memory. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Does he get triggers off of these reveals? No, this is look. This is not a reveal. This is just look. Oh, that's so painful. Well, this is Luxem Xander's biggest enemy. Regal does the thing.
Well, hey, we're up 9 now.
True.
If that drew us into Regal, then I think their Heal 9 was worth it.
All right. That's a fair point. Yeah, I just picking apart Bonnie's ability to do the Xander thing is just incredibly powerful in this situation. I mean,
And we went
anytime they're
ahead
up against Lexum Xander, it's
and
just
we went ahead and popped the Alcahest, blowing up that
the
prep production. So
yeah,
that
the
also,
Insignia, the
again,
Grahazi.
because the Insignia as well takes us off potential draw as well off the prep. So
Is this a Ducal Seal coming down?
yeah.
Getting the supersized Tariff Ring here. Kind of necessary now that you're no longer recovering through all of the things that Edward is doing.
We did draw back into, looks like, one site, one
Mhm.
striking Illuminous, I think is what that second one is, and then a Gleaming Cut and reveal or uncover the plot. So
All right. So he's not dead in the water yet, but he really doesn't have the tools he needs in order to win this game.
we did get a Resolute, so it does buy us an extra turn at least.
That's true. Resolute is really good against this board of Edward's. You know, Edward dealing a bunch of instances of 3 or less damage does mean that Resolute does exactly what you want it to. Also, only 8 minutes left here in game 2. So Bonnie really has to clutch this one out and can't afford to spend too much time making
There's
these
one of the
decisions.
Lightweavers.
Okay. So damage is starting to get through. And no deer out to mitigate the assault damage. So that's pretty good for Bonnie. Only has to reveal that single Lightweaver's assault another 10 times? 11 times? Merlin has 28 health 13 times? That's
Easy.
a completely fair thing to do. Yeah.
Easy.
Debating on that Ducal Seal, it looks like.
Gonna pop that Ducal? Because one thing,
There it
Grand
is.
Archive
Yeah.
runs on Ducal.
All right. Good. So holding Edward back a little bit here, trying to buy himself some time now that the recovery is... Oh, no, not Ducaling. Sticking it off to the side, not activating it. So just taking the 11 for free here. What a board.
Makes me wonder what we have, because we saw Resolute in hand as well.
Yeah.
What?
Maybe he's holding up for an in cap, since if he only has the one sight left and the one assault in hand. Forest Cake. Edward's just cycling here.
Because if we're at the Magic 13, I guess we could maybe go for the lethal off of the... If we have the 13, because we could in-cap something on top of the... Or play another 2 cost to be able to get to that shelf. Or are we going for the Regal deck out?
Oh, that would be so funny. How many cards does Edward have left? Doesn't want Edward to Crux Sight here.
He would have gotten Incarnate back at that point.
Yeah, I mean, he would have gotten Incarnate back, so that's completely understandable.
And draws a card as well. So not only that, so like this is technically countering or negating Incarnate in a sense.
Mm-hmm. A lot of cards in hand now. Ooh, here comes the Striking Illuminance. Oh no, this is just a reveal.
With there's the Excalibur. One Lightweavers, one Sight, one Gleaming Cut. So pretty much the entire Luxem suite.
All one-ofs. He's got to start drawing into more Lightweavers soon, right?
You've got to.
You've got to, right? But yeah, popping that Gleaming Cut, drawing some extra cards. Recovering 3, dealing 2 damage. Oh, did he deal the 2 damage to himself in order to get the Chalice of Blood?
He did. He did.
Wow. That's so cool.
And he did it in response to the Lightweaver trigger.
Yeah. Stacking
Or
them
not
so
Lightweaver,
that
but
the
the
sight recovers
sight.
after the assault damage already lands. Cycling some more, sure. Get that Juggle Knives out of there. Potentially digging for a Regal? Like, there's not really a lot of deck left for Edwards. Oh, he's counting his own Regals now. Okay, that's what the search through the graveyard is. Let's take a look at the list. How many Regals does he have in this list?
Bonnie,
He
if
only
they
needs 2.
sideboarded in the... Oh, he only has 1, so it's only 2.
Yeah,
So
he doesn't have any coming in out of the board. Aw, no more Regals left. That's so sad. Well, I guess that's not your out. And recovering through all of the damage that Edward is dealing is going to be a lot harder without 3 of your Luxem sites. So he's got to find some kind of attack here through the 4 Songs of Frost that Edward is currently sitting on. Like, what's he going to do here? Well, starting off with Drawn Blade for Edward. Massive board here. Looks like this is going to be the Ducal Seal turn.
Yep.
Understandable.
There's the seal.
Keeping the influence back, so not needing to play the Resolute yet. But of course, Edward might just decide that, like, yeah, I've got all this influence. What's it good for? Let's just attack.
We're still on Serene as well, I believe. We haven't popped Serene, so...
This is an odd turn for Merlin, so no extra attack damage here either. Mnemonic Charm, just keep digging.
How many cards are left in that deck? It can't be many.
It cannot be many, yeah. I would say Edward needs to close this game out, but actually, Edward doesn't need to close this game out. He just needs to not lose. We're in that situation again where there is 2.5 minutes in regulation, and Edward is a game up. So if Bonnie doesn't win, Edward gets the match.
And at this point, I don't think we got time to play a third game. So this is playing Bonnie playing for the draw,
Ooh, yeah,
Edward playing for the
certainly.
win.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. If Bonnie wins this, then they both go 301.
Yep.
Ugh. Difficult position to be in for sure. Bonnie thinking real hard, sending some cards down. What is the plan here?
Ooh, not saving we thought in the Excalibur. I feel like not saving it for the Incarnate might be a mistake, though.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the Excalibur is gonna hit at this point.
A ghost, maybe? Take out a ghost, but I feel like there's other threats you'd be worried about.
Yeah, especially if, ghosts you can resolute through and not care about. And once an Incarnate hits the board, now you're worried about Duality's convergence. Like, that's concerning.
I think they just said cards in hand 15 for Edward.
Oh, jeez.
Oh,
well,
boy.
He's putting down 5 of them. Which I think means that Bonnie is not doing much this turn. Getting the recovery, getting the Lightweaver's assault damage, putting Edward up to a whole 4 damage counters marked on his champion. And that's not how you close out a game. Very slow pacing here. I think Bonnie just not seeing the cards he needs to see, especially after getting a chunk of his game plan regaled away. Like, Bonnie's still solid on defense here. Able to deal with a lot of this incoming damage, but not really looking like he has a way to deal the remaining 24 damage that he needs.
Yeah, because we also have to be thinking Blotch
Go
could
ahead.
also be a possibility as
That is
well. So
true.
that makes the Lightweaver math a little bit harder.
Mhm. Yeah, and with only one Lightweaver in hand, it's really hard to pull together any kind of real damage. Like, striking Illuminance can hit pretty hard, but if you're only revealing one Lightweaver's Assault and then not playing another Lightweaver's Assault in order to pump it up, it's really not getting you much.
And the Deadly Opportunist did come in this match.
On a turn where no opposing allies are rested, so just one to the face?
Oh, nope. It looks like we're going for maybe dealing with one of the Tide Diviners? Or the Tide, yeah,
Interesting.
just
I
the one
mean,
Tide Diviner.
there's also the question of getting through the Fluffy Shopkeep here. Yeah, 1 damage to the Fluffy, and then revealing the Lightweaver's Assault in order to get 2 more damage. So that'll clear out the Interceptor, which means that Bannerien has maybe free shot at actually getting through against the champion with a bigger attack. But even then, we do know that Edward is sitting on how many Songs of Frost? All of them? Every
Yeah.
single card in his hand is Song of Frost? 15 Song of Frost? What?
Doing it again.
How many plots can one uncover?
Drawn
Ooh,
2 for
firing another
Gleaming Cut.
Gleaming Cut. Heck yeah. All right. And now revealing, what is that, 2 assaults? 2 assaults now. So it's starting to get there. This is turning into a real threat. And actually using these uncovers to get a bunch more recovery, which is pretty good.
What is happening? We are in overtime as well. Let me clarify. We are in overtime.
Oh yeah, this is going to be the longest turn 0 of all time.
We're challenging the slime player overtime now.
Fracturize coming down. Is this a pass from Bonnie? It looks like we're moving into Edward's turn 1.
It looks like it.
Bunch of Fracturizes coming down. This is an Erendite turn. And an even turn, no less. All right, Big Sword. Is this going to close it out? I don't know that this is going to close it out through a Resolute, is the problem. Because all of Edward's extra damage besides the Erendite is 3 or less.
On top of, you have to hit for 20, because we heal 6, so we have to hit for 23 for an OTK. Which is...
Oh, he brought out the Eventide Spear in order to Ascension into the Erendite. I forgot the Erendite was banished earlier. Yeah.
Yeah, Ascension does require you to use the sword to bounce, so he needed to use it around
so the
blade.
Drawn Blade, yeah. Yep, makes sense. Only 3 banishes.
I think it's all we had.
Yeah,
We've already used quite a bit of floating earlier. Oh, and then Excaliburing it.
There you go. Yeah, that is exactly what you Excalibur. If Edward is going to put forward a sign of real aggression, then you use the Excalibur. Because all of the little allies on the field, that ain't it. Now, if I have the turn order correctly, Edward is now on turn 1, which means, assuming they don't run out of overtime, which they assuredly will, Bonnie gets another turn, and then Edward gets another turn.
Yep. Playing the Incarnate.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have the Incap?
Thinking pretty hard.
It looks like we're going to Resolute ahead of time, maybe.
Which makes sense. Like, you can't Resolute in combat when you know your opponent is sitting on Song of
Nope,
Frost.
we're Incapping. Do we run 3 or 4 Incarnates in this list? 4, so there's a chance we have the other Incarnate.
It's not like Edward is lacking the influence to play it.
Because we've only played 2 Incarnates at this point, right?
I think that's the third.
The third? So there's possibly one left in the deck?
Possibly one left in the deck. Not that there's a lot of deck left.
There's like
7 cards?
Yeah, baby.
Oh, man.
So we can't play Tide Diviner.
You really can't. And we're doing some math here.
I mean, at this point, realistically, if you're playing for the win and you have that many Song of Frost in your hand, well, because double Lightweavers could finish it off here if you don't have the Blanche.
That is true. Double Lightweavers is a lot of damage. potentially 16 damage, which, well, maybe even more than that, depending on how many cards Bonnie has. But yeah, I think with the timer where it is, it's not going to make much of a difference. Yet more Ghosts of Pendragon coming through. And the pause, since they have reached the end of overtime. My God, what a mess of a match.
What a crazy just. Oh my goodness! Like
This felt
it
so
was like,
chaotic.
the Regal could have won it, but we've already used both Regals, so we can't win off Regals. We have to still respect the potential of Blanche. We can't just throw Lightweavers to say, I hope I got it.
Okay,
All
it
right.
looks like they've already recorded the results now, but they're gonna play it out just to see kind of what happens, which I 100% respect that. This is such a wild game state. Like, I'm also invested. I want to know where there's gonna go here. Some more damage coming in. Why not?
Put it 17. Yeah, why not? I
Okay,
thought I'd
alright.
do it. Pass and turn.
Bonnie Rien not even bothering to materialize. I think he's already materialized everything. He doesn't even have a material deck at this point.
Give him 4 to our opponent. Healing 3.
Not a huge hit. On the other hand, that is 2 Lightweaver's Assaults. So if we have... There's no deer out. So if we have, like, any play here, plus 2 Lightweaver's Assaults, that's potentially, like, 22 damage?
Yeah. That being said, a well-timed Blanche could negate a lot of that, though. At least half of that.
That's true. Starting off with a Creative Shock, putting 3 down into the Influence, so now double Lightweavers is exactly 11 each.
Oh, and he has a Excalibur as well, so he could, if he has enough, if he has at least 11 influence, I believe, then he could
I'm fairly
Lightweavers,
sure he does at
Lightweavers.
this point. I'm surprised he's not into the 20s. Doing some math. There's 1 Lightweavers. Oh no, that's the Excalibur. So playing the Excalibur in order to get another 2 cards into his memory, and busting out 2 Lightweavers for 13 each. Hmm. So what do you
Yep.
do against 26 damage worth of Lightweaver's Assault?
Not much. That was absolutely crazy set of games we just saw. Just, hey, what do you do against double incarnate into game 1 where you're just like, yeah, okay, cool. And then game 2 where it's just like, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to answer everything and then just say, hey, I'm gonna mill you out, and then go, I don't have any Regals left.
Yeah, that match was so chaotic. I mean, I've never seen a Merlin with that kind of spread of cards on the board, just being like, okay, take 11. And then Xander's like, thanks. And it doesn't do anything.
And I think we were at the point there. I think at the end of that game, we also I think if I saw right, Body had 2 Resolute stands as well. So with the seal, that was 3 turns of pretty much guaranteed I'm not taking damage. On top of just being like, I just gotta get to the top end Lightweavers to draw here. So this was like that game too was very, very likely as we saw at the end there. Bonnie definitely could pull out that game, but again, comes back to the thing of what does one of your greatest enemies have to play a deck that has to go that long? It's the clock. Like it's hard to finish 3 games on decks like that when you only have 60 minutes to do so.
Right, and when both of the decks need to go that late, when both of the decks have that many decisions that they need to go through in order to get to kind of like the bigger board states or the bigger power level for each of those decks, it's really, really hard to get that done in regulation time. And that is always a thing that you have to be concerned about.
Yeah. And as well as I thought it was over at the point we saw 3 Luxem sites get revealed, I thought, oh, the game's over here. Like, that's like, we're getting rid of them. That cool. The game's over. And then Bonnie's like, nah, I ain't dead yet.
Yeah, just I mean, all of the defenses that Luxem Xander has, that's what the deck is for. It's defense, 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 defense until you throw 16 damage at your opponent and they keel over.
Yeah, pretty much. It's both wind and fire, same approach. Just wind unfortunately has quite a few more options to be able to do that. But that being
Yeah.
said, here we just saw exactly what fire could do, and it was all I'm gonna go to 3 incredibly quickly. I'm going to stabilize at 3, and then I just gotta survive long enough to kill you. And that's we saw that cookie cutter game too. Fire Luxem played exactly how we expect. On top of course, Bonnie knowing how to play that matchup very well. And not necessarily maybe the Water Merlin, probably not something you practice all the time, but knowing the Merlin matchup to say I cannot let Incarnate Majesty resolve, and if it does resolve, I need to have an answer to deal with it. And Bonnie had that option of just saying, "Hey, I'm gonna answer the Incarnates, let them go out, and then hold the incaps for the Regals," which I think was the right call, and it worked out in his favor.
Yeah, and it made a lot of sense to kind of the same kinds of things that make your deck good against any of these Shenju decks, against Genbu, against Seryu, are the same kinds of cards that you need to deal with an Incarnate Majesty. So having that sideboard ready for the inarguably more popular big ally threats definitely helps coming into this situation of being like, oh, it's a 410. I know what to do against 410s.
Yeah, very much so. And hey, it works. Like they're not really, not really any reason to change the formula when it works that well. And
Yeah.
we saw as well going into game 1. We saw Bonnie get a little bit caught off guard by that, and then game 2 played very, very methodical, very, very thoughtful on every turn of kind of what needs to be done. And it shows how long you can survive against what would normally be a situation where you would just say scoop go next. And sometimes it's just a resolve to know, I know what my deck does, I know what my deck is capable of. I can grind this out, and that's what we saw. It would have been cool to see where we had gotten with the game 3, but unfortunately, that's wasn't in the cards. Unfortunately for us today.
Yeah, and let's not set aside the way that the decks played out in game 1 versus game 2,
Yeah.
right? Because game 1, Edward turboed up to 3 really quick, had a bunch of early damage off of Ghost of Pendragon, almost felt like kind of like a traditional mid-range Merlin assault, and Bonnie just bricked. Bonnie barely made it to 3, didn't find any Luxem cards to reveal at that point because he needed to banish them in order to get to 3. So just nothing went right for him. And everything went in Merlin's favor, in Edward's favor. And, game 1 kind of wrapped up without a lot of competition. And then in game 2, Bonnie was very much in that game.
Yeah.
Bonnie got to level 3 before any of the Crux cards even came out. And it was a huge difference in terms of the pacing of the game and in terms of where the momentum was.
Very much so. And it not only got not only got the Luxem cards they needed to see, but Bonnie saw the situational cards they needed to see as well, which was absolutely the other game changer. Was not just being able to, excuse me, not to be saying like, hey, I'm gonna heal 9 points in that game, but also to be like, hey, you're not gonna resolve any problematic cards. And as well as if I was in the situation Bonnie was in, I would have been probably using cards to get rid of Ghost of Pendragon. And it was like, hey, I don't need to necessarily worry about that. So, uh, as well, and I think we did just get confirmation. I think we do have the 2-0s, if I am correct. Kind of loading it up here now just to verify. But of course, we saw there Edward, or in this case, the 4-0s. We saw Edward bringing home another 4-0 victory. As well as we see Neutral End. Again, very, very strong Water Diana player. Cinching out another game, get another top end. So congratulations to Neutral End and Edward for a 4-0 undefeated, bringing home bringing home essentially a free booster box.
Also, I do want to shout out Cheryl here, Neutral End's opponent for round 4, needing to play through 2 Water Aetherwing Diana mirrors in order to get to that point.
Yeah,
that is incredible.
that's absolutely half of it grind through, and as well as going to Neutral End, which is arguably probably for our weeklies one of the stronger of the Water Dianas as well. So somebody who's played the deck for a very long time, and on top of that, don't count out like as well. Reeb also a very well known Water Diana player. So both of them playing the decks very, very well, on top of not only having to play the mirror, but play mirror into players who are very, very strong on the mirror. Probably one of the worst situations you could possibly go into. So heavy respect to have to play into that. An absolutely crazy set of matches as well.
Yeah, just a wild set of the 4-0 matches this final round. Just very incredible. Just this tournament, man. The TCG Online Weekly. What an event. What an event.
What a crazy set. Like, what? We started out with Perfy going in with his signature Merlin, playing into KB Destro on his signature Wind Luxem. Have to follow that up with a slime matchup of a fire slime just kind of hitting everything they want to see, where sometimes it's not a matter of how well you set it up, it's how well can you draw into storm slimes kind of approach. And
Yeah.
then of course we saw the water Diana mirror match. Both played very, very well. Both, again, it could have gone either way in the match. It was kind of just came down to kind of who took tempo at the right time in that. And then of course in this last one we saw Edward open up with an amazing game one, absolutely landslide game one, and then Bonnie have to grind out a game two. And unfortunately, because of the time it took to grind it out, not to get there. So absolutely fantastic matches the entire day. Again, one of those things is why I love casting these weeklies is you get to see some of the decks you'd like in normal Ascent. You'll sometimes see deck like this, but you don't necessarily get to see these kind of unique spices that people throw into this weekly. I think that's one of the coolest things. And we saw a lot of that tonight. It was really cool to see.
Yeah, fully agreed. Very cool to see. Very good event. Shout outs to Serene Balance Productions for kind of putting this together and hosting everything. We do have the TCG NA online regionals coming up on Saturday. That's going to be on True Champion Gaming's YouTube channel. So be sure to check that out. But I think that is going to be mostly it for us. NEETfull, anything you want to say? Any final shout outs?
Not much. I know if you are in the DFW area, we do have the regional. And I think it'll be the last regional of the season because we had to move ours to the end. So we have the Dallas regional next weekend. For that, and of course, if you are going to be going to LA, as well, get ready for LA. It is right around the corner. I will be there. So if you see me, feel free to say hi. I'll be going around saying hi to people as well the whole event. So super excited for. So, and yeah, we are getting close to only 3 weeks left in this season, and then we are into RDO. So get ready for these next 3 weeks to be kind of the last goodbye to PTM, and get ready for RDO because with what we've seen so far, that format is going to be insane, and it is going
So
to be
looking
nuts.
forward to it. It's going to be incredible. Yeah, I really hope to see some really cool spice for people. I really want to see what people are cooking up. But yeah, I think that's going to be it for us. I don't have anything else coming up, but definitely going to Ascent LA likewise. So happy to see people there. If you want to say hi, absolutely come up and say hi. And I think that is going to be it for us. I think that is the end of the cast. So thanks for hanging out. Thanks for sticking around for this really exciting, honestly, online
Yeah.
weekly. Shout outs to True Champion Gaming for putting this together. And I think that's it. Yeah. So thank y'all for being here. That is going to be it from me, JimTheEternal, and my co-caster here, NEETfull. And we'll catch you all in the next one.
Night, everybody.